My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of a dollar can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Stablecoin. A stablecoin is a new class of cryptocurrency that attempts to offer price stability. They are backed by a reserve asset such as the US dollar, gold, or other collateral. Stablecoins have gained traction as they attempt to offer the best of both worlds to users of decentralized finance. The instant processing and security or privacy of payments of cryptocurrencies and the volatility-free stable valuations of fiat currencies.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and I'm glad to be joined by Sarah Sun, VP of Global Business at Huobi. Sarah, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. So thank Reimagine for organizing the conference, and thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. Well, first, for those of us, of our viewers who aren't familiar with you and your work, do you want to give us a little background about kind of who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Yeah, sure. So my background, I started my career in the financial capital of the world, New York City, working with multinational consulting companies like Boston Consulting Group, Deloitte Consulting, and Ernst & Young, and primarily focused on the financial services industry after I got my MBA in financial analysis. And I spent years advising banking and capital market groups for major banks, hedge funds, PE firms, and investment management corporations. So traditional financial services is an industry I understand well, But because I understood the space, I know there were limitations. And traditional finance rooted in very, very old practices and biases. So some of which we have created a financial ecosystem that isn't always inclusive. And there are a lot of inefficiency and challenges that exist in the traditional finance. And because I was in New York, and that's where consensus is. That's where a lot of the crypto events were happening. And I just got to know crypto, and I know like there's new way to do things, and which is how I get into crypto and blockchain. So I eventually decided to join crypto space and let it at Huobi after I looked at several other opportunities as well. So having worked with some of the top financial institutions before, I just wanted to join a company that not only had the vision and ability to innovate the financial industry, but also the infrastructure to scale globally, like companies I worked with. Huobi as a company, we have more than 1,500 people now, and we have 18 different business units, and it's one of the largest and leading exchange in the world, and it's very trustworthy one, since we put system stability and risk management and security above everything else. So that's why I chose to join Huobi. And we move fast and constantly innovate with blockchain and digital assets. But we have many of the protocols and procedures in place that you expect from a multinational organization. So
yeah, I think that's right. I'll kind of want to ask you about. It's really interesting because you do come from this traditional financial world where EY, where things are kind of set in stone. Things move very, very slowly in the traditional financial world, and now you get to work for Huobi, and the blockchain world, the cryptocurrency world is so new, so fresh. It's always innovating. It's growing so fast. How does it feel? How does it feel to be on now the kind of fast growing side of things, the more dynamic, innovative side of things? Do you kind of feel like you were let off your leash, kind of, going from the traditional restrictive financial world to now the more exciting and new and dynamic cryptocurrency world?
Well, yes, it's fascinating to see how things can move so quickly, and how there's a saying that a day in crypto is a year in the traditional world, and I think that's kind of dramatic to say, but it's definitely have the point. Like in 2017, you see ICO were so booming, and it attracts so much attention, so much resources into crypto space, and make the whole bull market in 2017 and 2018. And it's so fascinating to see. But the cycle moves really, really fast, and then you see the bear market coming in. But then, like in the beginning of 2019, that's where traditional institutions were coming into the market, and that's what we need to really scale the market. And within a year, from Huobi's data, you see this dramatic change of the whole trading volume structure. That in the beginning of 2019, you see only like 18% of trading volume were from institutions, and by now we have more than 50%. That's from traditional institutions. That's just fascinating. You can't see this kind of infrastructure and just a whole the whole structure changing in any of the other industries this fast. And with the DeFi seasons, it's booming, and a year from like last year, about the same time, it was just a new concept. Everybody was still learning, and you don't know how DeFi is gonna go, and it's just a concept. And now it's attracting 10 billion, total value unlocked. It's just amazing to see how fast this industry can move forward and can be innovated. And besides, the crypto space 24/7, never close.
Right, for sure. And you kind of touched on 2 points there, because you mentioned how there's been a massive increase in institutions getting into the game, especially at Huobi, but also the DeFi craze. But has institutions, do the two really connect? Have institutions really gone in on DeFi, or are the institutions more excited? Huobi recently launched, Bitcoin options, derivatives. Is that what's bringing the institutions in? Is it the timing kind of the global market that's bringing them in, or more that more mature products like derivatives and option trading have hit the crypto market?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So first, I think with institutions, they are more risk averse, right? And they need more regulated market. So that's why, you know, when in 2017, even though ICO is so hot and everybody is, you know, looking at crypto and having attention into the crypto space, an institution was still waiting because that's where, you know, the regulations were not clear enough, and risk management is not good enough, and also the product is not mature enough, and platforms like exchanges couldn't really offer the same level of professional services to those institutional customers, and they were still waiting, you know, for us to be more mature to accept their like own money. And I think as for now, first of all, to answer your question about DeFi, we don't see a lot of institutions trading DeFi yet. It's just because, you know, the liquidity and also the volume is not going to big enough. It's just smaller projects and stuff. We see institutions trading, you know, major coins like BTC and products like you were saying, derivatives products, just like, you know, the things that they were used to trade in the traditional financial world. So when we decided to build our institutional BU in the beginning of 2019, and that's kind of the vision that we were going for, right? To be the gateway, to take institutional customers on Huobi, and so there are a few things that we did. So first is to get our products ready. When they see the need, the urge to trade crypto, they need a good and smooth fiat on-ramp. So we've been working on that, and right now we have more than a dozen of different currencies fiat on-ramp, fiat gateway, and the most recent one is US dollar, and we were really excited to see that. And we also built our brokerage product to allow, you know, smooth transactions from fiat to crypto. And then, you know, once they have crypto, then there are basically two needs, right? First, they need to trade, and maybe second, they need asset management. So we launched this new asset management platform for institutions to be able to just when they hold crypto, they know what to do with it. They can then subscribe our asset management platform, or if they choose to trade, depends on what type of trader you are. If you're high frequency, or you're just a market maker, or you're like a low frequency trader, whatever you want, we have a team of 10 years plus of experiences, professional, you know, financial background team who built and tailor those products for them. We launched perpetual swap this year in March, and then we launched our options in September. So right now, Huobi offers a full set of products, derivatives products, futures, swaps, and we are launching our USDT perpetual swaps in next month. So by then we'll be having a full set of products that can meet all of their needs for trading. And so that's from the product side. And also, I touched upon a little bit before, for regulations. It's so important for institutional players. They need regulated market, and we were so excited to see, you know, how fast this and how much progress we've had this year. You know, take Japan as an example. We know that it took the country years to clearly defines crypto asset regulations, and they're known to have one of the most strict requirements for crypto exchanges and assets. But much progress has been made this year. Japan, you know, in May, the FSA, their regulatory agency that now services overseas crypto assets, and now enact new regulations to further legitimize crypto exchanges and assets. And you know, it's lucky for Huobi that we have a local exchange, Huobi Japan, and now licensed by them. You know, we have it since 2018, and now we have the license for running the exchange in Japan, and also our platform token, HT token, is now a fully compliance asset in local country. And it just you know, Japan is just one example, but a lot of the other countries have been coming with clear regulations and licenses that's making institutions feel more secure, and they want to trade crypto, and they know where to trade crypto.
And that's so important. I mean, like you mentioned, they need the stability. They look for the good regulation, and they are risk averse. And so I think that's very crucial what you're saying. And so my question is this: because Huobi has been offering such good products and service, really aiming for these institutions and kind of giving them a trusted source, a trusted name that they can rely on. You know, if you look at the traditional finance, it does seem like it is broken down into firms that service institutions and firms that service the retail investor. In crypto, does one have to make that differentiation? And which one is Huobi, focused on? Are they more focused on the institution, more on the retail, or do you guys think that you could actually balance and service both?
So first of all, I think in crypto trading, it's a ecosystem. You need to have retail and you need to have institutions. That's where you have good liquidity, and that's how the whole ecosystem will grow, as a whole. And we didn't really choose any between the two of them, but we started as exchange serving retail. I think like everybody knows in this space that we when we first started as exchange in 2013, most of our customers were retail, and we were better at serving retail clients than serving institutions. And we also have the vision to empower 100 million households worldwide to own their crypto assets. That's our new vision. It's just coming out this year, and I think that's every time I see it, I feel so excited, and it's my dream now too, as Huobi's vision. And but like I said earlier, in 2019, when we see from our data, and we see that the trend that institution with old money and from the traditional space are now looking into crypto, they're getting into crypto. It's just the market share that we just have to capture. And we as a top exchange, we just feel it's our responsibility to build this platform that's regulated enough, that's stable enough, that's just secure enough to serve those institutions, for them to be able to have this gateway to coming into crypto, to feel welcome, to feel comfortable enough to trade crypto. That's how the whole space can really scale, and that's why we decided to do it. And luckily, we were doing it right according to the data, and very, very happy to see that our institutional customers are happy trading with Huobi.
You did mention this idea and this vision to trying to get 100 million households owning crypto, and that is such a good I think goal, because right now the technology is innovating so quickly, and there's so many projects out there working on improving the technology, but there also needs to be the other side where people are actually trying to get people to actually to this cryptosphere and into this ecosystem, and so kind of this is a two-part question. Kind of how did you decide on this number? I mean, obviously you got to pick a number and you want it to be high, but how many currently in the world, according to you guys' estimates, where are we at in terms of that number, in terms of households that are owning crypto, and how far away are we from that 100 million household goal that Huobi is trying to get to?
Yeah, well, when we see 100 million households, so first of all, we are already serving more than 10 million users worldwide. So it's less than 10x for Huobi, and then we just feel it's a big goal, but it's definitely doable. But I mean, the more sense of the number, it's really making crypto more accessible. So a big part of driving crypto adoption is making it more accessible to all type of users across many different regions to achieve the goal. So as of today, we rank the first among top exchanges regarding aggregate funds deposited. It's kind of like the asset under management on the exchange. We are currently managing more than 5.2% of entire digital asset market capitalization, and noting that is only users' assets. We're not talking about, because as exchange, we do own a lot of our in-house assets too. But the deposit of funds is the least plausible and most meaningful indicator to measure exchange true liquidity. And having enough liquidity and good liquidity is the only way that for this huge number of customers to be able to trade on any exchanges. And we do have a global presence. And as I said earlier, we opened a dozen different fiat gateways to, and licensed it worldwide, including Japan, Gibraltar, Thailand, and we'll be continuing to apply for more licenses. And that's, being able to have the license and being a fully regulated exchange is the only way that you can attract this big number of customers. When we say 100 million households, it's more like crypto is not a, how do I say, like so right now crypto is still a very unique kind of asset that you may own in your portfolio. But when we know that there are 100 million households that own crypto, it's gonna just be a common asset, and that's kind of our vision. And in order for customers to be more easily accessible to cryptos, so we did a new product recently. It's our latest addition in crypto savings. It's a crypto investment product with a stable interest rate, and it's suitable for users who are new to crypto space, who want to just earn more stable interest before they, start to explore crypto trading and try to learn every single, projects out there. And with all the mining in DeFi, it's a very hard thing to learn, to pick up at first. And it's very, very big, entry barrier. So we wanted to offer this crypto savings to users who are already knowing, there's this thing going on, this craze going on in crypto, but I just don't know how I can be part of it. So as a user who's onboarded to Huobi, crypto savings should be a must-use product, as it is, incredibly flexible to set up new accounts and also to just earn stable, return. And just it's just the things that we're continually doing for making crypto easy to use and easy for more friendly for just traditional users to put their money into crypto and get a taste of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think it's a very unique time that we're living in, and that Huobi's acting in, where historically, obviously you want to have, you come from traditional finance, you want to have a varied portfolio. You don't want to have all your eggs in one basket. And historically, one of those portions would be to put your money in a savings account. You'd probably get your 3%, your 1%, whatever the interest rate is then. And I think we live in a very unique time because of the coronavirus, where interest rates have kind of dropped down so low, where a person who doesn't even know crypto, who just wants to put his money in the bank, he's seeing 0.1% interest. He's seeing his money just sit there and make no return. Absolutely no gains. And so I think that because of this unique time we're living in and the unique financial, status, especially where the interest rate is at, this does provide a really interesting opportunity for crypto savings accounts like Huobi has offered, where, hey, I might not be so into crypto, but I want to make, some return on my money. I don't want to sit there and have 0% interest. But I'm not yet ready for the crazy world of DeFi. Like you mentioned, with yield farming, it's really a pretty high barrier of entry for a lot of people, especially if you're not well versed in crypto. So this does seem like that middle ground product. Have you guys seen that on your end? Have you kind of seen that because of COVID-19, there has been more of a wave towards cryptocurrencies?
Yeah, so just touch upon on the interest rate and stuff. So the current annual yield for deposit in USDT 8%, while deposits in BTC yield 3.5%. So that's just the numbers. And speaking of crypto in the current global economy, to say that 2020 has been a very challenging year would be a understatement. But there's always a silver lining. The world was already moving toward a digital economy, but this year's event, like the whole coronavirus pandemic, and increasingly this turmoil and everything that's happening. And first, let's address the whole pandemic. COVID-19 is something that no one could have anticipated. It's a total like black swan event that has completely, put our lives and global economy in a very hard situation. While countries around the world are making progress, and Hobby Charity is doing a lot of things, but the effects of this whole COVID-19 situation on the traditional financial market will be long lasting. Well, it's hard to say, but I do think so. And in addition to the uncertain economic landscape, there are major, movements as well, such as, the U.S. presidential election and, ongoing friction between China and other nations like India, U.S. We can continue to expect some level of market volatility for foreseeable future, but there is a very natural part of market cycles. I think it's just very natural. Like, in the 2008, that's where we had the whole economy downturn and stuff. It just does natural market cycles. And most experienced traders will agree that volatility do offers a potentially advantage opportunity. So beyond trading opportunities in volatile markets, the current macroeconomic landscape creates a perfect environment for Bitcoin and other crypto to really thrive as an alternative asset class for both, like we mentioned before, retail and institutions. Government and central banks around the world has responded to this pandemic with very aggressive monetary policy measures like quantitative easing and stuff. You don't need to be an economist to know that printing large sum of money in a short period of time will carry high inflation risk, and some countries are already seeing the impacts of inflation in basic necessities like food prices. So while the response of government and central banks are well intentioned, it reveals the limits of government issued currencies. And that's not to say cryptocurrency should replace all fiat currencies, but they can actually provide hedge against inflation and future monetary policy measures. So the best example of course will be Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a digital asset, with a finite supply, and especially with the whole halving event happened this year. It's a very good asset for you to be trade or just hold in your portfolio. So first of all, no central organization or nation that controls Bitcoin. Changes in monetary policies have no direct impact on Bitcoin, and it cannot be manipulated by any one person. And it has been around for long enough. Bitcoin, with the recent halving, like I said, cutting the mining rewards in half, Bitcoin, it's I think it's no better time than ever, being a good alternative asset for both retail and institutions to hold. So I think, yeah, and people are becoming increasingly aware of how adaptable digital assets are. With Libra, with Chinese DSAP, it just I think the whole world is educating people about digital currencies, and excited to see, and I can't wait to see how much progress we're going to make in this year, next year.
I mean, yeah, this is kind of what us, crypto early adopters have been saying for so long, which is, you don't realize it, but your currency, your regular fiat currency that you were using before you discovered cryptocurrency, is very affected by the political landscape, by the world economy, by a lot of things that kind of are out of your control, and especially when it comes to government financial policy, where they're printing money without actually attaching more value to it, and that's obviously going to, anyone could see that's going to eventually lead to inflation at some point down the road, if not already. And we were saying that for so long, and then now because of Corona and this once in a lifetime event has kind of forced our prediction to come true, I think, a lot earlier than even the most diehard Bitcoin fan has seen. So has the markets reacted? Has Bitcoin reacted like you thought it would have? In reaction to this once in a lifetime Corona event where governments are printing money, where there's a lot of uncertainty now in the world, is this Bitcoin's time to shine, and has it stepped up to the plate?
Well, as I said before, I think this is such an important time for cryptocurrency and Bitcoin to shine, of course, with the whole COVID-19 situation, and with central banks' digital currencies, and a lot of the Bank of England is also leading collective research digital currencies, along with some of the world's largest central banks like Bank of Canada, Bank of Japan, European central banks, and Swiss national banks. And all of this is driving new interest in crypto across all categories, retail, institution, government, and there's been a surge in adoption and trading volume. And that's just the number that we are seeing. And the landscape is heating up as we're now getting into DeFi season. And where DeFi season is booming from June till now. It's only 3 months. And as I said, we've seen this huge increase of total value locked in DeFi, and we're expecting to see a lot more activity in this, in the next quarter of 2020. And I think just from our data speaking, from trading volume, from numbers of customers, new customers into crypto space, we've been seeing such an increase from the day of March 12th. That's where Bitcoin price really dropped and hit the bottom. But from that day till now, we've seen a large increase in trading volume, in number of actively trading customers, and in number of newly registered customers, and in number of total assets deposited into exchanges. I think it looks like we are gonna have, I think we're gonna even have a better year this year and next.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, growth is always so exciting, especially in this, kind of a relatively brand new industry that we work in. So, it's pretty easy when we're growing to, not just have 2x, but 50x and bigger, which is always very exciting to see. And I think one of the things driving that, we keep on speaking about Bitcoin, and it does play a very essential role in the crypto sphere, in this ecosystem. But historically, one of the big knocks, or one of its biggest use cases, one of its biggest knocks was, this is where it's the store of value. You got to hodl. Don't trade it. You believe in it, so you're going to hold it. And I think recently, we no longer have to choose. You no longer have to say, I either believe in Bitcoin, I'm going to hodl it, keep it here, and as a store of value, or I want to trade cryptocurrencies. I want to use altcoins. You no longer have to choose because of the tokenization of Bitcoin. Huobi has their HBTC coin, which is doing tremendously well. There's over more than $1 billion worth of Bitcoin that's been tokenized for DeFi. Do you think that this is a turning point for crypto? When big exchanges like Huobi are easily offering the tokenization of Bitcoin, so that you no longer just have to hodl Bitcoin. You could actually have that Bitcoin that you're hodling actually working for you over in the smart contract space, over in DeFi.
Yeah, so I think that's a very big question. So for the exchange, it's more about creating a robust market for users and being able to provide a variety of products for our users. So another way we're paving the way for widespread adoption of crypto is by strengthening the market with more liquidity, right? A wider variety of digital assets and also trading products. And we're also investing into building a digital asset ecosystem. So for example, Huobi have different listing channels, and because we see the whole DeFi season, and we see the urge of people trading different coins, but for a lot of the DeFi products out there, because it's decentralized, we don't know the team, and we are not sure how it's going to go in 5 or 10 years, but even like the ICO season, maybe only 10 of the thousands of points will actually succeed. But Huobi want to be the one who supported those 10 successful projects along the way. So how do we do it? How do we provide opportunities for customers to trade those assets, but also know that they are risks within and be risk aware of the risks. So we've coming up with new listing channels. We launched a new token listing pass. It's called Huobi InnoHub. So InnoHub is a central part of Huobi Global's main page, and it's a key strategy for deployment of our blockchain strategy. We open this with this pathway with open attitude, and we can list tokens like FYI, FY2, first tokens that landed on our global observation zone, and we can then provide customers the opportunity to trade them, but with a limitation on the total token that they can hold, so that we're protecting them along the way. And we are also offering DeFi liquidity mining. We offer this new product with HT token liquidity mining, and it's just a new topic for 2020. And DeFi is developing at a very rapid speed with with changes as type of new layouts in digital finance, and many expect DeFi to become the foundation of a worldwide open finance ecosystem and give birth to a number of great products with huge wealth opportunities. As a leading company in the blockchain space, we've been taking it upon itself to support and lead development of DeFi. So we introduced a DeFi section with dozens of new products, and then convert multiple applications in business like lending, prediction, DAX, derivatives, and public chain, etc. We also announced our DeFi labs and established a DeFi alliance. And actually today we just announced a second bunch of products that's joining our alliance. And we strongly believe that the decentralized world will push the whole industry forward, greater efficiency, and give more people financial freedom in the long run. So some examples. Last week we started a DeFi liquidity campaign, and we kicked off with $5 million worth of blockchain assets for DeFi liquidity mining. More rounds will be held after a total 10 million USDT worth of blockchain assets and rewards, all generated from DeFi liquidity mining, will be distributed to all qualified participants who stake our token HT or HPT. And we're looking for to accept more tokens in the way, and to be a more widely accepted ecosystem. And in terms of staking, we've as you said, announced the H token series, HBTC, and a lot of the other ones, and approximately about like 5,000 HBTC have been minted, and a lot of things that's going on in our DeFi labs and the things that we do. And apart from expanding the DeFi market, the core of our business still aligns with DeFi, right? We especially focus on the derivatives that, like I mentioned earlier. So Huobi Futures has seen total trading volume of $877 billion in the first 6 months of 2020, and that's just how big the market is, and that's how well Huobi Futures is doing. And increasingly Q1, which was a good quarter for crypto space, have been matched by Q2 on Huobi. And we've seen the perpetual swaps increasingly popular, and we've seen options new product has been accepted by our customers. And with the perpetual swap, we outperform Bitcoin's largest perpetual swap competitor, BMax, and in such a short amount of time. So we've managed to push new boundaries against other well-established exchanges when it comes to future trading volume and other type of products. And I have to say, it's been a very, very challenging year for Huobi, even though we're seeing trading volume is so big and new customers coming into the space. but we've feeling the pressure from our peer exchanges, and now DEX, and this whole evaluation that's happening in the DeFi space and everything. But we just have to be focused and always listen to what the community has to say, and offer them the products they want and the services that they deserve.
Mm-hmm. And especially when it's really interesting when you're listening to the crypto community, as specifically as a community, it's very interesting, very, 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 very loud, very opinionated, and they kind of believe in what they believe in, and so I think that what comes out of that is that someone who's listening, or kind of keeping an eye on the crypto space today, all they hear is DeFi, 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 and there is a tremendous amount going on, being locked into DeFi, and it's so new and exciting. And so it makes sense why everyone will speak about it. But, we're having two conversations here, one about DeFi, but also one about institutions. If you look at the numbers that Huobi's doing on their futures, on the derivatives, I mean, it makes DeFi look tiny in comparison. So while DeFi is very, let's say, a sexy word right now and very hot on the retail side, but at the end of the day, will it be, the institutional trading, like Huobi's futures and derivatives that really serve as the backbone for the cryptocurrency market, very much like it does in the traditional markets where, the institutions really keep things stable and the backbone there?
So first, like you said, the DeFi market, the total market for DeFi is still, it's early stage and small. But it's definitely something that's very innovative, and we just have to keep an eye on and, keep up with the market and keep developing new products and services. That's why we started a new BU, the DeFi Labs, and doing exciting stuff. But like I said earlier, SEX is still, like centralized exchange, still our main business, and we have to focus on that and keep up with expectations coming from our customers. And from institutional side, spot trading, derivative trading, and also OTC, they're all big, and it's just a different type of customers have different needs, and we're continuing to interview them, to talk to them, to see what their thoughts are on the DeFi space and how they can participate, and trying to find a way for the whole ecosystem to move forward, to be more lively, and also it's just interesting to see the gap between crypto and traditional space. Take options as a good example. Options in traditional finance, it's the market is so huge, it's big, but in the crypto world, even Deribit, the largest options exchange out there, their trading volume still it's only like a tenth of the trading volume on Huobi's Huobi futures. So options so small compared to futures, and we are also exploring to see why this is happening and how we can bring the gap, narrow down the gap and really fix what the problems are, and to really make the whole market bigger and make the market more and more welcome to institutional players. And besides, even though Huobi is 7 years old, only 7 years old, we just had our birthday like yesterday actually, and thank you. We're baby compared to traditional business leads, but we're like ancient already in the crypto space. We're 7 years old. We're so old, and because of that, we feel the obligations, responsibility to always be there and to lead the market, to explore where things should go, and to be able to offer whatever our customers are looking for. So yeah, I'm always also curious to see what's going to happen with DeFi and what's going to happen with institutional players. Yeah.
Do you foresee, is there a possibility in the future? I mean, you have clearly have a very good relationship with a lot of institutions. Do you hear from them? I mean, it's still so early on, but do you hear from them a potential interest in DeFi? I'm sure they're hearing a lot about it, looking into the opportunities. Has Huobi been approached to kind of provide, right now DeFi is a little too Wild West, probably way too risky for institutions, but have institutions come to you guys to try to see what kind of products that you guys could help get them exposure to DeFi without all the craziness of just one bug, or just one chef know me. I'm sure institutions don't want to have to deal with developers, who could just copy code and not audit it.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely. DeFi is so hot now, and everybody's talking, even for institutions. Yes. So for market makers, they want to know if they can do market making for some of the DeFi projects, and also like you said, there were problems with the contracts with the codes, and with the whole idea of the Inno Hub, when we list token, it means that Huobi team, our risk management team, our audit team, they've already looked at the contracts, and we're putting our credits behind those tokens that we list, so that institutions feel more comfortable with trading. They, some of them, they don't trust DEX as much as they trust us, just because we are already a company with 1,600 employee, and we've hold licenses, and we've been putting years of developing this robust system and stuff. So we have this trust and bond built with institutions, and I think that's one of the core competence that just can't be replaced by DEX. Yeah, and for opening the gateway for institutions to participate in DeFi, and that's the things that DeFi Labs is continuing doing, and just stay tuned, and we have exciting news to announce. We are as a leading exchange, constantly thinking of how to scale the market and making it accessible to both retail and institutions.
Well, I mean, it's, like you said, you've only been around for 7 years, which is short in human life, long, ancient in the blockchain and crypto sphere. And it's incredible to see the amazing work that Huobi has actually done, both on the retail side and the institutional side for adoption. I'm very excited to see what the future brings. Sierra, thank you so much for joining me here and taking the time. And for all of our viewers at home, for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
We have some breaking news. This just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Collateralized debt position. A collateralized debt position, otherwise known by crypto degenerates as a CDP, is a smart contract based on the Ethereum blockchain created by MakerDAO in 2014. It's a variation of financial market derivations that can simply be defined as representation of a debt position that is backed by an underlying pool of assets. Users can borrow stable coins against Ethereum tokens as they lock into the smart contract, and this allows one to avoid the volatility of market swings. The collateral is then released once the amount borrowed is paid back.
Hey everybody, it is Patrick McLean, one of your guests for Reimagine 2020. I think we are on the third version now. I don't even know how this happened. Well, I kind of know how it happened. I was just telling the story. But first off, thank you everybody for your support. And like I've always been shocked since we started this thing, like how many, I think kind of big people or people with some breadth or understanding of the market have really taken the time out of their day. And I think one benefit of, if we said there's any benefit to the COVID world or being at home or quarantine, it's that we get to talk to people maybe we wouldn't have otherwise, right? If it required a plane flight or booking a hotel room. So before I go on too long, I want to go ahead and let Eric introduce himself. First off, Eric, how's your day? Where are you at, and what's good? What good has happened to you this week? Tell me something exciting.
Yeah. Well, I'm in Denver, Colorado. My week's going beautifully, and something good that happened to me this week. I don't know. I'm just getting like overwhelmed with crypto innovation, and I was able to spend like 5 hours a couple days ago just reading a bunch of tabs that I had open, and it was just nice to just like really dig in and see how much things are growing and how diverse the ecosystem is getting. And I'm often just like heads down in shapeshift world, but when I get a chance to kind of see the tapestry of the industry, it's really inspiring. So that was really fun.
Well, so I have to ask on that. So what's inspiring you? Like, what are the 2 things that are standing out in your brain?
Yeah, I think what's really inspiring to me right now is a lot of these decentralized exchanges, and the whole point of Bitcoin when it started was the ability to have a money that was not controlled by anyone and was borderless and could go anywhere and was just kind of this unstoppable force. And so around money, you've had all these different crypto services get built up, and one of which is the business of exchange generally. And exchanges have tended to be centralized, and there's sort of economic efficiency reasons for that. There's UX reasons for that, but the technology has gotten so good that now there are really good decentralized exchanges currently in operation. And what that means is it kind of extends the borderless, permissionless nature of Bitcoin as money into the activity of exchanging between different crypto assets. So that's I think really what's inspiring me right now.
And I'll have one last question on that, and I think a few things I want to ask you. But is the most exciting thing about decentralized exchanges to you is the fact that the central element is removed, that you feel like people have a little better odds at not getting corrupted or controlling what they're doing?
Yeah, I'm not one of those people that thinks like everything can or should be decentralized, but many things should be, but it's hard to do. So exchange of one asset into another is one of those things that is best done in a decentralized way if possible. And it just hadn't been sufficiently good from a UX perspective or from a liquidity perspective until the last 6 or 12 months, and now it's really getting there. So that's awesome. These things can't get shut down, and they some of them are open source, so they're just like building out quickly in many directions. They can't get turned off or corrupted in that way, and so that's awesome. It's the kind of thing I hoped would emerge, but hadn't for a while.
Definitely. Well, a ton to unpack there. But I think before we start going down that line, I think for the audience, let's say there's a lot of college students, there's a lot of general kind of crypto enthusiasts. Maybe some of them know who you are, maybe some of them don't know who you are. I knew a little bit about who you were, to be honest, and then kind of leading up to this interview, I made the time to listen to some of your talks and some of what you've written the last week or so. So actually, one question I want to ask is so I know it sounds like you got into Bitcoin around 2011, mm-hmm. But can you tell me leading up to that, and you go as far as you want, but is it you seem like, if I were to use some terms, correct if I'm wrong, libertarian, you really care about people's rights, almost like Rand Paul type Republican. And I'm going to stop putting words in your mouth in a second. But does this go back to you as a kid? Is it what were those things in your life that you think kind of led you up to that point of wanting to really adopt this space?
Yeah, so I'm definitely not really a fan of Rand Paul, but Ron Paul was certainly an inspiration to me years ago. So I didn't even learn the term libertarian until college, but sort of was always of that mentality. Basically, it seemed fairly obvious to me that people should generally be left alone if they're not hurting others. That just seems like a good premise on which to build society. And in college, I really started learning more about economics generally, and it just became more and more clear that that governments are not capable of understanding something as complicated as an economy. It's a complex system that no one can really understand at all. And the hubris of people trying to control complex systems leads to many problems. So from a sort of practicality angle, I've never been in favor of central planning of complex systems like economies. And from a moral angle, which is maybe more important, I believe people should be left alone if they're not hurting each other. So it's not that I believe in people's rights. I believe in essentially one right, the right to be left alone if you're not harming others. And from that, I think you can logically construct a moral framework for most policies, and not everything, but most things can be, I think, deduced down to like the concept of self-ownership. You own yourself, you own your property, and as long as you're respecting that rule of others, then that shouldn't be violated for you. So yeah, that kind of guides my viewpoint of the world, and certainly helped me see the value of Bitcoin, because I did not like the fact that in the economy itself, the most important good of all is money. And the fact that that is controlled and planned and managed and surveilled by a central government is very much antithetical to capitalism, is very much antithetical to an open market. And I just didn't know how that would ever get solved. But when Bitcoin came out, I realized, like, oh, actually, here's an alternative. Here's a way for people to transact at distance digitally in the digital age without any central party and without the government being involved, without any issues of currency debasement. And so I just fell in love with it right away and have been down the rabbit hole ever since.
Got it. I heard you mention morals twice. I picked that out, so I might want to tie that back later. I tend to agree. But so, and I'd heard you say a few times, and at least what I've the interviews, that you're not very technical, or not like a computer engineer. So,
Correct.
what was there anything like in your career path like that, like where you're in the business world, etc., that you kind of like had a bunch of ingredients that you kind of brought to this space, or it was kind of random, or how did you get into it?
Yeah, so I've always been entrepreneurial, but because I'm not an engineer, back in 2011, the vast majority of people that were into Bitcoin, it was from an engineering or cryptography angle. And so when I learned about it, I felt like there was a space to fill in helping to simplify it down and teach other people what it was without getting too arcane into the engineering. And it's one of those things where, like, to ride a bicycle, you don't have to understand mechanical engineering. And I think there was too much of the like explaining how the torque ratios of a chain and gears would work on a mathematical level, when all you're trying to do is get someone to understand why a bike is great. And the best way to do that is actually just get them on a bike and have them use it. And so just like trying to convey this fairly complicated system in simple terms and convey it as like, here's why this is useful to the world. That's really, I think, the niche that I found early on. And certainly the technology is so powerful that there's just an endless amount of interesting entrepreneurial opportunities there. So I just got really involved right away. And at first it was just a hobby, that was like taking away from my responsible day job I was doing like marketing and branding work back then. But it pretty quickly became my sole focus in my career.
And that and I'll tie this together actually a little bit, just for whatever the few thousand students that are going to watch this, right? Like I've always been intrigued when we started engaging universities. I would see, like, I would talk to all these people who have like been in crypto for a while. I would say like very pessimistic, right? Like maybe they have gone through like ICOs, or this bad thing had happened to them, and they're just a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. And then I would get on a call with like 40, 50, 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds at like blockchain clubs at all these universities. No chip on the shoulder, right? Like, yeah. It was like, it's only, they're like, I'm going to build a blockchain or I'm going to build an application, and like I wanted to use blockchain. Like, why shouldn't it use blockchain, basically? Not like some company stole my ETH from an ICO 2 years ago. Like,
yeah, it depends on how superficial someone's understanding of what this is about, right? So a lot of people get interested for reasons of sort of short-term profit, get rich quick, kind of like, oh, here's where money's getting made. And there's nothing wrong with that being like what interests you originally, but some people stay at that level and they're like, oh, it's kind of like a way to make money. And so they're excited when they're making money from it. And when they're not, they get pissed off and they get bitter about it and they just cast it aside. But for those who get drawn in and start to dig deeper and understand why is this valuable in the first place and why is there a reason that it will be valuable in the future, and you start going down that path and you start realizing like, oh, this is a profound technology that changes the entire economic relationship between mankind. You know, at some point, whether the price went up that day or not becomes a little less important than the fact that you're living through a transformative time in human history. And so that the people who find that part of this, I think, stick through the ups and downs. And certainly I've seen plenty of them at this point.
Well, and to that, so I'll ask you, like, and a lot of great points, but like, so what was the first thing that drew you? Like, what was the first work or what, like, value added work? And like, where did you really think first, okay, if I'm going to help this space, if I have philosophical alignment with it, or I believe in like maybe the moralistic aspects of it, what shovel, what axe am I going to pick up?
Yeah.
Right. That's not this.
At first, I just started writing about it. So I had a blog and I was writing a lot about it, certainly from a libertarian perspective and from a monetary economics perspective. And that kind of got me known enough to where I started meeting people in the industry. I went to the first Bitcoin conference ever, which was August of 2011 in New York City. There were 50 people there from all over the world. I think there were 2 women, one of whom was my girlfriend. and so then, you know, when it's that small, you just start meeting people. And you know, I was playing around with a few projects that might be interesting to get running. I got put in touch with Charlie Shrem, who was starting BitInstant back then in New York. And around then is when I started Satoshi Dice as well, which was the early Bitcoin gambling site. And so it was the hard part was like trying to focus because there were just so many opportunities and so many things that needed to be built. But those were kind of the early projects that I was in.
Got it. And I want to kind of pivot off of this a little bit, but I'll wrap up here. So do you find that your skill sets were in kind of like the ideation of simplistic products or easy to use products that had real world applications, or was it in general marketing or the business side of things, networking?
I think my expertise is in branding, in communication, particularly in writing and in copy editing of a project, and just in entrepreneurialism and in trying to find things that are simple and valuable. And so this is how Satoshi Dice got started. It was just like simple branding, clearly explaining something, and just kind of like conveying an essence of something that people wanted to do, and then using the Bitcoin technology to do that in a better way. Shapeshift, which has been my sole focus for the last 6 years, was really originated from just the desire to convert one digital asset into another in the simplest, easiest way possible. And so just turning that into a product and then finding the people who could help build it, because I certainly can't code it myself. So just like, you know, growing organically a team to solve a problem and build a service is what I love to do. And I certainly have had more failures in business than successes. But I think if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you have to just be prepared for that and just like fail over and over and over, and then you will learn and you will get better, and occasionally you'll figure something out and succeed.
Definitely. So let me kind of tie like Satoshi Dice and Shapeshift together a little bit. I'm from Las Vegas, so I love all things gambling. Not love, but
Yeah.
and I go ahead.
No, that's good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think there's like major trends in tech always, right? It's like Department of Defense picks it up, porn picks it up, gambling picks it up, right? And I think even today, if you look at some of the, we kind of know the applications that are used in blockchain, right? We know some currencies work. We know a variety of financial products that kind of support those. I think blockchain has still yet to be proven. Not for maybe lack of trying, but I think a lot of lack of execution and, like you're saying, simplicity. But I think gambling is an easy enough bridge, right? Where it's a game, it's using the aspects of this.
Yeah, the reason that Satoshi Dice was cool was because it used Bitcoin's blockchain and the technology there to prove that the odds were what I said they were. Mathematically, you could actually calculate what the odds of the rolls were, and you could prove mathematically that the result of your bet was what it should have been. So it had this concept called provable fairness. And that was like unheard of, right? You go to a casino in Vegas, first of all, it won't tell you what the odds are. And even if it did, you wouldn't know that that was not lying to you, right? So you're just totally blind into what you're actually playing. And the Bitcoin blockchain solved that in a really cool way. And not only that, but because it's this international payment system that can't be stopped, this was just a couple of years after the poker sites all got shut down in the US. And there were so many problems with payment to and from a gambling site. Bitcoin just completely demolished that problem because anyone in the world could send a payment from anywhere to anyone else with no one even able to stop it. And it didn't matter what jurisdiction you were in. It was fast. It was reliable. And so Satoshi Dice just demonstrated both the fairness and the transparency of blockchains in finance and how valuable that can be, and just the power of being able to move money anywhere instantly at near zero cost and have no one be able to stop it or even really know that it's going on.
And then if you get really good, you might even build it. Then you like end up with a good UI, and then you can start to build games around things, right? So it's kind of like a bit of a holy grail of tech, I think, in blockchain applications.
Yeah. It's just and the industry is still just figuring out things that can be done with this stuff. So it's just like this continual motion of innovation and discovery that'll, I think, go on for another decade at least.
Well, and I was gonna kind of try to bring together. So, like, to say that one thing I know about the gaming aspect, and you just hit it on the head, right? Like money transferring and things like this, right? Where there was like a lot of, whether it's lobbyists or like people with other interests that want to stop online gaming, right? Like the Vegas, Macaus, or Atlantic cities of the world. I think there was definitely some legislation and litigation going on around online gambling. And I think also, kind of preempted a little bit, like I think even some of the story, what I understand of like what Shapeshift went through, I think, right, even KYC, AML. How has your experience been kind of in the middle of emerging crypto companies that kind of are pushing the barriers of what laws are, or in my opinion, even more dangerous, what laws aren't, or in a real gray area that scares people just enough to not take the leap, right, for fear of retroactive issues?
Yeah, it's a huge deal. Essentially, what cryptocurrencies do and what blockchains do is they give people irrefutable power to interact economically with each other. Close to anonymously if you know what you're doing, but at least fairly privately and in a way that can't be stopped. And so you give this just tremendous power to people, to everyone in the world, and that very quickly crashes right into politicians and governments that have all these rules and laws on things they do or don't want you to do, or are okay with you doing if it's done in a certain way or with a certain permission slip from a certain politician. And so certainly, like, the tension there and the conflict is going to be inevitable because people want to interact freely with each other. The government doesn't want them to do that. Now they have a tool to do it. And it's just going to be this, like, drama that unfolds over many years. So, not every activity and every company in crypto is not something that is legally controversial or legally sensitive, but many are, and many of them are basically charting a course in very much gray area, where things like jurisdiction become actually quite hard to figure out, where things like what is a financial transaction is not actually clear anymore. The boundaries between speech and finance become blurred. And this tool is just, these tools that are getting built are just so powerful that it allows people to get around or through many different rules. And I think that's a beautiful thing. It frees people up to build and create. And it's certainly a messy process, and there's certainly danger to it. And there's certainly tons of scammers and problems and catastrophes. But that process of innovation is really important, I think, for just the spirit of humanity. And so crypto allows that to flourish in a way that I have not seen in many other ways. I think the internet itself has a kind of a similar phenomenon to it.
They want you to forget about the scams going on Wall Street that they've glazed over forever, as if a scam is the only metric.
Yeah, and well, forget about Wall Street. The biggest scam of all time, of all of human history, is fiat currency itself, and this system in which a certain privileged group is able to create out of thin air the money that people are forced to use, and through the debasement of that money, profit from it while everyone else's prices rise over time and their money loses value. The way to think about that,
are they playing with that more now? I mean, like if you go back to March,
yeah,
the market's dropping. Like
yeah, it gets worse and worse, but it's been done throughout history. Debasement of currency is something that governments always end up doing, and generally once they start doing it, it gets worse and worse until their currency falls apart and collapses. This has happened many times throughout history. It seems to be the inevitable fate of fiat currency because politicians can't help themselves. And the reason they can't help themselves is because the populace wants stuff, always more stuff. And the government can tax, the government can borrow, but if it only taxes and borrows, then it's only able to provide that much stuff to the populace. And they always want more stuff. So there's always an incentive to go beyond what you can tax and what you can borrow. And the easiest way to do that is to simply print money. You print money, and then now you can give stuff to people. And it'll feel really good to the people getting the stuff. And the damage that it causes is unseen, is dispersed, and happens slowly over time. And most people are completely unaware of it. And so most people know that like prices go up. You know, the price of milk has gone up X amount over the last 30 years. Most people think that that's because milk prices just go up, and they think maybe the companies are getting greedier or you know, something. But what they don't realize is that the price is just going up because the money you're using is getting debased. You're just getting stolen from. So any money that you're holding is just losing value. And if someone had 2 or 3 or 4% of their money in their bank account just taken out each year, called like an inflation tax, they would be very aware of it, and they'd be like, oh, what the hell is this? But instead of the money leaving the account, the value of the money just goes down by that amount, and very few people are wise to it. So when I say it's the biggest scam of all history, that's what I'm talking about. Every government does it. It's been done for centuries, and it is you know, trillions of dollars per year of economic damage and theft. And so for the people that support that system to then come into the crypto world and say, hey, you guys are a bunch of scammers, is disingenuous at best. And you can see here this conflict between a transparent system of sound money and a corrupted system of fiat currency that's managed by politicians. And that's really like what the battle of cryptocurrency is all about.
Agree with a lot of what you said, and a lot to unpack there. I want to say this one point. I actually want to tie a few things that you just said together. But I want to go back to kind of like the regulation side, and it's my guess that you've probably been dealing with regulators for a while, and I guess like my question generally is like, A, I'm assuming that sucks. B, I would say like I've done it. You know, I've had to fund the Perkins Coie and the Coolies of the world, right? Like stupid bills that I don't like, that I regret, but like just out of fear sometimes. So like, did you anticipate when you first got into this world, the crypto world, that would become part of your, you want to call it like legacy or journey? And after going through that, like, where do you kind of think it's at now? Like, do you think it's at like a pretty clear point, or much rockier roads ahead, or less?
Yeah, it's definitely not at a clear point. Again, crypto blurs so many lines that the regulatory contours are not clear in many places. I absolutely knew that this was going to be what life would be like getting into cryptocurrency, because if you're doing anything interesting in crypto, you're going to start crossing some lines.
All right. So then you knew that and you accepted it, and then you're thinking, I'll burn on this cross because I care for this, or like I'll get through it and I'll win.
More like this is my form of activism, like building an alternative financial system. I think is the most fulfilling way to actually fight against a corrupted financial system. I don't vote in elections. I don't care about these stupid politicians, and I don't think any of them are really helpful or worthy of ruling others. But what I can do is build an alternative and help bring people to it. And so that's my form of activism. And some of that is entrepreneurial, some of that is business and economics, some of that is just communication with people and working together, and some of it is just an ideological activism that is something I find fulfilling. And I know a lot of people in the cryptocurrency world share that view, but certainly not everyone. There's people in this industry that are just here to make money, and as long as they're doing that in an honest way, I have no problem with that either. But it's a big tent. A lot of people see what they want in crypto, and when I look into it, I see a future in which money is sound, and humanity has a financial system that's built on a foundation of honesty.
I mean, I can't argue with any of that. I think that's a great message. I tend to agree to pretty much all of it. Was there a point where it almost broke you, where you were like, man, like during like the height of the shapeshift stuff, that you're just like, it's not worth it?
Yeah, there's been some dark times, and I mean, when those happen, the thing I try to look at is like, there have been far braver people that have risked way more than I have ever risked to fight for things that they cared about. So whatever struggle I'm dealing with, whatever losses I'm suffering, whatever brain damage I'm dealing with, it's nothing compared to what some of the people in the past have done. So to just like keep that perspective, I live a comfortable life, and if I can't at least take some risk and fight some fights and endure and struggle through some difficult things to help the industry grow, then what am I doing?
For all of you students listening to this right now, take note as you start to think about your next job, or whether to go work at Google or Apple, or how to explain to grandma on Thanksgiving that you're working in Bitcoin. And she asks you, she says that she heard it's for drug dealers. Just remember that there's many people behind the scenes here that are.
Fortunately, that doesn't happen quite as often. Like 2012.
Yeah, it's almost gone.
Yeah, if you brought a Bitcoin, someone would be like, "Oh, that's for buying drugs," if they had heard of it at all. And at this point, almost everyone's heard of it, and most people don't bring up drugs when you start talking about it. So it is slowly creeping into society as like, oh, actually, this is just part of how the world works now.
Yeah. Well, and I'll add to one caveat to that. It depends on what country you're in. That's what I've been learning through various universities.
Yeah, probably.
I bought a site last year for fun. Everyone thought I was crazy. I just did like Bitcoin for Christmas, just literally to like teach grandma how to like give away Bitcoin, and how to answer questions at the dinner table. But so I want to kind of bring a few things together that you've been talking about. So I think, I guess, and I'll go on for just a minute here and say, I've always been intrigued by what I thought. I grew up, like, as I mentioned, I grew up in Las Vegas, right? So I saw the real estate market hit there like worse than almost any other place in the U.S. I was 20, 21 at the time. I had my first company, and it was like doing these massive home automation systems and watching all these real estate prices crash. So I kind of saw the world burn right in front of my eyes when I was young. Never forgot that. And then I think realizing later that Bitcoin kind of came around that same time, right? And then I think what the world's going through right now, and I think the big market crash, Bitcoin crash, right, just a few months ago, and then kind of with a massive resurgence in DeFi, I think how do you kind of draw those parallels to where the world is now? And I'll add one other caveat there. Like, I think when we talk about like fairness and kind of stacking the decks against people, one of the things that always irked me, and after Vegas, I lived in Silicon Valley for a decade, so I kind of learned that tech VC world, right? And like always seeing like accredited investor aspects, for example, always used to irk me because it's like, it doesn't add up essentially. Like only if you're rich, you get to buy into this really world-class investment to like compound how rich you are. But if you're not rich enough, you don't get to play, right? It's almost like an IQ test. Like if you have this much money, you're aware of how you can spend your money. But if you're off by $1, so like, do you think that partially this is people acting out a little bit, that like they feel like they can quote unquote invest in things to a certain extent and like they want to take that risk?
Yeah, I mean, everyone likes to invest in something and make a bunch of money quickly, right? Like that's kind of a universal thing. The place where you can make super asymmetric bets and make, 100x returns really only exists in the super high risk early stage of a project. And generally that is the realm for, for angel investors and VCs, millionaires that have made a bunch of money already, and they are permitted to invest in those kind of things by the SEC. And that sucks. I mean, the public generally, when their first ability to get into stocks is at IPO levels, where the company is already, $1 billion company. Most of its fast growth already happened, and definitely it's a safer bet at that point once it IPOs. But that should be up to the individual, right? Like whatever you want to do with your money, if you're not hurting people, that should be your call. And you're going to wreck yourself sometimes, and that will teach you. And that's how people learn. I've certainly lost money on lots of bets, and I went into it with eyes open, and it teaches me as well. And so this notion that people should be protected from themselves when they have shown no sign that they can't make these decisions, right? They're not like clinically insane or something. That's just to me, that seems very antithetical to an open market, to the principles of what, America is supposed to be about, at least. And crypto comes along and is basically like, well, we're just going to do it anyway. We're going to build all sorts of things. It's going to move so fast and in so many directions and in so many strange ways that no one's going to be able to keep up with it. And have at it. And so you get this incredible explosion of innovation. And with that innovation comes a lot of crap, right? And this is important too. Wherever there is fast growth, you'll get scammers arriving, and you'll get idiots arriving who come up with stupid ideas that are bound to fail. And so the noise gets loud, and a lot of people get distracted by that. They get led down the paths that are bad. But that's part of the process. And if you don't want to be involved in that kind of risk, then just stay out. Anyone has that ability. So yeah, I never condone scams, obviously. And if someone is scamming people, like actually defrauding others, that should be a crime, and there should be some kind of punishment for that. But if you're just creating projects and you want others to invest in those projects, that should be between you and those investors, period. End of story.
Got it. So what do you think is going on right now? I mean, like, do you think that there's like a renewed like hype in the space? I mean, it seems like the last 3-4 months, I mean, it's like there's some kind of marketing that was like DeFi, and then like
it's been pretty crazy to watch. So yeah, Bitcoin has gone through several of these big speculative bubbles, 3 or 4 since I've been involved, and they're 1 to 4 years in length. So it's kind of like a long wave kind of process. And within those bubbles, there are various other chapters and narratives and things that people get excited about. In the 2017 bubble, which was the last big one, it was these ICOs, basically the ability of a project to create a token and sell those tokens, and they would raise crazy amounts of money, 20 million, 50 million. Some of them raised over $1 billion. And then they used that money to build a project, or some of them were just total scams and they ran away with the money. But that phenomenon of essentially crowdfunding with no friction into projects that had massive potential and immediate liquidity, because these tokens trade right away. So unlike a normal startup, when you invest in it and it's illiquid for 5 years, and maybe someday you can sell it at an IPO or something. These tokens are liquid, so you can buy something, and then 2 months later, if you're not into the project anymore, you can sell it, which is really, really useful. And so that just exploded. So that was the 2017 bubble. And the thing about bubbles is that they fall apart, they pop and they crash, and then a bunch of the noise gets kind of washed away again. And we're definitely not in a new Bitcoin bubble yet, but I think next year we will be. I think we're getting like back into the bull phase again. And in the meantime, there's this DeFi phenomenon, which is essentially these composable financial services, mostly built on Ethereum, because Ethereum has smart contracts that you can program entire applications on the blockchain, whereas Bitcoin is more simple and is for like simple transactions of one person to another, which makes it better in some ways as a form of money, because since it's more simple, it's not as risky, not as many things can go wrong. But in Ethereum, they've taken this approach of let anyone do anything and build all these crazy complex contracts. So you have all this experimentation happening in DeFi. Again, a lot of it is really noisy, and a lot of it is kind of scammy, and a lot of it is going to crash and go to zero. But some of it is really, really innovative and really profound. So, it's something that if people are going to learn about, they need to dedicate time to learning about it. It means diving deep into it, not just reading 3 articles and going and YOLOing into some latest trend, because that's a horrible way to do it. So yeah, there's a lot of stake there and a lot of sizzle, and it's hard even for the people that are in the industry to know which is which all the time.
So what excites you then, I guess? Are there like specific products? And I think like when I even started looking at it, like I was busy, like you're saying, like the last few months, I was watching it, and like people are telling me about it, and I'm like, man, like if one more person like comes into the office and is like, dude, are you bought? And I'm just gonna like turn around and snap, like, right? So it's like I think to break it down, and I just pulled up some notes, right? So I think there's lending and borrowing. I think you could say stable coins are part of it, DEXs, derivatives, margin trading, insurance, oracles. What parts of that to kind of distill down DeFi? Because I think it's from a messaging standpoint, I think that's probably what people are doing wrong right now. They just made it acceptable to say DeFi, and it's like people just kind of their eyes glaze over. Like, what do you think of it as? Like, if you make it tangible?
Yeah. So it's one of those loose terms that like can mean a number of things, and that's why it's a little problematic. Like it stands for decentralized finance.
That's why this one is dangerous in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like I've seen projects that have been dead for 1.5 years, just like, oh, all of a sudden their token's going crazy because now they have some staking or some.
Yeah, it's exactly the total same phenomenon as the .com boom, right? When everyone could just add .com to their name and they were like 10x the value.
Well, I think it's the same as blockchain a little bit too. Like everyone started calling their projects blockchain in 20. So I see some similarities, but anyways.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, basically what it means, decentralized finance, the most broad definition includes, I would say, all of digital assets, all cryptocurrencies, right? Like Bitcoin was really the first DeFi project. But when people use it colloquially, they're talking more specifically about more recent projects, almost entirely built on Ethereum, which are largely oriented around these money market and lending markets where people can basically stake an asset and receive another asset because it's collateralized by the first. There are, as you mentioned, stable coins where people can basically have a cryptocurrency that is stable with dollars, and there's various mechanisms that allow that to happen. And when you have stable coins, you can lend those out. Other people who want to go long on a certain other cryptocurrency might borrow your stable coin to go long on that asset, and they will pay you interest on it. So you start getting these like complex cycles of money flows, some of which are very legitimate, some of which are kind of smoke and mirrors. And now it's gotten pretty ridiculous to the point where people create these projects basically named after foods. And like yams is the great one. Yams was really like the point where I started realizing like, okay, a lot of this is total nonsense. Basically with yams, you buy the yams and then you put them in a pool of liquidity, and then you earn more interest in yams on that. But the yams don't, there's no reason to have the yams. The only reason to have the yams is to have more yams, because you get paid more yams on your yams. So
that sounds like a utility token.
Well, without the utility.
Or sorry, the opposite of a utility token, non-utility.
So some people were buying this, like recognizing that it's kind of like a Ponzi game type situation where like if you get in early, you can make a bunch of money, and if you get out in time, you're good. And so it kind of had that game feel to it, but some people were also taking it very seriously, and they're like, oh no, yams are the future, and it's this like new way of doing things. So that's one of the projects that I just stayed the hell away from, and is very stupid. And there's even more ridiculous ones that have come out. So it's this big mix of like legitimate decentralized financial innovation of these pieces that can do all sorts of things that traditional finance does, but doing it in a decentralized way, which can be more transparent and borderless, and is really profound, combined with like all this nonsense of yams and, you know, like smoke and mirrors and just incentive schemes that don't have anything underneath them. And that's why when there are people that like say DeFi is the future, and they're right, and there are people that say DeFi is a scam, and they're right, and like it's a complex thing that people need to just.
I mean, I get irritated when I hear it, because when I hear DeFi is the future, I mean, I essentially hear cryptocurrencies with smart contracts that execute on specific parameters. That is the future. And then I'm just going back and like, isn't that what we've been talking about for like 3 years? Like, is this an innovation? Like, sorry if I missed something. Like, but I think sometimes the marketing is the innovation, right? Like I told, you know, I've been in startups my whole life, right? And I look at people sometimes and I say, even if there's a moment where somebody might be better than me, or I might be better than someone else, if no one knows my product exists, then it's pointless, right? And sometimes I think whether we like it or not, or whether it is the butt end of memes or whatever, like, you know, those things that kind of spark interest, I guess, depending on how they're employed or to what risk it can add value. But hey, and let me sneak this in real quick. But so one of the first applications I ever used in blockchain was Shapeshift, right? To convert a coin. This was years ago. So I feel like to a certain extent, you've kind of actually been in the center of this for a long time, right? Like, I need to make like some NWA thing, like, don't call it DeFi. Like you probably could have called Shapeshift a form of DeFi.
Well, one of my big sad regrets. So we created this thing called Prism back in 2016 and 17. It was built on Ethereum using smart contracts, and it was basically a way of creating a synthetic portfolio of different assets, where you don't have to own the underlying assets, you just own exposure to a basket of different things. It was really cool, very innovative, and it was sort of a side project that we built and launched to like kind of start testing and using in the real world. And ultimately, it wasn't our main focus, and there was too much regulatory uncertainty about how it would be treated. And so we decided like we just can't spend millions of dollars in legal bills like figuring out if this side project can be workable. So we sunset it, and that would have like blown up in the DeFi world, right? Like if we had just like kept developing that for the next 2 years, that would have been $1 billion project, no question. But we shut it down 2 years early because we were worried about how regulators would look at it. And we didn't want to spend the time and the resources to struggle through that. And so that just sucks. And like for every example like that of mine, I know there are tons of other entrepreneurs that didn't move forward with a project because they were too worried about the legal expenses or you know, getting thrown in a cage because they innovated in the wrong way. If you think about just like the damage that does to an economy, it's unseen damage. That what doesn't come to be is never seen or appreciated or counted. And these regulators, they look at themselves as like protecting the public. And whenever they, you know, go after a scam and find the person, they'll pat themselves on the back and cool, okay, go after those scams. But they chill and they scare the industry into not pushing forward projects or moving it more slowly or spending more lawyers than they would on engineering or customer support or anything that would be useful to the customer. So that just sucks, and I'm a little bitter about it, as you can tell.
Yeah, send me the code. I'll have the devs work on it some more. No, but I actually 100% agree with you. And like, I hadn't seen it to the extent until I got into the crypto space, right? And I mentioned earlier, like big law firms, hundreds of thousands of dollars bills, right? Like projects we passed on as an accelerator, right? Where it's just like, I think especially like 2018, 2019, living in gray areas is almost better for regulators, right? Because you don't have to act. And then people in turn, if you scare them enough, they don't act because of uncertainty that they're right. Like people are doing things based on hypotheticals, and it's kind of the opposite of what the law should be, especially if you can go back retroactively, I think, right? And kind of go after people. But let's talk about something which I think you would consider not scam, but I want to dig in a bit more. So where is Shapeshift's role in this? Like, what are you guys doing really well today? What do you guys have on the horizon? And how do you guys think you fit into that DeFi future?
Yes, so original Shapeshift was a way to convert one asset into another. There was no accounts, and basically it was just an easier, simpler way to do a simple kind of one-to-one trade of an asset. In 2018, we just came to the conclusion after millions of dollars in legal expenses that we could not offer that service without having KYC accounts anymore, which was really devastating emotionally to me and the team. It was horrible for our customers, has suffocated the business ever since. But since then, the company had been working on essentially a self-custody crypto platform where people could hold their assets, they could do their trades, they could send and receive like a normal wallet, they could track the value of their portfolio over time. They could do sort of all of the things that you might do at a Coinbase, but doing it in a self-custody way where someone is retaining control of their own keys. And that's really been like the core of what we believe in. I'm worried about the industry moving too far into a centralized side where everyone's crypto is just held by, a bunch of new PayPals. That will end up looking not so different than the financial world before crypto. So I think self-custody is really important, but I also recognize that people want it to be easy and safe and approachable. So that's what Shape's just been trying to do, is make self-custody easy for people and to help act as a counterbalance against that force of centralization. So right now people can use Shapeshift, on web or on mobile to hold all their crypto assets. They can trade. And basically it's just a way to hold and manage and interact with your crypto. So we, in terms of DeFi, we're definitely going to be integrating some of those protocols into Shapeshift. And the challenging part right now is figuring out like which one to do when, because every day I wake up and there's something new, and it's very noisy, but that's fun and exciting.
The other day I ordered food off an app, and then I would joke with my friend. I was like, well, I got to order this, but there's no coin for it. A few weeks ago, and I woke up and but I ordered that night before was like a coin. I was like, and I was texting him like, do you see this? He's like, yeah. And I think it was tacos. And then like I woke up and there was a taco coin.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
You could you might be able to throw a dart at the wall. This might be a good scientific method.
Yeah. Well, and to give your listeners a sense of the scale of this stuff. So Uniswap has become the biggest decentralized exchange. And I think last month they did like $5 billion in volume, something like that, which is huge. And I think on some days they've actually been higher volume than Coinbase. They're open source, and they got copied by SushiSwap, this other project. I don't know how long it took to copy Uniswap, but it got copied and rebranded as SushiSwap. A token was added to incentivize people to move their liquidity out of Uniswap and into SushiSwap. And like $1 billion of liquidity over a week moved between one to the other, just based on this like slight tweak to the model and an incentivized token. And so like the competition among these protocols is just so cutthroat. And I think Uniswap will end up still winning that battle, because I don't think there's going to be staying power with the clone. But it gives you a sense of like, you design something right, and it might only be a month of work, and you can move billions of dollars in assets out of one thing and into another. And like just the power that's happening with this technology is really, really profound. And again, people need to be extremely careful about where they're putting their money because it's all highly experimental.
Well, and you just reminded me of something I wanted to mention earlier, but I forgot. What I've seen that's interesting is, again, I've been in Silicon Valley for a while. I've been building, I have engineers. I know how hard it is to build blockchain. It's fucking hard. We've been dealing with it for years now, and it's still not easy, right? It's like making things decentralized across a variety of applications is not simple. And so I kind of understand this part, and I understand kind of what happened in 2017. I came a little late to that, I think. But I think in 2017, it's like there was a lot of money front loaded from investors or whatever, tokens or, that was like kind of on the promise of building things. And I was sitting with someone the other day saying, what I think is kind of intriguing about what's happening right now is that there's actually almost no investment, right? Like people are launching products now without raising like $50 million, right? Like at least from what I can tell,
the pendulum's starting to swing back toward raising again. But the way to think of it is like in that bubble, so much money gets poured into the ecosystem. And then the bubble pops, a lot of that garbage goes away, the scams kind of scurry off into the darkness. But some handful of very legitimate products had raised money and they spent years building. And so some of the stuff you're seeing now came out of being funded during that ICO boom. And now those innovations start triggering like a new set of like people getting excited about it. And a lot of companies are starting to raise money again that are in crypto. And so this will again get into a kind of crazy bubble at some point, probably next year. And that cycle will keep going.
No, definitely. I guess and I'm sure you're right. Like obviously this innovation didn't happen overnight, right? Like it takes sweat equity or whatever, whether it's cash fueled, people are hiring engineers or they're not sleeping and writing the code themselves. Like definitely people put in work. I just feel like 2017 was just billions of dollars with very some delivery, but on the scale of what should have been delivered, I would say.
It was billions raised on promises.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of those promises were broken. Some of them have been met, but that's the bet. When people are buying these early projects, it's a bet of will you deliver anything like what you're painting your vision, and most people don't. Either it's a scam or they tried earnestly but just couldn't do it. But most of that innovation never happens, and that's okay. That's part of the process.
Yeah, sure. Well, I know we're running here. I have one last question,
sure.
Or as much time as you got. But we talked about shapeshift, and you were saying like obviously you guys came to the conclusion that you had to meet certain regulatory requirements, etc. You're living in Denver. I know what I've heard from you talk earlier. You had lived in Panama for a bit. Are there ever moments where you're like, if I move this out of the U.S., etc., I wouldn't deal with this? And like, how do you cope with that? Like, how do you make that decision?
If it was that easy, I wouldn't be in the U.S.
Got it.
Yeah, where the company's based has very little bearing on what regulatory obligations exist. What matters mostly is where your customers are. So you could avoid U.S. regulations if you moved out of the U.S., never came back, like never visited, and had no customers in the U.S. If you satisfied those, then you pretty much don't need to care about U.S. laws. But I wasn't ready to do that. I like living in the U.S. This is where my family and friends are. I wasn't going to go live somewhere else and just kind of like constantly be hiding from the U.S. government. Maybe I should have. Like that's something I can vet later on in my life and look back at that. But I wanted to just kind of move forward and see where these contours were, and so where I live kind of didn't matter too much.
Sure. And I think I understand like a little bit of those moving parts, right? And not to ask like too personal of a question, but I just kind of want to understand because I'm sure you had like confronted that issue, right? Like,
we looked at every possible way forward, and there wasn't a viable one if we were going to be trading with customers. So that's really what got us.
Well, I'll leave it with this and I'll let you say one last thing. So for the students watching, I think it's actually been a weird year for them. I've seen it, right? Like they haven't gone back to class. their connection to blockchain, I think at most of the universities in the world, was kind of their on-campus blockchain clubs in a lot of ways, where they kind of built friendships, etc. What would your advice be to them? Like, not only sitting at home right now, or maybe not going to school, but kind of their education would have been disarray. Like, if you were in school today, how would you think about blockchain? Like, how would you be thinking about it?
Well, if you're at all of the engineering type, like if you're going for computer science or anything, I think the opportunity in decentralized systems and in blockchains is huge now and will continue to grow for a while. So I think if you specialize in blockchains, you're going to have zero problem getting hired by a gazillion different companies. If you're not an engineer, you should just understand this stuff. Just learn about it. Be able to speak intelligently on what the difference is between different blockchains and what the trade-offs are, and just like understand this phenomenon of the world, because I think it'll help you a lot sort of later in life. And then just play around with it. Just use it. Meet people that are into it. Talk to them about it, and just like be familiar with it, because it is an area of growth and profound wealth creation and profound innovation. And that also, maintain a healthy degree of skepticism and be really careful.
All right, kids, you heard it there first. I don't know what to think of this interview. I had a good idea, but you seem like a really good guy, to be honest. And I feel like you're trying to do some good stuff. Yeah, well, for what it's worth. I feel like you're trying to do some good stuff. I feel like you have probably a good heart. Like I said, I heard you mention morals multiple times. I know we don't know each other that well. I kind of live along the same lines. And, again, we've had a good chance to meet a lot of cool people, I think, throughout these conference processes. And for anyone that doesn't know Shapeshift, go check them out. For anyone who doesn't know about Eric, I suggest, Google him and listen to some talks from 7 years ago, right? That's what I did. I think you can get perspective that some of these opinions have weathered the storm a little bit. But Eric, thank you very much for making the time to speak with me. And any last words before we go?
No, thanks for having me on, and have a great day. Stay safe.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I don't know what point we're here in the 72 hours, but keep watching, and we have some more cool interviews coming up. Thanks, everyone.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. DeFi. DeFi is an abbreviation of the phrase decentralized finance. It generally refers to the digital assets and financial smart contracts, protocols, and decentralized applications, or DApps, built on a blockchain that allows for permissionless access to lending and borrowing tools, among other things, from the traditional world of finance. One noteworthy difference is that DeFi allows one to earn significantly higher interest on their savings than that offered by traditional banking services.
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Arthur. Welcome to Reimagine 2020. Today with me, I have Nick from Telor, the only decentralized oracle. So definitely interested to learn more about how do the oracles actually fit into our sort of day-to-day usage of DeFi protocols, and also cover quite a lot of controversies in this space as well. Welcome, Nick.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, we're just jumping right into the deep end. That's good.
Yeah, for sure. So tell me, what is the purpose of an oracle? Why is it so important? I think everyone, by now knows the definition, but what is the, there's obviously so much more to it, right?
Yeah, so we sort of fell into the oracle world. So before we were doing Teller, we were actually we started a decentralized derivatives protocol. So we started that in 2017. It was known as Daxia. We were going to do long and short tokens on like Bitcoin or gold, and it was sort of a novel concept back in 2017, and now you hear a lot about it. But as you know, basically a derivative, you can boil it down to you're betting on the price of something. It's basically what all of these contracts boil down to is you're betting on the price of something, and the question always comes in, well, how do you get the price of that something? Because if you don't know the price, then you can't bet on it. And we realized that there was really no good way to do it in a decentralized manner. So if you have an Ethereum smart contract that says, pay this person if the price of Bitcoin goes up, or pay this person if the price of Bitcoin goes down, getting the price of Bitcoin into your smart contract is really tough, because smart contracts on Ethereum can't read outside data. So they can't just go check Coinbase's API or Binance's API. It just has to do with the architectures of Ethereum in the system. And so you need a method to have somebody do it, and somebody actually has to manually place that in your contract. So you can do like the naive approach, and you can just have the company, so say us, manually enter the value. Well, that's not really good, because then you're just trusting one person to enter the value and they can change it if they're betting in the contracts. And there's, and the next best thing is you can say have some third party do it. There's third party services that do that, or you can have some third party service that's, say, a multi-sig wallet that has a bunch of different people doing it. Well, we actually created a method for doing it in what we like to say is the decentralized way, or you actually sort of create a crypto economics system for making sure that the data is actually accurate. But yeah, so I think that's kind of the Oracle problem in general, is how do you get these sort of off-chain prices and off-chain information on-chain, and that's usually what's referred to as the Oracle problem.
And how does Teller do it then?
So Teller's a little bit, we sort of go back to the roots of crypto as far as how things work. So, if you want to validate a piece of data, the best way to do it is just to have people compete to validate it, kind of back to the old Bitcoin concept. So we actually have a network of staked miners, is what we like to call them. So if, let's say you're running your derivatives contract and you want the price of Bitcoin, you come to Teller and you say, hey, I want the price of Bitcoin. And then we have a network of miners. What they have to do is they have to stake 1,000 of our tokens in a smart contract. And then they compete at a proof of work challenge. So similar to Bitcoin, where they solve for some nonce, they solve the meaningless proof of work challenge and they submit the solution to our Ethereum smart contract, in addition to the price of Bitcoin. And once they do that, then if they lied, let's say the price of Bitcoin they said was $10 million, somebody can initiate a dispute and say, hey, he lied, and then he can potentially lose his stake. So it's a relatively simple mechanism, but it doesn't require any central party to sort of be in the way. Anybody can participate and anybody can dispute. And that's the system that we have, and we've been up and running for over a year now.
And how has that been so far for the past year? Because I think, nowadays not too many protocols go down the road of mining. So what was that process actually like, kind of in the early days, launching the basically who were the first miners? I'm assuming that you guys were, but how did that kind of process flow?
It was super fun. So we launched in August of last year, and we had I was the first miner, and we had the team, and we just started passing it around to our friends and people who would come to a meetup in Willing. And there was a time in August where our friends who were mining, they're I'm spending $20 a day in gas to mine, to get 100 of your tokens. I don't know if this is necessarily worth it. But then in September we got listed. So our first exchange was IDEX. And it sort of started to take off once they could sell the tokens, and kind of mid-September it got so competitive we lost the ability to mine our own coin because the difficulty was so high.
What does that mean?
Well, so in proof of work systems, it sort of the difficulty goes up, and we didn't have enough GPU power to mine our own coin. There was some serious bigwig GPU miners that started coming on board in September, and it was sort of a lot of even big CPU miners were coming on, and that was pretty early. And then we had in November, December, so some of the pools started to come on board, and then by March time, it was literally all just giant, the hash pool, F2 pools, the big guys there. And that's kind of where we're at now. Now it's FPGA pools, not even GPU pools.
Wow.
So it's, it's been a wild ride, but it's, we did something different. So we didn't have a pre-mine on our coin or anything. We just sort of minted from zero. And the miners were really the first people who got access to the coins. And I think it really helped us because it was, miners are sort of awesome community members, because they're actively doing something and downloading the code and trying to pay attention to everything that you're doing. Whereas a lot of times just normal speculators aren't really as engaged. So we had sort of a community of really technical people. Everyone who bought our coin for the first 5 months bought it on a DEX. That's the only place we were listed. So you either bought it on a DEX or mined it. So it was it was a community of people that sort of knew knew the space pretty well, and I think that really gave us an advantage, which was cool.
So I mean, I guess like, you know, then if you have, like you mentioned, like FPGA pools mining, you know, then that's kind of the kind of like the ultimate validation to you as the builder, right? Now you're really in the sort of the big leagues in terms of also security of the network. Am I right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's, you know, there's like pros and cons. You know, you like the big pools and you like the big guys, but a lot of times, you know, like it's always shocking to me, like whenever some of these big pools come on and, you know, like they don't even tell you, like you as the developer, you know, they're just like, you just see like like some new addresses are overtaking your network's hash power, and you're like, they haven't reached out to me at all as the lead developer in this protocol. And, you know, they have, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars put towards this, and, you know, they don't even reach out. And it's sort of cool to see that kind of, you know, I guess that's decentralization at its best, is whenever people do it and don't have to tell you. So
has there been any kind of events of some of these large miners trying to pull some like funny business around the network, or kind of like to try push it to its limits?
Not necessarily with, you know, any of the really large
either
ones.
Deliberately or not.
Yeah, so we've had some issues. So, you know, we have disputes on our network where, you know, if you lie, you can get disputed. And like early on, like there were a lot, just because like people were writing their own code and not testing it. And you know, sometimes we even had some of those problems with really big pools, you know, like where they would be like, you know, usually whenever like they would get disputed, then they would come to me and they'd be like, hey, what happened? And I'd be like, you can get disputed. And they'd be like, really? I had no idea. And you know, I'd be like, well, are you running our miner? So, you know, like we have mining code up, and they're like, no, we wrote our own. And I'm like, I can't help you guys. You know, like we literally put out a reference implementation. Can you guys like at least but yeah, so, you know, every once in a while, we haven't really had anybody try to attack our network too much. Besides, like really early on, there was some funny business as far as people would try and find bugs in the miner code or in the contract code. But we had sort of dealt with that, kind of, which was fun.
Got it. And and I guess like, and now you guys have been working on and are, I guess, gearing up to release the version 2. So what have the main kind of learning points been over the past year for you?
You know, a lot of the learning points kind of go into just trying to get people to adopt the thing. You know, so we have this Oracle out there, and you want to get people to actually use it. And it's always, you sort of know it and you hear it, but, you know, the development cycle on any project is a long time. So, you know, like if you're a derivatives protocol, or you're a protocol that's starting to build, and you're looking at, you're like comparing different Oracle designs, you know, like if you're actually doing it properly, not one of these like DeFi protocols that launches in a week, you know, most of them, they take 6 months to launch. You know, they'll come to you and they want to build it right, and they want to do an audit, and it's a lot of work. You know, it's a lot of kind of hand holding, and we've sort of had the opportunity to work with a lot of these teams, and you really get to understand what they want. Because, you know, like the actual number of builders and like serious projects in Ethereum, or kind of in crypto in general, like, you know, I'm sure, you know, it's probably like, you know, under 100 like serious projects in the space. Like it's not massive. So you can really almost just have a relationship with every single one of them, and know what they're building, and that's what we've been doing. And, you know, so we found out, so a lot of them want, you have this kind of inherent pull between what the technology can actually do and what customers and the users want. So, you know, kind of like with Ethereum, everyone wants DeFi to be really fast and seamless, and finality to be instant. And it's almost like, it's been a sort of our job as the Oracle of decentralization to be like, no, like Ethereum itself can't do that, much less an Oracle. Like you sort of need to slow down. But we did. So with V2, we sped up our block time. So now instead of taking 10 minutes to get your request back, now we're moving down to 5 minutes, where we're sort of 10xing the throughput in the network. And then we're just making some small changes to the dispute process as well, to sort of make it more secure. So those are some of the things that we're really excited about, yeah, for this piece.
Today, what are the kind of I guess how does Teller work? What are the sort of are there any what kinds of data can I do you guys basically support today, and how does that like process work? Even let's say that I want to start building using Telor as an oracle, but I want, let's say, a data feed that is not currently being mined. Is that the right term?
Yeah, so we actually have all of the data stored off chain. So like what the data, the sort of definitions, you just get an ID on chain. And this was sort of a decision that we made, you know, so like ID1 is the miners can sort of submit whatever they want for ID1, but like all the miners sort of collectively know that ID1 is the Bitcoin US dollar price. And that's good.
Okay.
So like if you wanted one, you would actually just make a pull request into the miner and say like, hey, we're adding this request ID means these things. And our data definitions are a little bit different than some other people. So like whenever you talk about an oracle, there's kind of a big difference in what the data actually is. So like if you have, you know, the price of Bitcoin at Coinbase, the price of Bitcoin that you can trade $100,000 at right now, those are three different prices. You know, and you don't necessarily know which one you want, and you know, like a lot of oracles will say like, hey, we go and fetch an API endpoint for you, and that actually didn't fit what we were ultimately trying to do, because if you ultimately are just fetching one API endpoint, then it's actually centralized, because that API endpoint can censor you at any point in time.
Right.
You don't want that. You don't want to have that risk. So whenever we say like the Bitcoin US dollar price, it's actually up to sort of, it's kind of this, there's a lot of ambiguity in what that means. So the miner, if one of them wants to go to Coinbase, one of them wants to go to Binance, usually we tell them like, go to all of them and take a median. That way you don't get slashed. But yeah, that way it's sort of a definition that it can't be censored, and you know, you don't know which one you're actually getting it from.
And it's actually like it is like a very big deal, like, you know, that when we're talking about essentially, you know, computers communicating with each other, and like you said, that there's, you know, let's say three different prices of Bitcoin, then obviously, and we're talking about, you know, automating everything, then computers can't exactly, you know, they're not going to meet up and, you know, to kind of, so guys, which one was which when there's like, you know, a misunderstanding that, you know, okay, what should we go with, or, you know, which is the most applicable, this all needs to be, you know, kind of like figured out ahead of time, right? So like these sort of like the potential like implications for kind of for if there is like some sort of like mismatch can potentially be, I mean, huge, right?
Yeah, but I think a lot of it goes into what kind of your vision for DeFi is. You know, like sometimes if you are trading on a specific exchange, you need the specific price at that exchange, and you know, like if you're trying to hedge some specific position, but at that point, like it's so overly specific, and obviously it's centralized with that exchange, that you probably want a different tool to do it than say one on DeFi, at least in our opinion.
And what's your vision for DeFi?
Yeah, so I mean, that's like, now we're just getting into something completely different. You know, I sort of differ with a lot of people. Like, you know, we tell them like we want to build things that are slow and secure. You know, DeFi, like it goes back to like, why are you building something on a blockchain? You know, like if you're building it on a blockchain, you're sort of okay with it being really, really slow and expensive. So you better really, really want it to be censorship resistant. That's like why, you know, in our mind, why you would be building something on Ethereum or Bitcoin or one of these networks. So if the focus is right, that you're building this to be censorship resistant, then the products will also sort of fit that. And I think a lot of DeFi isn't doing that at the moment. You know, they're trying to, what we see a lot of is people seeing, oh, you know, here's a cool idea that you can build in a centralized world, and now let's try and mimic it in this world a little bit, you know, or like
it's kind of like this like faster horse sort of analogy, right? That like, you know, we want to do exactly the same but better and on blockchain.
Yeah, and you know, it's like, no, like you can sort of, you know, like I'd say like even one of the problems with like the traditional world, like I'd say in the traditional world, we have too much financialization in general. So like, you know, like we probably don't need all of these financial hedging tools. We don't need faster, better stock trading. We don't need more high frequency traders. Like that's not what's missing. Like the spread is fine. Like it doesn't need to get smaller. Like if we would just slow down and then like actually like maybe, you know, you own the house you live in and it's not mortgaged out to a million different banks and cut and splice, like it would be okay. Like it's not a bad thing. And you know, I think like with blockchain, if we use it to like, you know, cut and splice every asset and financialize the entire world, like that's sort of a failure in my mind. I think it would be better if we use it to, hey, you can, you know, there's the traditional tagline of bank the unbanked, or you can use it to actually just build tools that, you know, now nobody can sort of tell you can't do this, or some, you know, nobody can shut you down if you're trying to take a position out on this. Like I think those are much more sort of noble use cases and ones that I think actually just fit better.
So your vision is more for DeFi to create a simpler world, not an even more complex.
Yeah, you know, because it's like everybody saw the dangers with the more complex world once it actually got adoption. So like whenever credit default swaps actually got adoption, or mortgage-backed securities actually got adoption, then everyone was like, oh man, like it's fine if one person is betting on my mortgage, but when the entire economy is betting on my mortgage, it's like not a good idea. And you know, I think like and you start to see it with Ethereum too, you know, like whenever like one person is betting on like shit token prices, like that's cool, but if all of Ethereum is doing it, it sucks. And you have these like, yeah, it's just like problems with coordination, and that's, you know, I hope that we can sort of just learn lessons, and let's like build something slower. Let's build something that actually means something, and let's think about what we're building and the consequences for the real economy, rather than just saying like we can do it, so let's do it. I think that's probably a wrong approach to take.
That's a great view, but and just to get a bit deeper into it, so you're saying that that like blockchains should be kind of, you know, or things that are built on blockchains, and blockchains should be kind of slow and expensive. What do you see as the what would the kind of, in your opinion, the best sort of like the lowest hanging fruit, like use cases then be? What should we really be like focusing on, in your opinion? If you could be Vitalik and, you know, commandeer the direction of Ethereum.
Well, I mean, the vision of having like these computing blockchains is great, and you want it to sort of be open and censorship resistant. And I think there's a lot of value to that. You know, there doesn't necessarily have to just be one use case. Like I'm sort of a fan of, you know, I'm not a big fan of saying like one chain's going to rule them all. Like I'm fine with a whole bunch of different chains, and we all have different use cases on them. You know, like the original, like I got into Bitcoin like with the original view of getting like decentralizing the money's supply, and like that's still a valid use case, you know, using it for payments and using it so that way, you know, like right now I'd say the big use case is like what in my mind, the ones that have sort of found, like if you look at what has blockchain found a product market fit for at the moment, I would say like you have no KYC AML for transferring large amounts of value. Like Bitcoin sort of did that, and, you know, same with storing value, and that's a good one. We're doing it great. You know, continuing to build upon that. And then Ethereum, you know, like you usually have to think about like what regulation are we arbitraging here? And like with Ethereum, like you had big SEC problems, like raising money and raising capital there were onerous regulatory requirements, and we built ICOs, and it had a product market fit for sure. And I think no, and I think that's actually a really good thing, you know, like having the ability to sort of pay early users and things like that. You can do something with that. You can actually create value by doing that. So you know, there's obviously a lot of, now it's just, there's a lot of speculation, and it leads to a lot of money grabbing situations, but the general idea of you can do this without any regulations, and you can reward early members in some creative fashion and sort of set your own inflation rate on how you do that, that's really powerful. And I think that's one that we've had. You know, as far as other ones, I think decentralized exchanges, to be honest, they're just about finding the product market fit. You know, the entire idea of non-custodial exchanges. I think that's that's one that's super awesome. I think that can take off. So, you know, like I think that's sort of the one that we've been seeing recently, and then from there, you know, I don't know.
AMM more specifically, right? Like this year has definitely been the sort of the year of Uniswaps, you know, coming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of AMMs, to be honest. It's, you know, like whether it's an AMM or an order book based DEX, you know, the ultimate thing. Like usually AMMs, you're just an automated. Yeah, an AMM is just sort of a really lazy market maker on your exchange. Like you just you like are just setting it like it's not that efficient. So I think you can actually have better ways to do it. But you know, it makes it really simple for people to do and plan things. But I think ultimately, like order books are probably the better option, especially once you get, you know, like true liquidity on something, like, and you actually have a use case. Like I think now, you know, order books really dry up and everything like that on a lot of the traditional dexes, just because if everything is speculative, then it can sort of go away. But once you sort of get beyond the speculative nature of it and you start getting into real use cases, then, you know, there is a buyer at a certain price. Like it's, you know, like when you like with, like if you have like, you know, if you look at like the commodities markets or something like that, like corn and wheat and something like that, like somebody's always going to buy it if the price goes low enough. But, you know, like with yeah, like with some coin that doesn't mean anything, like there isn't always a buyer for it. There is no actual use case that somebody's using it for yet. So yeah, of course it can dry up, and you might want the promise that it won't dry up in your code on Uniswap.
And you mentioned, so I guess like coming back to what we discussed like earlier, is that so like blockchains slow and expensive, and I think this is also really being kind of emphasized more and more as we sort of enter this sort of era of new gas, like, you know, where the new normal of gas prices. Does that impact Telor as well? Like you mentioned before that it used to cost $20 in gas last year per day to mine.
Yeah, no, it
what is that like today?
So like every time you submit a mining solution, you have to pay, like it costs like 1 million gas to submit the final one, and you get about 2 Teller reward. And luckily, like during this time of really high gas price, the TRB prices shot up. So like, you know, you submit a transaction that costs 1 million gas, and you get back, you know, now our token price is $30, so you get back like $60. So it makes sense at most gas prices, but then like whenever we shot up to like, you know, 400 GWh gas prices, it actually didn't make sense. So like now you actually had to, like, it was more expensive to submit the solution even when you would get the reward, and the network kind of froze. And we actually have, so what we actually rely on in our system, so like if you want to, whenever you're requesting the Bitcoin data, if you want to request it, you have to pay a tip. So you have to, you know, you have to incentivize the miners to go get it. And if gas prices are really high, say it's an extra $20, you would actually just need to tip more to actually get them to submit your data through. And that's why we built that mechanism in. And it's actually just that simple mechanism of like, you can pay the miner directly to mine your thing is actually pretty novel, because like a lot of other Oracle designs, you're like sort of relying on their good graces to push it through in high gas times. You know, we saw a lot of Oracles kind of fail along those lines because they just didn't submit a high enough gas price.
And before we get, definitely want to sort of hear your views of that, or like insights generally. But before we get into that, so you mentioned that it costs 1 million gas to submit basically a block on Telor, or for one miner to submit it. And so how many different, and there's it's 12 million gas per Ethereum block, right?
Yeah, something like that now. And
if a Telor block is every 10 minutes, how many different miners do you have? I'm just thinking that then
so
it's quite a bit. It's quite a few. You guys are. I'm just now like starting to kind of like understand like, you know, another side of how, like, you know, the Ethereum network is getting, you know, like where the sort of how the usage, or like, you know, how the sort of like what the day-to-day usage is made up of, regardless of essentially like market movements. What the sort of like the basically, if you take all of the volatility out when like everyone starts moving their funds at the same time, but what is the sort of like how the base is made up of? Because it seems to me that, I mean, it's a quite a pretty heavy. You guys are quite a heavy user then of Ethereum as well.
Yeah, I mean, before kind of the past few months, we were in the top 25 for gas users on Ethereum for like a 6-month time period, and now other protocols have kind of kicked us off, which is we're fine with.
Yeah,
but
it's not a competition.
Yes, no, not at all. So yeah, no, we're definitely a high gas user, and we're definitely looking at ways to kind of reduce it. So we reduced it a little bit with V2, just kind of did some gas golfing. But yeah, I mean, we feel the pain. It's just honestly one of those things like with an Oracle, if you need the price on chain, you have to submit a price on chain. It's sort of, there's not many ways around that. So, like if, like Chainlink, for instance, they're one of the top gas users on the network, and they've consistently been so for over a year. And just because they're constantly pushing price updates, and you have to do that. That's why, like ultimately, hopefully Teller eventually gets a lot of usage, because the way that Teller works is once the Ethereum price is on chain, then it's free for everyone to use, which kind of is different from other oracles. So like if your smart contract wants the Ethereum US dollar price, but somebody else already put it up on chain, you don't have to request it again. You can just use it. So, like
I think this would actually be very interesting to understand. Let's say to me as an Ethereum dApp builder, what are like the fundamental kind of like differences to, for example, using Telor as an oracle, to using Chainlink as an oracle, and using Band as an oracle? What are, like you mentioned that, so Telor is
so I can't really speak to Band. I don't,
Sure, of course.
Yeah, no, I knew their original design, and then they changed it, and I haven't done the research again.
That's fair.
Yeah. So no, but Chainlink's price reference data, that's usually the one that, that's actually the one that's live at the moment. So basically the way that they work, they have a smart contract, and they have a whole bunch of providers that are whitelisted providers by Chainlink, and they submit the data to the smart contract. As far as using it, there's probably not going to be much of a difference in terms of actually just interacting with it from your smart contract basis, but in terms of like cost and speed and some resilience, I think that's where you're going to get some of the difference. So, cost, so Teller's more based upon how much usage there is on Teller. So we're kind of, if there's not a whole lot of usage at any given time, it's really cheap. And then if there's more, it's kind of the Ethereum gas model for how expensive it is. Whereas Chainlink, you have to go sign a document offline and pay for them however much they charge to get data into your smart contract.
Really?
Yeah. So, like we don't, I don't think any other contracts are really open as far as how much people pay. People kind of speculate looking at wallets, but that's about it. And
this is something that kind of, I'm going to be honest, it doesn't get covered that much.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those things like we're speculating too. They don't necessarily speak too openly about it. But so it's, they have a bunch of whitelisted nodes, and that's kind of the big piece, because you're really just relying on Chainlink that they don't sort of unwhitelist everyone and walk away. So there's sort of a centralization point there. And that's probably the big difference. And then they also, like you're sort of relying on the good graces of them. They promise that they're going to update their smart contracts at a certain time, but like there's not really a crypto economic incentive for them to do so. You don't, it's sort of you signed an agreement with them, and you're going to hope that they fulfill it. So that's kind of the big differences. Whereas ours is mostly on chain, and they have some off chain pieces.
And but one more kind of like, I guess, like criticism I've heard is that like this kind of like the concept of like decentralizing this oracle, that from some point there isn't that big of like the return is like diminishing from adding another like validator if everyone is still pulling their price from the Coinbase API. Like that, what's the point of adding a new validator who does exactly the same thing as everyone else is doing? And if the data feed is still coming from Coinbase.
Yeah, I mean that's like the point. Like if you have one choke point, like why not just make it the
Yeah.
Oracle? Like, yeah, no, I would agree. Like it's always that way. Like you're only as decentralized as your least decentralized point. So like, no need to sort of paper over with all of these other things. And like I think like their response would be like, well, it's in preparation for like whenever the staking and all of the decentralization pieces are live. But it's I we don't know. So that's the best answer I can give.
It's a good answer. What are your thoughts on, so you mentioned, blockchain's slow. What are your thoughts on the kind of ambitions to create these fast blockchains? I think especially, like Solana is the sort of newest on the block.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm curious to see where it goes, because it's one of those things like if you have enough people move over there and enough people stake and decentralize, then it sort of makes sense. There's always sort of the, like we're definitely keeping an eye open for a lot of them. So, we've talked with people who want us over on these different chains, and we just want to make sure it makes sense, because if you have a centralized chain, then it doesn't really make sense to have a decentralized Oracle on it. So like we don't necessarily want to do that. And then usually the first thing
They have 100 validators.
Yeah, well, I mean, validators are meaningless, like numbers. Like, I mean, that's like, we could have 1 million staked miners if we just print ourselves tokens. Like you don't know. Like the only way, like, kind of like you just have to go back to like the old thing. Like it's, how long have you been live and how much money do you have secured? Like that's like the only thing that really matters. Like any of these blockchains that have launched a month ago, it's like, can you call us in 3 months or something like that? Like it's, they're just so new. You don't necessarily know. I think it's, whenever you're so new like that, you really just have to look at, like I like to just think about like, what do you like the team? Do you like the philosophy? Like why are they building it? Things like that. It's still that early for a lot of these chains. Because it does just, yeah, I mean, you don't know who the miners are, you don't know who the validators are, and anytime, yeah, I mean, anything like if you actually had 8 really decentralized nodes, like that would be fine. Like it's not like a numbers game. Like it's, you want it to be a certain philosophy of the community. You want it to go through some hard fork decisions. You want it to go through a hack or two. And then you sort of feel comfortable with how decentralized it is. Like if somebody goes and steals, $1 million worth of the team's money and they can't roll it back, like, all right, now we feel good about this chain. Like now it feels decentralized. But yeah.
Would you add fees to that list as well? Because like one of the things that is as well is like kind of with or that we've debated on internally is that, like, if something is, if you're getting essentially like, near free transactions, then where's the security coming from? Like, like what are your thoughts there? Should
yeah,
kind of like a blockchain be, you mentioned, I think, expensive, right? So
yeah, I mean, you have to look at the fees. Obviously if it's near free, like, there's probably not a whole lot of usage, and most of the times, like, it's fine because like the security, so like even the security in Bitcoin or the security in Ethereum, a lot of it just comes from speculation. Like you don't need, Ethereum had really low fees for a long time, and you had really high security because the minting, you have mining rewards and you have speculators so it's sort of, you're bootstrapping security by doing that, and that can work for a long period of time. So that's not necessarily a problem as far as the security piece goes, but ultimately, like once you're live for a few years, like you want to see some fees in the network. And like that, anytime you talk about these fast blockchains though, like I don't think any of them have solved the gas problem as much as they would like. Like even if Ethereum, to be honest, like I think if Ethereum scaled 1000x, I think in a year we'd fill it up and the gas prices would be right where they're at. It's just, I think the demand would meet it. And you could like kick the can down the road for a year or two, but ultimately, like it's going to be high value use cases and things like that. It's just you're not going to get a whole lot. And with these fast blockchains, I think a lot of people aren't, one of the biggest problems actually on Ethereum concerning the decentralization is actually just the node decentralization. So like I'm sure like everybody just uses Infura, and nobody runs a full node because it's ridiculously hard, and you can't do it you can barely do it on a computer now. Like you have to have a supercomputer to run an archive node. So think about
some of those like user stories of people that have been like mining Bitcoin for years, and then how they tried to set it up. I mean, to be honest, it's quite scary. But like how they've tried and failed to set up a full Ethereum node.
Yeah, and then I mean and that's like Ethereum. Like, so think about if your state is growing way faster, or you have like a lot of these other things. Like I'm concerned with how the nodes are going to look, and how much data you're going to have to be storing, and what the requirements hardware wise are going to be, just because if you want decentralization, you ideally want every single person running a node. You want a whole lot of nodes, and you want a whole lot of miners, and it makes it really hard. And I think that's like something that, sure, Solana has 100 validators, but like what's that going to look
Each
like?
one of those is basically like a supercomputer, right?
Yeah, like what's that going to look like in 3 years? Like is it going to be? Can anyone run a node? Like I don't know. Yeah, like you don't know, and that might be an issue. So like you don't want these Infura chains. Like that's probably my biggest criticism of Ethereum at the moment. I think would be a lot of, and I know people are working on it though. Like there's people who are working on having like, if you're running a light client, you can sort of contribute to a full node security or something like that. So there's a lot of research going in there, but yeah, it's definitely, you want to have more people doing things. And that's one of the, now we can even like step back from like what the vision for DeFi is on this. And it's like, what's the vision for blockchain in general? And like, I don't think you need to have blockchain supporting the masses. Like I don't think every single person needs to be using Ethereum, or every single person needs to be using one of these technologies. Like it's fine if it's a little bit hard to set up and it's a little bit slow and things like that. Like just the fact that it's there and you can use it, it sort of preserves freedom in general. So like I actually pointed to like with kind of the whole Tor system for music. So like just the fact that you can go pirate music actually makes music cheaper. So like it's that limit there that sort of is the check on people making music really expensive. And as long as you sort of have that ability, then it sort of prevents these oligopoly rents from taking place. So that's why I think like with Ethereum and with Bitcoin, if you have the option to do trustless banking, and you have the option to store your value in these other assets, that in and of itself prevents the state from sort of pissing people off and stealing all their money. So yeah,
it's a pretty good view. Yeah. And what are your thoughts on that? So I guess you mentioned that very few people run full nodes, and that it's it's a kind of ever growing problem. What are your thoughts on the sort of some of the the layer 2 solutions that are coming out, and some of like the sort of like more innovative sides from there, like ZK rollups and stuff?
I think they're very promising. You can do a lot with it. It's just a lot of it's really early research still. Like I remember in 2018, we were all talking about Plasma, how it was going to be the savior of Ethereum, and here we are. It sort of failed to live up, and I think a lot of it too, like with the ZK rollups, like it's still really complex to use, and people aren't really used to it. So I think it's just going to take some time to sort of get adoption with any of these things. Like you look at like kind of like I was talking about, like AMMs taking off. Like they're taking off because like it's simple and easy to understand. What's going on. People inherently like to be able to understand things, especially in this space, because there's so much. We all went through like the ICO bubble and things like that. There's so much hand waving over the technology that it would just actually be nice to actually understand how it works and get a grip on it. So making sure that your protocol can be understood is really big. And then whenever you add like, we're going to do a ZK rollup into a plasma chain or something like that, people are just like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm out. So yeah.
I'm totally blanking on the name right now, but there was a and it's someone was telling me how it's like surprising how it's not really talked about that much. But there was a successful plasma chain. I'm totally blanking what the name of it was. It was the one focused on gaming, which I think had like this crypto zombies running on it and so on. It wasn't Keep or it's like 4-letter word. But anyways, I guess sort of like moving back to sort of to Telor specifically. So what does Telor kind of need help with today the most, and sort of I guess for the next couple of months?
So it looks like gas prices have come down a bit, which is awesome. So, you know, like we were like really worried there. We were like, oh man, if gas prices go up to 1,000 and stay there for 3 months, like everybody on Ethereum is going to be bailing ship looking for another chain. But luckily,
what would the second chain be for you today if you had to build on one?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, a lot of people have moved to like just usually a layer 2 is the quickest one to go to. So like a Matic or an XDAI or something like that. Just going to keep things going along. You know, usually it's easy to follow where your users want to go and where people are going. But yeah, I mean, and I think that's going to be like, if there ever is a crisis, it's going to be, you better be Solidity compatible because we're not going to be able to rewrite everything. But yeah, I mean, so Teller, right now we're relaunching our V2. You know, we'd love to, if you're building and you need an Oracle, let us know. You know, we'd love to go and talk through. We love walking through and building those things. So we're trying to find a lot of customers. We're also hiring. So, you know, we're trying to expand the team, trying to find good developers in the space who want to build cool things that actually make sense. That's kind of where we're at right now, is focusing on trying to find the real users and really just support them wholeheartedly in what they're building.
How do you, so I'd actually be interested to know about that. How do you find the sort of the hiring process and the kind of like talent market right now, especially like for protocols such as yourself? Do you guys do you have like a hard requirement for do you only look for like blockchain and crypto developers, or is that
most of the time we want that, just because I think we want people who sort of, you want the cultural fit to be right first. You know, you don't want yeah, I mean, you don't want somebody who's just a developer who's in it for a job. Like you ideally we'd want people who are passionate about this, who are passionate about, you know, why we're building on Ethereum, why we're building these things, and because that's going to be the employees that, you know, can stick through the next bear market or something like that. So, you know, we want to make sure that we try and find those right cultural fits first of all, and then, you know, as far as, but, you know, at the same time, like we are open to hiring normal developers if it's just kind of if the person's right. I guess it's a kind of wishy-washy answer, but it's tough, you know. And yeah, I mean, like, so we're actually right outside. We're outside of Washington, D.C. here in the U.S. And so the 3 founders, we all knew each other in person before we started Teller, and then we actually just hired our first external hire last month. He lives in Brazil. So
I was just going to ask whether you guys have gone, you know, are you remote or
yeah, well, everyone
in Washington.
Yeah, so we're remote just due to COVID. But it looks like, you know, we're sort of open to being remote for a long time and remote, because there's, to be honest, Washington D.C. is not sort of a hotbed for blockchain developers.
It's not really known for that, I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Well, there's actually a lot of so government contractors. So there's a whole bunch of people who know IBM Hyperledger, and then, you know, like, which doesn't necessarily help.
Sure, that's helpful for your hiring.
Yeah, not really. So, you know, we
you
like
mentioned the culture fit side, right?
Yeah, like we don't need a IBM Hyperledger developer or anything like that. We want somebody who, you know, has a passion for it, and that's what we're looking for. And, you know, obviously there's now 4 of us on the team, so it's just somebody who's flexible, somebody who wants to just do a deep dive into everything in the space. So
And you mentioned you are still actively hiring.
Yes. Yeah. So whenever this comes out, we will be. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of just across the board. We're actively hiring, and hopefully the DeFi boom can continue and we can keep it up.
Is Telor's kind of focus mainly for what's the kind of like the ideal sort of like use cases of Telor? Is it like DeFi apps? Can it also or is your vision also like non-financial apps? Let's say like, I don't know, like betting or something like that, or
Yeah, I mean, I think the broad categories would be, there's like derivatives, stable coins would be one, and then kind of insurance protocols, and then obviously like gambling pieces as well. But just those would be kind of the next pieces, and those would be the ones that we want to sort of find and support the right teams building them. We built Teller because we didn't like the oracles in the space, and that's like we always tell people, like, if we actually have enough money just from the token price going up, like we'll build some of the protocols we want to see in the space, and hopefully we can hire and do that.
That's awesome. And I mean, like, such a great journey you've sort of you've had so far as well. I mean, I know you're super busy. Just a couple of sort of let's call them rapid fire questions to sort of to get for our compilation we're putting together as well. If you had to say yes or no, will ETH 2.0 staking come out this year?
No.
If you had to describe DeFi in one word, you can take your time.
DeFi in one word. Yeah, I mean, it's just fun. I think that's fun is definitely the word. Yeah, it's been a blast. People are crazy.
Yeah, no, actually, I don't think I've had a single duplicate answer there. So it's
nice.
Kind of it's pretty good. Anyways, thank you so much, Nicholas from Telor. This has been an awesome conversation, and wish you the best of luck with the version 2 and the vision of Telor.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So hopefully I can talk to you again soon.
We have some breaking news this just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Smart contract. A smart contract is a self-executing contract where the term of the agreement between the buyer and seller are written into and executed by lines of code. The code and the agreements contained therein exist across a distributed, decentralized blockchain network. Small contracts permit trusted transactions and agreements to be carried out among disparate anonymous parties without need for a central authority, legal system, or external enforcement mechanism, making them perfect for decentralized financial applications.
Hi, everyone. I'm Arthur, one of your hosts at Reimagine 2020. Today, I have with me Nate Hindman from Bancor Protocol, one of the earliest AMM or liquidity pool protocols around. So definitely excited to hear about Nate's background, Bancor's background, and what's to come. Welcome, Nate.
Thanks for having me. Really good to be here.
So, I mean, let's dig right in. Can you tell me a little bit what is Bancor and what do you do?
Yeah, so Bancor is an AMM protocol. By AMMs, we mean automated market makers, or some people call them liquidity pools. But it's essentially a new way to build exchanges from the ground up, where the liquidity can come from anyone, as opposed to traditional exchanges where they're professional market makers that run order books. AMM liquidity pools or automated market makers run fully just based on code. So traders are trading against code. The trades are managed by on-chain token reserves. And it's really a way to build sort of a new form of decentralized exchange, which is, like I said, where the liquidity comes from everyday token holders as opposed to professional market makers. And so that's what Bancor protocol really is.
Got it. And you guys have been around for quite a while, right? 2017, if I'm not right,
Yeah,
if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, so Bancor was sort of building on the primitive and had this idea of deploying automated market makers on Ethereum in early 2017. And then the network went live in June 2017. So you could say it was one of the first, if not the first, DeFi protocols to emerge.
Got it. And I guess, and to a sort of, to a rookie user, it is from a usage point of view or a functionality point of view, it's similar to Uniswap, right? But with the key difference being that there is Bancor has a token, right?
Yeah, so it's very similar to Uniswap. Uniswap was heavily inspired by Bancor. Essentially, each automated market maker, the most common form is they have two token reserves. One is the sort of base token that is being provided liquidity, and the other token is an intermediary token. So say in the case of Bancor, I wanted to trade between DAI and let's say, give me a token, SNX.
Sure, SNX.
DAI and SNX, that the trade would essentially go from DAI to BNT and then BNT to SNX. And that would be trading between those two liquidity pools, one being the DAI paired with the BNT pair, and the second being SNX paired with BNT. Then Uniswap came along and built these liquidity pools with ETH in their reserves. So it would be DAI and ETH or SNX and ETH. And then what we sort of realized as the years went on is that any asset can be paired with any asset. And so in Bancor, you can pair any two pairs. It doesn't have to be BNT. And likewise in Uniswap, it doesn't have to be ETH. It can be any other reserve pair. But something we really discovered that was sort of key in our own evolution is that users, when they're holding a token and they want to provide liquidity to that token in the liquidity pool, they don't necessarily want to split their token into the reserve asset. They want to hold their 100% long exposure. So really a key part of Bancor v2, which is just in its beta phase and coming out of its beta phase in the coming weeks, hopefully, is to have 100% single token exposure. So as a liquidity provider, you can provide liquidity, say, to the SNX pool and retain your 100% exposure to SNX without splitting it into BNT and taking on exposure to BNT, or without taking on exposure to ETH. Because we found that when you take on exposure to another asset in the reserve pair, it can create some pretty complex risks for liquidity providers, where they can find that providing liquidity can lead to them being worse off if they just held the token on its own in their wallet. So we can dig into some of those risks and some of the features of V2, but it's important to establish the sort of basic structure of the kind of AMM or liquidity pool.
Absolutely, and one of the risks that I think you described was the impermanent loss, right?
Definitely, yeah. So that's just a really kind of the biggest challenge that AMM pools are facing today. In addition to not being able to retain 100% exposure to the token, it's this idea that if you're staking liquidity inside a pool, the prices of the assets in the pool can move such that when you pull the asset out, so when you exit the pool, you're worse off than if you had just held the tokens or the token on its own in your wallet. And so up until now, the real bet that liquidity providers have been making has been that the fees that are generated by each liquidity pool will be greater than the impermanent loss that you suffer on your tokens. And so by fees, I mean each time a trade is processed by a liquidity pool, it generates a fee that the trader pays. So a trader trades against a pool, let's say in that SNX BNT pool, they make an SNX trade, it'll take a percentage of the trade. Now in Uniswap, that percentage is fixed at 0.03% of each trade. In Bancor, you can set, the pool manager can set the fee to any fee that they want. And so the higher the fees, the more the trades will cost for the traders, so there'll be less volume, but then the higher the profitability there are for liquidity providers who are staking their tokens inside the pool. So it's really finding that sort of key balance between bringing in enough volume and having it being compelling enough for traders, and also having it generate good returns for liquidity providers. The way these pools work, and I know I'm kind of rewinding a bit, is that the higher the liquidity there is in the pair, the lower the rates of the conversions are. So the lower the slippage that you will get charged as a trader. So the key is to really attract a lot of liquidity inside the pool. As the liquidity goes up, the slippage that a trader will suffer will go down, and the more volume you can generate, the more fees you can generate for the liquidity providers. So the key issues that our new version, Bancor v2, is really trying to solve is, one, the single token exposure, and two is how do we mitigate the risk of impermanent loss for liquidity providers? How do we ensure that even if there's very dramatic shifts in the prices of either reserve asset, how do we make sure that the liquidity providers really aren't getting sort of so-called wrecked, which is really the case in most existing AMMs today? Is that clear?
Right, and I'm sure it's kind of it's happened to many of us. First of all, that when I have wanted to, for example, provide liquidity to a pool on Uniswap, then the first discovery point is that, oh wait, like I need to hold two assets. Okay, right, and then you kind of then you figure that out, and then you kind of, and then afterwards, you never really know what you're going to get out until until you actually take it out, right? And
yeah, I mean, really I guess what's kind of happening behind the scenes is we're seeing a massive transfer of wealth, really, from liquidity providers who, like you said, don't have too much visibility into the returns that they're generating, and can often see when they pull out that the liquidity is worth less than if they just held it. And you ask, well, who's making that money? Well, the answer is arbitragers. So arbitragers are really key to how AMM pools function, right? Whenever AMM pools are completely disconnected from external markets, right? They don't automatically update based off of some price feed. What happens is if someone trades against a pool, an arbitrager comes in to make the opposite trade and really balance out the pricing. As you trade against a liquidity pool, it changes the prices that it offers the assets at. So arbitragers play a very key function in this ecosystem in terms of balancing prices. So really what we're seeing in the AMM ecosystem right now, and it's kind of below the radar, is as you say, a lot of these liquidity providers are losing tons of money, and you wonder, where is this money going to? And really there's a massive sort of transfer of wealth that's happening from LPs, liquidity providers, to arbitragers, who play a really crucial role in balancing out prices in these AMM pools. But at the same time, sophisticated traders are coming in and extracting value from these liquidity pools. And it's really coming at the expense of LPs and in the form of impermanent loss. So we're seeing the vast majority of trading that's happening on AMM pools is really these arbitragers that are coming in and taking advantage of these price inefficiencies. And the structure of the pool is set so that the LPs can really, if there's a decent amount of volatility in the markets, can really end up suffering quite a great deal. And the winners in this case are the sort of arbitragers. And so a real key feature of V2 that we really set out to build was, how do we set up an ecosystem where arbitragers can play this crucial role of balancing out prices and making sure that the pool is offering prices that are aligned with the external market prices. But how can we set up a system where the LPs aren't losing so much money and forking over so much of their liquidity to these arbitragers that come in and really create this large amount of impermanent loss in most cases?
And these arbitrages are essentially arbitraging between centralized exchanges and the pools, I'm guessing then, or
it could be any place. It could be actually most arbitrage we probably see is between other dexes, whether they're based on order books like 0x, or they're based on AMMs like Uniswap and Bancor. So there's a lot of arbitrage that happens between those protocols, and there's also a lot of arbitrage that happens between centralized and decentralized exchange protocols. So really anywhere an arbitrager can buy, high and or buy low and sell high and use the AMM pool as a sort of base for doing that, they will do it. And again, this is a crucial part of AMM pools to balance out the pools, but they're designed in a way that the LPs are giving up too much to arbitragers, and there needs to be a redesign such that arbitragers aren't able to make so much off the backs of LPs. And we think we have a model with Bancor V2 that really allows LPs to protect themselves against seeing their stake go to nothing, because there's nothing worse than, say, being long on a token and say, I want to be long on a token. It's my favorite token project or one of my favorites. I also want to provide this service to the token project, which is to provide liquidity to their AMM pool. In so doing that, I'm creating this sort of liquid on and off ramp that allows users to trade in and out of the token with more ease. It's cheaper to do so. So I'm long on the project, right? But with the current AMM structure, if say the token price really shoots up a lot in the external market, the AMM pool is selling off that token as it's rising in price. And the arbitragers are coming in and extracting value from the pool. And so, the interests of the LPs should really be aligned with the token project, such that if there's a massive spike in the price, they shouldn't lose a lot of their money. It shouldn't be selling off all their tokens from the pool. And so this real effort with our V2 is to ensure that if you're long and you're also providing liquidity, that you're not going to end up just giving up all your holdings.
Right. So I guess, are those the two kind of main value propositions for the V2? Is that, first of all, I can deposit a single asset, and secondly is that I'm protected against impermanent loss?
Pretty much, those are really the two kind of key assets, and it's designed more so towards these sort of long-term token holders, because kind of what we've seen in today's market is we've seen the emergence of yield farming, where protocols are essentially giving away free money and they're dropping this yield on their AMM pools, whether it's in Bancor or Uniswap or Balancer, and essentially saying, if you stake your liquidity, your tokens in this pool, we're going to give you a certain amount of free money over a certain amount of time based on how long you've been in the pool. So this is effectively in some ways masking the issue of impermanent loss, because you're hoping that not only the fees can cover your impermanent loss, but also that the yield farming will, that the free tokens that you receive will. The thing is that giving away free money is not really that sustainable, right? So inevitably, it's the new sort of yield farmers that show up at a protocol, are able to stake very quickly in the AMM pool, and are able to, at the right time, pull out before the sort of yield farming fees or the yield farming that's dropped on the pool dries up. So in order to avoid impermanent loss. And then also what we're seeing with a lot of these protocol tokens in these sort of copy paste forks is that the token can dump pretty quickly after the yield farming rewards dry up. So as this kind of long-term holder, or someone who wants to participate in farming, you have to get into the pool at the right time. You have to get out of the pool at the right time. You have to ensure that the protocol token of the yield farming protocol isn't just taking a massive dump right after the sorry for the language there, but right after the yield farming rewards dry up. So it's kind of created this new type of, let's say, Deegan, they say, the like degenerate yield farmer that is constantly monitoring their farms, constantly shifting in and out of pools. And it's sort of taking us away from this sort of long-term token holder that just wants to set it and leave it, which was the original kind of promise of AMMs. You might as well, if you're holding your tokens in your wallet, you might as well put them to work. You might as well generate the sort of long-term interest on them and hold them in the pool without being subjected to this massive risk of impermanent loss, without having to give up your exposure to the token. And so that's what we're really designing V2 for, is, we recognize the importance of, generating super high yields, but we also recognize the importance of mitigating risk inside these AMM pools, and that people can't, people have day jobs. Not everyone is a full-time farmer. Not everyone has access to sort of the advanced tooling that it takes to properly manage your yield versus your impermanent loss and all that. So it's really a sort of set it and leave it solution. And we're really designing it too around rewarding yield farmers that are able to stake their liquidity inside the pool for a certain amount of time. So the sort of longer that you stake it inside the protocol, the sort of more you're being rewarded. And we think this sets up an incentive design that really avoids the sort of short-term, they call it kind of hot money liquidity that's just bouncing from protocol to protocol. Because as I'm sure you've seen, as a liquidity protocol or any protocol, as you turn on your liquidity rewards, you get a flood of liquidity providers. And as the rewards go away, it's not sticky for the liquidity provider. They're just going to go to the next, the next, the next. And sort of we're in this constant cycle of new protocols popping up, new yield farms popping up, the whales and the sophisticated traders getting in there fast, sucking up all the rewards and then moving on. And it's at the stage where it's not truly innovating on kind of the underlying primitives. It's more just innovating on the sort of yield farming and the token distribution, which is crucial and is truly innovation in terms of a growth marketing hack for liquidity providers to bootstrap liquidity. But you really need your liquidity providers to stick around in order to make it sort of, I guess, more accessible to the kind of long tail and the retail users who, are also token holders. So I know I went
right. And I guess no one has, I guess even crypto can't achieve sustainable 2000% yield, right? That has been kind of pretty sort of unsustainable dream that we've been living for the past sort of couple months.
Yeah, and I think.
But tell me, so how do you guys do it then? Let's get into it. Is there a simple kind of a way to explain how does the let's say the single asset pool, how does it work?
So unfortunately, we were at a stage where we released a beta of the V2 and have had to do some redesigning in order to release sort of V2.1. So the beta was totally crucial for us in learning the mechanics of how the pools work, really a sort of testing in production type phase that we've been in. And we've taken a lot of these learnings, and we've really made some pretty serious redesigns to the model. And so the sort of redesign and the full kind of specs of that will be coming out soon, but sort of given the kind of competitive nature of the AMM space right now, I can't share too much on the model for how the mechanics work, but I will say that it's kind of truly unique compared to a lot of the sort of copy paste AMM protocols that we've seen, like I've said, that are really, I guess more so innovating on the token distribution side, on the yield farming side, and haven't really designed an AMM structure that can effectively mitigate impermanent loss or can really allow for single token exposure. We haven't seen that. A lot of, we were the first to come out with V2 with the kind of the idea of these features. And having been in the AMM space for so long and realized these pain points, we sort of realized that it was a place that we truly needed to focus and offer these features. And so since then, we've started to see a lot of noise about people that want proper and permanent loss mitigation, want, they say, single-sided liquidity or single token exposure. We haven't seen an effective model come out yet. There's been some tries. We feel that our upgraded version of our V2, we're calling it V2.1, which we hope to be out quite soon. I can't give any specific dates, does truly deliver on these badly needed features. Unfortunately, I can't dive too much into the mechanics of it at this stage, but there will be a period of discussion prior to the audited code going live. So we will be sharing the sort of full specs on the solution, and at that stage, I hope you can kind of reshare it with your audience, and anyone can kind of come to Bancor to sort of see how everything works under the hood. I think a real interesting paradigm that we've had to face is how do you build a moat in DeFi? Like, how, given that everything is open source, everything is forkable, how do you design a system that encourages liquidity providers to stick around? Because like you said, the 2000% API, APY or APR is truly not sustainable. And it'll just lead to you spending a lot of your token, having very high inflation on your token, which your token holders suffer from. And you're really just giving away free money to liquidity providers that will just, go to another protocol the second the rewards start dropping. And your sort of long-term token holders, the people you care about most in your community, are sort of left holding the bag. We've kind of seen this happen a little bit with SushiSwap. We've seen it happen with a number of the sort of so-called food coins. And we've really designed our V2.1 to encourage liquidity providers to stick around and to reward them for sticking around. So to ensure that we're not really, blowing all our money on LPs that are just seeking the high rewards and just float to the next protocol. You can kind of think of your liquidity provider rewards as sort of like ammo or gunpowder, right? You only have a certain amount, and the key is to utilize it at a point where you can generate enough sort of demand for your service that the demand outstrips the cost of inflation to your holders. And so that's really what we've sought to nail, is this resilience against forks, against so-called vampire liquidity attacks, and to really build a moat around our liquidity that allows LPs to really stick around.
Got it. And I know that one other way that Bancor kind of stands out is that you guys are not only Ethereum specific, right? You also have a relationship with EOS. Is the V2 expected to also be available on EOS then, or?
So it's not just EOS. Bancor's a multi-blockchain. Since we use a protocol token, and what's really unique about our AMMs is the protocol token exists within every pool. So there's other AMM protocols like Uniswap or Balancer or Curve that have a protocol token, but the protocol token doesn't exist within every pool. So you end up with a bunch of different reserve assets. And in the case of a lot of these other protocols, it's the native blockchain token, ETH, that is the reserve asset. So it requires multiple hops between pools in order to get to a separate chain. And because Bancor uses BNT in each one of its pools, it's never more than one hop to a separate chain. So say I want to go into, let's say, Polkadot, for instance, Polkadot chain. I can go from the base token, let's say DAI, to BNT on Bancor, then wrapped BNT on Polkadot, and then into the DOT token. So it allows Bancor to more freely operate across blockchains because we have this intermediary asset that's not ETH. So Essentially, the goal really is to once we nail the core AMM structure and make it resilient to impermanent loss and allow for single token exposure, is to expand the model in the second phases of V2 to different blockchains, and that could be EOS, could be Polkadot, it could be any number of chains, but we definitely see that DeFi is not something that's while it's home and the core DeFi innovation is really being piloted, I'd say, on Ethereum. We see all sorts of utility, especially when it comes to high throughput and transaction fees on other blockchains. So it's totally crucial that once we validate the core AMM structure, that we move as fast as possible to implementing it on separate chains. And we already have the infrastructure with Bancor's cross-chain bridge that's already live, connecting EOS and Ethereum back and forth, that can be adapted to other chains. And not just other chains, but to Ethereum layer 2, to ensure that our layer 2 integrations are compatible with layer 1, and that we're not sacrificing the sort of composability that you get on layer 1 by integrating this sort of L2 solution.
Right, and that was actually going to be my my next question. That I guess one of the reasons why we're so much talking about even competing blockchains is the kind of ever so increasing Ethereum congestion and gas prices, right? And this has very heavily impacted obviously the AMMs and the DEXs and so on, and especially their customers. What are your kind of what are Bancor's kind of views on that? How has it impacted you, and how are you kind of approaching this scalability dilemma?
Yeah, it's a massive issue.
So you mentioned level 2s, for example.
What's that?
You mentioned level 2s, for example, and what are you guys sort of thinking there?
Yeah, it's a massive issue, and it's not just for traders. Traders obviously are facing the high gas costs, and if they want to go in and out of tokens, if they want to do that, but it's this increasingly important case of sort of use case where you're providing liquidity to the AMM, and if you have to factor in sort of massive gas costs to enter the pool and also to exit the pool, which can be more gas intensive transactions than just trading, then as an LP it can also really affect you too. And so the high gas fees are an issue for both traders and also for LPs, and we see layer 2 integrations is totally crucial and on our roadmap, but really the key is how do we integrate with an L2 and make it so we're not stuck on an island with only being able to be composable with other DeFi protocols that have built on that L2, and how do we ensure that L1 DeFi protocols can easily interact with Bancor's pools and can easily build on Bancor's pools, even if there's not an integration with that L2 service. So I think that the interoperability between L2 and L1 is totally crucial and something we need to see. But Bancor is moving forward full steam with an L2 integration, and it's something you should see shortly after the V2 goes out live in full release. And we're excited to get a sort of proof of concept out there and to really see the bridges built between not only L2 and L1, but also different L2 solutions.
Right. I mean, excited to hear more about that in the future. Then, what are your thoughts on, for example? So we've spoken obviously a lot about liquidity pools and AMMs, there's been recently, this, I guess, kind of resurgence of order book based DEXs, or one particular one on Solana, so the Serum network. What are your thoughts on how do you view the kind of order book based DEX versus a liquidity pool?
I think at the end of the day, the real advantage that AMM pools have over order book based DEXs is as a liquidity provider, the sort of idea that you can just set your liquidity and there's no minimum amount of liquidity that you need to contribute. There's no real, the technical barrier is super low, so the capital barrier is super low, the technical barrier is super low. And then as a liquidity provider, at least in the sort of true vision of AMMs, is you don't have to constantly monitor your stake. And so this was this innovation that allowed anyone to be a market maker. And I think where order books will always suffer in terms of building the amount of liquidity that AMMs can build is that order books just inherently require an active market maker. So someone who has enough capital, someone who has the technical efficiency to run a sort of market maker on an order book based system, and someone that also can monitor it and can constantly make sure that the prices it's offering on the order book are profitable. And so I think AMMs will always have this advantage. And I think we've seen as AMM-based DEXs have totally, overcome and increased beyond order book-based DEXs. I think by a magnitude, a huge magnitude. All the biggest volumes are happening on AMM-based DEXs right now, and I think that's really drives to the point of that. When your liquidity comes from the crowd as opposed to a small group of highly technical and wealthy market makers, that you can really build better liquidity. At the end of the day, liquidity is king. If you have more liquidity, then you can offer more competitive rates. So there's tons of other benefits that you get from a trader's experience from order book based DEXs. And I think there's a lot of interesting experimentation that's happening now that's sort of blending order books and AMMs and especially with aggregators that are able to pull orders in real time from both AMMs and order books. But at the end of the day, I think the advantage and the real innovation of AMMs is that liquidity can come from the crowd. They can be community owned exchanges where and I think that really drives to the ethos of DeFi in and of itself, that when you are able to offer financial services like exchange from a large group of people as opposed to this wealthy, small, elite class of, technologists, I think you end up with just more liquidity and more efficient models and more interesting ownership structures, especially doing order books. I guess another benefit of AMMs over order books too is the level of transparency you can get from an AMM. The fact that everything can be on chain. So you can distribute the revenue that's generated from trading perfectly fairly, because you know exactly who is providing liquidity and when and for how long, and you have this fully on-chain record of that. Whereas with order books, doing fully on-chain order books is not something that's really been achieved at scale. And so achieving the sort of same ownership dynamics is also, I think, a big challenge to order book based exchanges competing with AMMs. But I see a world in which probably both exist, and it's not a sort of zero-sum game, and different sort of blending of both the exchange structures is definitely going to happen, and definitely kind of ripe for innovation there.
Got it. Good answer. I know you're super busy, and we're kind of slowly running out of time here. I just wanted to, I guess when we talked about your kind of vision as well for the industry. I'd just be interested to know, what are the kind of the things that you're most excited about in DeFi specifically, and the things that you're least excited about.
Wow, that's a tough one.
Can start with either.
Oh,
and you can't say Bancor.
Yeah, sure. So most excited about, I'm really excited that we've gotten to a stage in terms of open source and composability that the DAO and governance infrastructures are set up such that we can finally design community-owned protocols. And I think that's really the power. And we've only really seen it come to fruition. You know, DAOs were a big deal in 2017, 2018, but they sort of never lived up to their hype. And finally, I think, you know, at the core of the most successful DeFi protocols are really an engaged community, and a community that can come up with the best ideas, collectively coordinate and organize around them, and really get them passed and get them built into these protocols. So I would say that the governance layer in DeFi is extraordinarily exciting. Bancor's governance is coming any day now. We have our DAO launching very soon. And we've found that some of the best ideas and some of the smartest minds that we end up working with on whether like a part-time or full-time basis, working directly with the core team, just come from random you know, from our Telegram chats, just people that are super fascinated from the community that can, you know, crunch our data better than we can, that have better ideas about, you know, the AMM pricing curve than we could ever have. So to really harness the collective wisdom of the crowd is something that's super exciting, and that's forming, and we find the infrastructure to do that with the governance layers that we have. So I'd say DAO and governance is what I'm most excited about. God, there's not a lot in DeFi that I'm not excited about. You know, I'd say on one hand, you know, the sort of Deegan, greed, casino, YOLO mentality has been it's kind of got a bad name, and I guess some might refer to that as sort of like, listen, we got into DeFi for democratizing access to financial services, and we got like Deegans and food coins. But so and we got, you know, just like a casino, which with all these wealthy, you know, connected crypto traders and VCs, just kind of like, you know, basically a kind of casino based on that. I do see that, though, as a really important step in getting towards this ultimate vision for why a lot of us got into this game, which it was to democratize financial services, and I guess the sort of classic, you know, bank the underbanked. We need the Deegans and we need the greed because not only, you know, I guess the biggest reason is the infrastructure for this stuff is really, we're in a creative destruction environment where stuff is getting forked and attracting billions or hundreds of millions in, you know, a matter of hours. And it's allowing the pace of innovation to really just go into hyperdrive. Like everyone in DeFi knows that this past few months has just been like mind-blowing, like the extraordinary pace of innovation. And a lot of it is because the sort of emergence of the yield farmer and the Deegan, which who have a very high tolerance for risk. And it allows protocols to launch with, say, unaudited code for things to get hacked. We wouldn't want to pilot this type of software on underprivileged or, you know, impoverished populations that need access to these financial services the most. You sort of need this degenerate YOLO yield farmer to really
to be your QA testers with real money.
Exactly, to be your sort of guinea pig. And some of them are doing quite well, some of them are not. but it's a super important phase. So, you know, I think I'll often see that sometimes there's some animosity towards this sort of emergence of this new type of DeFi user, but I think it's a crucial sort of step in the evolution of the space. And, you know, and I'm
I guess it's
glad
kind of similar to this, you know, we had this phase of, which I'm sure like almost no one remembers anymore, this, you know, this period where flash loans would just like, you know, wreak havoc left and right, right? Like, you know, when the sort of, when they were being used to kind of, you know, just destroy, you know, different like lending pools and protocols, and just like, you know, exploit some like, you know, tiny, you know, fractures that some protocols did have. But we kind of got through it, and don't really hear that much about it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. It's this mentality of sort of the anti-fragile thing. You know, you need to have a system repeatedly attacked in order for it to build up this kind of resilience. And I often say to my non-crypto friends who are like, oh, well, crypto is mostly used by like criminals and, you know, tax evasion, like what's the utility? Where's the banking of the underbanked? And, you know, I often say that, you know, you might've heard this before. It's kind of been cliche at this stage in the industry, but it's like any truly disruptive and you know, innovative technology will be used for both good and evil. And when email first showed up, there was all this sort of email spam and send money here, and people potentially getting ripped off left and right. But we didn't shut down email, or we didn't sort of shift innovation away from email. We set up, you know, spam filters, and now today it's, you know, far less of an issue. So we're you know, we've been in that phase for crypto for some time, and now DeFi is having its moments of, as I say, creative destruction and you know, plugging the holes, and flash loans is a great example of that. And so you know, I think it's becoming a more anti-fragile system, and like I said, I'm glad we have these risk-tolerant users to sort of be guinea pigs.
Got it. And I guess what is so, and you know, Bancor is also playing an important role in the kind of the evolution of the industry. What does Bancor need kind of help with the most from its community, or the wider DeFi industry?
Yeah, I'd say you know, we're on really the bleeding edge of innovation with automated market makers. So anyone who's interested, and I often find that some of the best minds in AMM shockingly come from non-financial backgrounds. Like for some reason, there's tons of people that are former physics PhDs, or people that were physicists that were very high level there, who are really interested in this AMM primitive, because it sort of mirrors a lot of, I guess, traits of sort of things in the natural world. So we need as many kind of brilliant minds as we can, developing this new form of automated market maker. And really, you know, anyone who wants to join our Telegram groups, Bancor, or I think it's just /Bancor is the Telegram group. We're also opening up a Discord and a Discourse. You know, we have a lot of really brilliant minds working on solving the issues with AMMs. And anyone who really wants to sort of demo the new v2.1 pools that are coming out, soon you'll be able to provide liquidity, and you'll be able to do so, like I said, with 100% exposure to a single asset. So it will support any ERC20 based asset. So if you own ERC20s, it's likely that we'll have that pool live on Bancor, and you can stake it inside the automated market maker contracts, and really get a feel for what it's like, and give us feedback, and, you know, hopefully generate some pretty interesting yield from the pools. So those are generally people that we'd love to engage with. And you know, I really think Bancor is the leader in sort of building the most advanced AMM pools. So you know, I think it's an interesting opportunity, to the extent that this is one of the most interesting developments in crypto today, the sort of the AMM primitive, to be able to be a part of the sort of the evolution of the next phase of these primitives, I think is super interesting. So I think that's our big ask from the community is if you want to think about, model, or participate as liquidity provider in these pools, we hope you'll engage with us.
I mean, ask you shall receive, right? All right, two very, very quick questions for you, Nate. I know you got to run. In your opinion, do you think ETH 2.0 staking will come out by the end of this year? Yes or no?
My guess is hard no on that. I'm thinking more so early 2021. I'd say so.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
And if you had to describe DeFi in one word.
Ooh. Let's go with access. And that's not just access for the end user, which I can take my MetaMask and plug it into any DeFi protocol. That would be equivalent to me saying, let me plug my debit card into any bank and get access to its financial services in a couple clicks. So it's not only access from the end user's perspective, but I think also from the liquidity provider's perspective, and also the chance for them to have collective ownership and own a piece of each one of these protocols and really dictate their roadmap and have collective control over upgrades. So access really across the spectrum from end users to real ownership, I think is the sort of key thing that comes to mind when I think about DeFi.
Sounds brilliant. All right. Thank you so much for your time, Nate Hinman from Bancor. Super excited to definitely see the upcoming version 2. If anyone's, as you mentioned, if anyone's interested to try it out, hit up Nate or the team on Telegram. And I wish you a great remaining part of 2020, Nate.
Likewise. Thanks so much for having me. Really appreciate it.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking. I hope you're ready to reimagine finance after the year 2020.
friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Stablecoin. A stablecoin is a new class of cryptocurrency that attempts to offer price stability. They are backed by a reserve asset such as the US dollar, gold, or other collateral. Stablecoins have gained traction as they attempt to offer the best of both worlds to users of decentralized finance. The instant processing and security or privacy of payments of cryptocurrencies and the volatility-free stable valuations of fiat currencies.
So this is Scott. I'm on Icon strategy team. I'm also co-founder of ICX Station. We focus specifically on building utility for the Icon blockchain. And I'm co-founder of Balanced, which is the first DeFi product to be built on Icon.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to What the Fi is DeFi. This is our third event within the Reimagine series of conferences that we've been putting on over the last few months. If you missed out on our first two events, feel free to visit the Reimagine 2020 website at ri2020.io for full access to over 100 interviews from some of your favorite projects and individuals in the space. You know, our main goal is to talk with the top projects and leaders in our industry to shed light and help us understand blockchain's real impact and innovation, right? Advancements towards Web 3.0 and decentralized infrastructure of our future. Without further ado, we have a very special guest in the house, a friend of ours, Scott, from ICX Station, to discuss with us Balanced, that he's a co-founder on, building on the Icon network. First of all, hello, Scott. How are you doing today?
Yep, good to see you, Adam. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, first, I just want to thank you for joining us again here today, taking time out of your day to kind of speak on, you know, what you've been working on over at Icon. Super excited to hear your thoughts and share your insights, again, not only in crypto, but more importantly about balance and kind of the DeFi space. So before we get into it, we have a lot of viewers right now globally really kind of tuning into these series of conferences that we're putting on, and they may not have heard you. So can you shed a little bit of light or you know, a little bit of background, not too far back, but what you've currently been working on and how you maybe got into the space? Give us a few minutes on that.
Sure, yeah. So I first got into the blockchain cryptocurrency space in early 2017. You know, downloaded Coinbase, was like, what the hell is Ethereum? What's the difference between a Bitcoin and a Litecoin? And like really wanted to figure out like actually what I was buying before I bought it. So I started doing my own research, and then, you know, later in 2017, I met the founder of Icon, Min Kim, at a conference. And, you know, after a number of phone calls, he convinced me to quit my banking job and come join him in this exciting cryptocurrency space. So I was one of the first hires in April 2018 for the San Francisco office.
Wow.
And then shortly afterwards, with another one of my coworkers, Daiki Lee, we co-founded ICX Station. And ICX Station is, you know, focused a lot on use case for the Icon ecosystem. And as we were doing research, we found that DeFi is a really important use case for blockchain, or for public cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. And we wanted to bring that to the Icon ecosystem. So I've launched Balanced, and Daiki's cooking something up as well.
Awesome, awesome. I like to hear that. How were those first discussions, man, with Min back in 2018, as you say? Like, were those pretty eye-opening? That was the first time you actually heard of it and then just came across him and then got into Icon, or how'd that go?
Yeah, so I guess, you know, honestly speaking, I was at a conference, I was looking for a career switch, and I was looking through like the speakers, and I was like, all right, who is this guy? Min Kim, he's ex-Deutsche Bank. I currently work at Deutsche Bank. This is a great networking opportunity. I'm going to hunt this guy down. I'm going to hit him up on LinkedIn. and to get the conversation going. So I was definitely interested in the Icon project because of interoperability and their play in Korea. But what I was really looking for from day one was, an opportunity to jump into the cryptocurrency space and, really turn this hobby into a career.
No, I think that's very important to kind of understand, right? We have a lot of students tuning in, right? We're partnered. You're one of our partners on the university front, and there's a lot of students again looking. How did we all stumble into crypto? Like, what was the background? And I come from banking as well, so do you. And it's just very interesting, kind of the journey that everybody's taken. And it's good to hear that you seeked it out, right? Very proactive, like try to find some common ground, right? To kind of get into the space. And you'll notice across the whole industry too, like a lot of people come from various backgrounds of like big tech, banking, supply chain. So for all of our listeners, tuning in, I think it's good to hear from your perspective of like what you did to get involved, because some people, have been in computer science for quite some time or understanding distributed systems and like how everything works. And then there's like the other half that are just looking for another opportunity. And there's this new wave of students coming into the space now, kind of curious, right? And driving interest. And I hope the discussion we have today continues that curiosity and feel free to reach out to anybody in the space. And that's what I did too. Look up who's speaking.
Yeah, look me up, hit me up. I'd be happy to talk blockchain with anyone interested for sure.
I see Scott all day on Telegram with the community engaged. It makes me even tired, reading up on a lot of these messages, but we'll save that for another day. This whole event is focused on DeFi. DeFi has kind of been around a little bit, right? In the sense of, I know stable coins kind of launched in early 2018. I know we were looking at a few. A lot of the infrastructure plays were being developed. Icon, had been around developing their own stuff. So here we are, fast forward to 2020. Well, first of all, in 2017, this ICO craze kicked off, kind of the bear market, winter. And then here we are in 2020 in a pandemic. And it seems like crypto's back. DeFi's picking up. There's a lot of projects in the space. And the whole goal of this conversation is balance, right? So before we get into balance, I think this is a good way to kind of give some more insight into what DeFi is. But what's your recent take on kind of the current DeFi landscape? Obviously, you co-founded Balance, so you've been looking at this obviously for quite some time. But what's your take on the last few months? $1 billion plus, depending on the day, right? Has been locked up, and you're seeing a lot of this activity and momentum. From your perspective and experience, like what do you take from all this?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot going on, but overall, I'd say I'm really impressed and really excited at the direction that DeFi is going. I'd say like when I first learned about blockchain and cryptocurrency, what really fascinated me was the use of smart contracts in finance. And, being an ex-banker at the time, I had thought to myself, like, this is going to change my work. This is going to change my industry. And now I'm really seeing it happen, like in production, which is really exciting. It's not just white papers and ideas, but at the same time with innovation still comes scams.
Scott, yeah. So what's your recent take on DeFi, right? There's been this big boom. There's a bunch of money being poured in. It seems like the projects are coming out left and right. You've obviously been focused on this project too, which we'll get into. What's your take on what's been going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely really excited to see the innovation that's happening. And I think we've clearly seen product market fit with, as you mentioned, there's so much value being locked up in these products. And for me, when I first became interested in public blockchain and cryptocurrencies, this was something that really excited me is programmable money. It's using smart contracts to interact with other smart contracts and really disintermediating the middle office of a bank. And to me, this is like, we're seeing a lot of great innovation in that regard, and it's really exciting. But at the same time, with all this innovation, obviously, we see scams as well. You see, anonymous teams and unaudited smart contracts, and you definitely have to be careful. This is definitely another case of do your own research on the projects that you're trusting with your money. But overall, I think it's great to see all the experimentation and innovation and iteration that's happening out there.
Yeah, definitely. And you kind of just touched on a little bit, which was my next question on the perception. At first, right, in 2017, the ICO craze, it was an investment vehicle to kind of raise some capital quicker, more efficient. You're handing out tokens. There were some solid projects, obviously. And then there were some kind of, not so good bad apples, like not delivering on product, on their promises, of, scams and all, and that was a narrative then. Do you think the perception now, as you just mentioned, you think the good's outweighing some of those bads, and the industry is more mature in 2020 than it was obviously at that point, to kind of negate some of those scams? Do your own research, of course, your own due diligence, and make sure. But do you think the perception has an effect like it did in 27, with regulatory kind of compliance issues and all that? Because there's a lot of good projects right now, but there are some bad apples. Is a perception have an effect on the growth of where we're at today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that, all the meme coins and food flavored coins are really helping our industry. And then the fact that like some of them actually ended up being quite nefarious didn't really help us out. But, I still think the good certainly outweighs the bad. And just like we had in 2017, there'll be a lot of good projects that come out of this. And I still think, yield farming is a genius token distribution mechanism. And, I think there's a lot of good coming out of this, but certainly be careful. And you can look out for a lot of the same warning signs. I mean, the good DeFi projects, they have current functioning working products, and then they introduce a token, or the token is introduced day one with a working product. Take a look at what you're farming. Is this a working product, or is this a place for me to deposit my money and then earn a new token, and there's really nothing else from there? And maybe something else will be developed, maybe not. Am I relying directly on some anonymous individual to create value for this product, or is this already working, already decentralized? Like, these are the warning signs to look out for, and what separates good projects from bad projects.
No, you're totally right. And I've had these conversations, the past two events that you guys were involved with, and that was one of them. In terms of now the market has changed in a way where there are products now, right? Users, community, to build off of, as opposed to, let me grab some money and then I'll build it later. Build and they will come, right? Like, that doesn't really quite translate so much, as we know now, right? There's a lot of these issues and challenges from getting scammed and people losing money. But you do bring up a good point where the market is more mature. As you said, look at the founders, look at the product, the community, who's out there, who's behind it, who's backing it. And even in that short due diligence, will shed some light on, should you go in or not. And how do you see the DeFi space creating value for crypto in general? And we're going to get into balanced and how that creates value in itself and its community. How do you see kind of the current landscape creating value for the industry in terms of driving like adoption, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, what we're really missing here is user experience. I mean, the value is there. If I compare what I get in my savings account in terms of yield to what you can get farming these different assets, or even just depositing in something like, Aave or Compound, these fairly reputable projects, the value is there. We just need to get the user experience and comfortability there. I was talking to my dad, like, hey, if there was an anonymous team and you were earning like 5,000% interest and there was no insurance, would you deposit even like a small amount of your savings account? Absolutely not, was his answer. Like, we have a level of comfortability, or at least, some of us do, with an understanding of smart contracts, but you never heard of a smart contract. You don't know what the hell blockchain technology is, and they're promising you ridiculous yields, but you don't know the team. Is this audited? Is there any sort of insurance? I think like what we're building right now is a foundation, and a foundation that does have genuine value. And as we enhance user experience and as we enhance comfortability with the products, this is going to be a direct path to adoption, in my opinion. And I'm very bullish on DeFi overall. Yeah,
and so I think kind of to piggyback off of that, these are the Legos, right? Kind of the infrastructure play and the foundational applications and dApps, the building blocks that we can leverage, especially for Icon, right? I mean, that's a massive network, lots of users, global presence. And do you think this kind of goes into the emerging markets as well? I know there's probably going to be some time before like you said, it's a little bit more mainstream on the user front, but does DeFi kind of tap into those unbanked regions globally?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say yes, but I also don't want to pretend that I know what the unbanked have to go through and how helpful this actually is to them. But, at the same time, yes, I could see value in the fact that I can earn income and I could do it passively without having a bank account, without having to deal with a third party. I could do this all with my own research. I'm not sure what the fiat on-ramps look like in those parts of the world, but I do assume that, once you're in the blockchain ecosystem, that accruing value and earning income could be done in a more seamless way.
For sure. And you touched on this just a couple minutes ago about yield farming, right? Some people are still learning about it. A lot of people are in it. Is that kind of like the new way of fundraising mechanism? Is that a vehicle? Is it sustainable with the APYs? Kind of the backdrop of yield farming is it's kind of like a saving account and kind of leveraging all of the products out there to earn for those watching, right? To kind of earn more interest on your capital, whether it's just like a savings account. But should we be worried or a little bit concerned on if it's a bootstrapping kind of thing like the ICO in 2017?
Yeah, I guess I want to take a step back from actually the yield side of things and think about just yield farming or farming in general as a token distribution mechanism. And it doesn't even need to be applied to DeFi necessarily, but I think what it does is it creates a much more focused and targeted community versus something like an ICO. When you do an ICO, like your initial token holders are people who want to sell your token for a higher price. I mean, these are investors. Some of them are getting paid to do this, to invest in things and then sell them at a higher price. Some of them are doing it personally. But the point is when you do an ICO, you're creating a community of investors, and that's not necessarily what's most beneficial to your project. So when you do something like a token farm to distribute your tokens, I think you can create a lot more targeted and focused community, which can be much more beneficial in bootstrapping that passionate and driven, grassroots community. And I think like a good example would be like, let's abstract away DeFi here and think about if I was launching like a gaming DApp, some sort of blockchain video game DApp on Ethereum. When I was distributing my tokens, instead of doing an ICO where I'm getting mostly investors and moon boys, what I can do is say that people who have mana tokens and people who have engine coin, you can deposit them in this contract and you'll earn, over the course of time, you'll earn whatever my gaming coin is. And from the start that if they're investors, at least they're interested in blockchain gaming. They're not doing it just for a quick flip. These are people who have held engine coins and mana, which are, blockchain video game stock, focused coins on Ethereum. So you're creating that targeted community from the start. And I think we're even seeing that, you saw that with YAM as well. People interested in DeFi, so they chose to distribute the initial. So they chose to distribute the initial coins to people who are holding DeFi governance kind of coins. So I think it's just a good way to create like a targeted community.
Yeah, no, definitely, and you kind of creating that utility, right? That utility of the token, utility of the ecosystem, driving engagement, as opposed to investing and going for the pop, which doesn't engage or entice you or community to use the product or
exactly. You're not getting users necessarily.
Exactly, and I think that was an issue for a fact, in the past. And a lot of over the past few years, obviously the teams like yourself, like on the Icon side, have obviously executed really well to drive user engagement and have a positive impact and not kind of fizzle off, which is great. Now, these are all great insights. I appreciate that. Which now I do want to go into Balanced, right? And this is a DeFi product that you co-founded and building on top of Icon. What is Balanced and what's the purpose of Balanced?
So I think for those who are maybe more familiar with the Ethereum the Ethereum DeFi ecosystem, you can take a look at MakerDAO and Synthetics, and I'd say we drew a lot of inspiration from there and have our own special sauce as well. But yeah, so MakerDAO or so Balanced allows people to deposit ICX and borrow against it. And what you're doing when you borrow against it is you're minting. We're going to start off with just Icon dollars, which is a token pegged to $1 US. But the plan, as I said, it has a little bit of synthetics involved, is to add other types of assets as well. So we'll start off with Icon dollars, let the platform be stable, and then token holders, balanced token holders, will be able to vote on adding new assets. Me personally, I'm thinking things about, maybe a gold pegged asset, maybe something pegged to equities. When it comes down to it, we want to create assets that people will be interested in shorting, because when you deposit ICX and you borrow against it, then you're short the asset that you borrowed. So I think this could create an interesting DeFi ecosystem on Icon. And really, the reason I went with this direction is because Balanced provides the foundation to build a lot of other products on top of it. So I'm hoping we inspire some DeFi developers as well.
Awesome. And I think you packed in a punch there for the discussion here. But just to even go back on what you just mentioned, what were the initial goals and kind of objectives? I mean, I think obviously you've been researching this and been working on it for quite some time. What were the initial goals and objectives? And you touched on some of the things, but I kind of want to extract that a little bit out of, how does this, and we just touched on it too, as far as developing a community. How does adding this product on Icon, how does this product benefit Icon and then benefit the Balanced users, I guess, or maybe the Icon community? What were the goals and objectives to establishing this product?
Yeah, I mean, let's just start with Icon specifically. So I'll say that I went to DevCon Osaka, and I saw how much the Ethereum ecosystem was pumping their DeFi products. And I saw how successful they were in other parts of the world. And I realized that DeFi is not going to be a Ethereum-only use case. That if you want to be a successful public blockchain platform, that you're going to need some sort of foundational level DeFi products to support your token holders, because having leverage and being able to put your tokens to work is absolutely essential to encourage people to continue holding your asset. You see how much Ethereum is locked into the MakerDAO contracts. I'm definitely hoping that Balanced even exceeds that for ICX. And what it comes down to is I, of course, want to add value to ICX. And I do believe that, as more people use this, they'll be able to put their ICX to work and capture value from it without actually having to sell it. So I'm hoping to get, a lot of ICX locked up into Balance. That's been my goal from the start.
Exactly. And I think that's would you consider that a closed loop kind of situation where you have token holders putting it back into the ecosystem, incentivized by driving some yield and earning on by being a holder, at the same time having access to other later down the road other digital tokenization assets and digital assets. So would you consider that kind of like a closed loop circuit to keep everybody in the Icon network?
I wouldn't say necessarily that what we're trying to do is keep everyone in the Icon network, but what we do want is for people within the Icon network, we want them to have the opportunity to make money and to put their ICX to work to earn them more money. So if being an ICX holder means that you have great opportunities to grab some net interest margin by borrowing cheap on Icon and then lending expensive on Ethereum, that makes me happy. What we want is to bring value to ICX holders, and that's been the goal from the start.
Awesome. So it's like market access, permissionless, decentralized, type of involvement. And I think Icon is further along than many of the other projects in the space that I've been in the past. What are some of the other teams like weren't too successful in their communities? And we're not here to talk about other kind of DeFi products, but I mean, I think, could you say like the Icon community is rather strong, because you would need a strong community to drive a lot of these products, as opposed to some of the other networks that have been around for quite some time?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am really excited seeing the growth of our small Balanced community. We have a Telegram room, and it's becoming much more active than it was in the beginning. We're still a few months out from launch, so I do expect it to get even more active. But I have seen a lot of interest from the Icon community and a lot of passion from the Icon community for this project and for future DeFi projects. So I think we're creating like a more focused, more passionate community that's excited to use the products that are built on the network.
Exactly. No, which is great. And to kind of lead us into other questions down the road, I do want to paint a picture a little bit. We just talked about ICX, right? But there's other tokens involved, and we'll get into this. Will lead into governance, in a few minutes from now. But can you give us at a high level the breakdown of ICX, synthetics, ICX, ICD, and then BAL?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So the different tokens that are going to be within balanced at launch.
Yeah, exactly, because I kind of want to paint this picture as we get into more questions down the road here. I want them to understand, what we're talking about, right? We're talking about ICX holders, but now you're staking it, which is generating some other tokens, and some of these other tokens are ICD, the balance token, the synthetics, ICX. If you could just give us a little bit of what those are, just to paint a picture as we continue discussing.
Sure. So we'll just walk through the flow from start to finish, I guess.
Exactly.
So I'm an ICX holder. You go to a balance.network and you would deposit some ICX. And then from there, your ICX actually works its way to a staking pool. And the collateral that you actually put into balanced is going to be what you mentioned. It's SICX, which stands for staked ICX. Pretty straightforward. It's just a representation of your share of the staking pool. The reason we needed to do that is because for users to for it to make economical sense to use our product, you still need to be getting staking returns. But at the same time, staked ICX has it's frozen, it's locked, it's a liquid, so we wouldn't be able to liquidate it when necessary. So the first step to create this product, we needed a staking pool on Icon, and then to create a representation of your ownership of that staking pool. So you deposit ICX, you get SICX. SICX goes directly into the balanced collateral pool, and then you can borrow against it. So, let's just say we're going to do a 5x collateralized loan. You would deposit $500 worth of SICX, and then you can borrow up to 100 Icon dollars, which is a token pegged to the value of $1.
Is that a stable coin?
Yeah, that's going to be a stable coin. Yeah, exactly. So that's the first product we're doing on Balanced is a dollar peg stable coin. Backed by the ICX reserves of everyone who's deposited.
And what's kind of like the granular decision or thought process of pegging it to fiat?
Yeah, I think you want to be able to pay people, right? Like within the Icon ecosystem, we have a lot of developer shops. I've worked with a lot of software development firms, and paying each other in ICX, and then coming up like, oh, it's based on the price at coin market cap at this time, and it's super volatile. We're in a volatile industry, and it makes a lot more sense to also then I get to hold on to my ICX because I'm taking out a loan against it. So instead of paying someone in ICX, I'll just deposit some ICX into Balanced, I'll borrow some Icon dollars, and then I'll pay people in Icon dollars. So that's like an immediate use case of Icon dollars right there. I'm just paying like within the Icon ecosystem.
But what's the decision on pegging it to like fiat?
Pegging it to fiat? Yeah, it makes it more viable as a...
Sorry, because I think, there's various kind of mechanisms out there. And this is just my own personal kind of curiosity of having a basket of crypto or a dollar or, a commodity. What was your decision to kind of peg it to, the dollar, I guess?
Yeah, I think like the dollars or the stable coins that are pegged to the dollar are just like the most popular right now, and provides the most value to people in terms of like how they think about prices and how they think about what they should charge. But so I think like the dollar pegged currency and the dollar pegged stable coin to start was kind of just trying to meet like what most people would find useful in terms of a payment coin. But I also think euros could be pretty popular. It ends up depending on what the balance token holders what their makeup is. If we end up having like a ton of the entire community is European, I imagine they'll want to add Icon euros as the next asset. And it's the way we're designing it, it's going to be relatively easy to add more assets. So I felt like starting with a dollar was just the easy first choice.
Nice. And I wanted to bring so that was the dollar, and then did you talk about the balance token yet?
No, not yet. So just continuing back on the user flow. Somebody deposits ICX, that gets turned into SICX, goes into Balanced, they borrow Icon dollars, and then from there, if you maintain a certain collateralization ratio of above 500%, We want all of our borrowers to be keeping a really safe margin, so that's why we incentivize this. And then once you're at that ratio, you'll be earning balance tokens. Now, balance tokens have essentially own the entire product. We're going to be as decentralized as possible. They have ownership over the product and the fees generated by Balanced, so they can make directional choices, and they also have the right to the fees generated by the platform. So if you stake your balance tokens and you're currently a user, we're trying to limit this as much as possible to active users. So you have to have balance tokens, they need to be staked, and you need to be using Balanced. And then you'll have the right to the fees generated by the platform. You'll be able to participate in governance, and you'll also be able to delegate with the staking pool.
Nice. And what's kind of the demand on the decentralized front as far as even to the degree? I know there's various projects, right, that on a scale of 1 to 5, right, 5 being the most decentralized, like maybe BZX or something, and then kind of not so much on the spectrum, like, I don't know, Dharma or something like that. You know, is there, from your experience in perspectives and in dealing with a lot of the community, is there a real drive for like completely being decentralized? And where do you guys kind of fall on that spectrum, or where would you like to be?
Decentralization, I would say, has benefits to both the users and the founders of the platform themselves. Because when it comes to creating a passionate community, I think having a lot of like governance power and control from the start definitely helps create that passionate community. And then from the founder's perspective, obviously, having less control opens you up. This really is a decentralized project. I mean, I would argue confidently that nothing that we're working on violates any sort of regulations or anything like that.
And what do you say to those critics that talk about like the scaling issues or organizing a lot of these voters, right? As you mentioned, everybody has a stake in it. You would assume they care, they obviously want to be involved in that voting and kind of approving things, kind of how the balance DAO like continues on or whatever. Rights. How do you keep them pretty engaged, I guess? Obviously, they're there they believe in the product, they believe in kind of ICX, they believe in the whole thing. But it seems like there's a lot of critics out there that say it's definitely like a different mindset where you can't just assume everybody, is going to be actively involved. Have you thought about that, or is it kind of I don't know, 2020? Like, is it just kind of the way that we operate now in 2020, and it's going to take a lot of influence, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road for a lot of these people to really participate? I guess I'm just curious to know how you scale the decision-making process, because everything you're saying makes sense and it's already kind of working. But as this thing grows, how do you maintain that active involvement?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is like kind of an active area of experimentation that we're seeing. I think there's some merits to delegation. ICON is a DPoS network. So we see theoretically, because it's DPoS, you see a lot of involvement from token holders, but it's because their voting rights have really gone to kind of a concentrated group of people. So that type of model has its ups and downs. And I think what people are starting to experiment with and what Balanced will be experimenting with is the idea that you must be a user to participate in governance. So it's not just Balanced tokens. It's not just staked Balanced tokens. It's staked Balanced tokens that currently have an open position on Balanced that get to govern the platform, that get the earnings of the platform. And to me, I'm hoping to see this be a very active group of people. I mean, considering they have an open position, they should at least be managing that. So they should be checking back into the website often and checking back into governance decisions. So what I'm really trying to create is a platform governed by its users.
Awesome. Yeah, and I kind of, for those out there kind of understanding even kind of this breakdown of allocation of rewards, 40%, and correct me if I'm wrong on some of this stuff, 40% of borrowers above the ratio receive rewards, 30% continued operations on maintenance, right? 10% for providing liquidity on the DEX at some point. The DEX is a product later down the road. Is that correct?
we're going to launch with our own DEX as well. It's going to be an order book style DEX because an AMM didn't fit some of our needs.
Cool. And can you elaborate on that just a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So, part of the balanced product is going to be, it's not just a place to originate assets pegged or tokens pegged to the value of real world assets, but you can also trade them on our DEX, and there's fees on the DEX. So part of the upside for balanced token holders is the volume of the DEX. And then one of the most important pairs, as you can kind of see, you were looking at the white paper, we're putting a heavy incentive in terms of daily inflation allocation to people trading on the SICX to ICX pair. And that pair, we need to give the people who are arbitraging on our network, or anyone who's holding the SICX, their representation of the staking pool, they're going to want to be able to get back into actual ICX, pay transaction fees and what have you. So we need that to be a deep pair. So, there's a heavy incentive using balanced token inflation to provide liquidity on that pair.
Nice. And it makes sense, right? You got to kind of drive that liquidity stuff and incentivize. And this whole, as we all know, in blockchain crypto, it's all, game theory and incentivization and community driven. So we got to do as much as we can on that front. And going back to kind of like, the coordination in scaling of that was my question, and you answered it, which is a lot of engagement, a lot of active users that are benefiting from being involved, right? And that, I think, that can help with the scaling and the coordination of keeping them, involved and stuff like that. So appreciate that. And so I want to touch on some of the other features. We talked about Maker and synthetics, and there's other, DeFi products in the industry. What kind of separates you? There's a couple features that we can touch on. One of them is kind of the liquidity mechanism, and maybe we can touch on that because I think that's a very critical component of what you guys are doing, and kind of an advantage or something that can have a truly positive effect for a lot. So if you want to break that down a little bit of kind of the mechanism for balanced for balanced.
So I'm going to talk about just really what I was thinking about is how the assets that are pegged, or tokens that are pegged to the value of real world assets, how they actually maintain their peg. And, when I was researching other DeFi projects in the early stages of balanced, every time I was doing my research, one of the first things I wanted to know is how do they maintain their peg? And sometimes that was fairly hard to find, believe it or not. So I wanted a simple, straightforward mechanism that maintains the peg of all of our assets. If icon dollars are ever trading below $1, then people can submit them to balanced to burn the icon dollars and get $1 worth of collateral, which is minus a small fee. So what that does is if there's ever a break in the peg on the low direction, people, if I buy 100 icon dollars for 80 cents on the dollar, I can trade them in directly with balanced against the collateral pool for $100 worth of collateral. So I don't expect the peg of our assets to ever drop below their actual value.
Nice. And to touch on something else too, and you mentioned about being as decentralized as possible and kind of the benefits of that. Because I think a lot of people underestimate some of the control that these other not control, but the opportunities to control some of these other projects are greater than what you think. And how can you relate the balance token to the maker token on that front? Regarding like deposits could potentially being frozen, some of that mechanism. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm actually not exactly familiar with what you're talking about in terms of deposits being frozen, but I could still make the comparison.
Having to do with like admins being built into the contract, for instance, like Compound. Right. If you deposit a lot of liquidity in Compound and they need to be whitelisted, don't you guys prevent kind of those drawbacks a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have those types of controls in place. I wasn't aware of that, to be honest. But another thing that I find pretty exciting about our governance model is we have the concept of balanced worker tokens, which, you know, we just announced this like a few days ago. So
I just saw that. Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, so balanced worker tokens are entitled to 20% of the daily balance token inflation, and essentially that's like the payment to people currently working on the project. So the initial balanced worker tokens will be split evenly amongst the teams that are working on the project. But let's say, you know, at some point in the future, people feel like I'm really not pulling my weight, or I'm too focused on other projects. The balance token holders themselves actually have the ability to transfer BWT, you know, balance worker tokens, out of the wallet of the workers, essentially firing somebody. So the balance token holders have the ability to hire and fire people from the DAO directly. If they feel that people aren't pulling their weight or doing a good job, they can pull some or all of their balance worker tokens from different wallets and reallocate them how they see fit.
Wow, that's kind of interesting. And I just saw that. I just saw that post the other day about that. Where did this idea come from?
Just kind of, I don't know, just kind of thinking about different ways to give token holders control of the platform, different ways to handle, you know, a team allocation, you know, because we saw some issues with how team allocations were done in kind of these anonymous projects where the team allocation gets dumped on the market and there's nothing you can really do about it. So the balance worker token, there's no pre-mine for the team or anything. It pretty much dictates like what wallets the daily inflation that's meant to incentivize people to work on the project, where is that going to go, who has control over it, and in the end, you know, token holders who are governing the DAO should have the choice of who's getting paid to work on the project.
Yeah, definitely. And do you think at some point, right now we over collateralize to kind of manage that risk? Do you think at some point there will be a mechanism where it's more reputation, similar to like a credit score?
Yeah, I do think, you know, when you combine decentralized identity with DeFi products, I think it's going to take quite some time to get there. We're talking like years, I'd say, before we can get some sort of on-chain reputation score that people actually care about that could affect their real life. You know, right now, like if I have an on-chain reputation score and I mess it up and I, you know, borrow 100 grand and don't pay it back, like I'd say that's still going to be a net positive for me. You know, okay, I can't use other Ethereum DeFi projects. I'll just go to another network or something. So, you know, I think like we have a long ways to go, but I'd say we're building the foundation to make that possible.
And how about some of these other platforms have issues with congestion, right? Like depositing and kind of liquidating some of that stuff, or in the events, in those events, having congestion on the network. Have you guys taken that into consideration and factored that into kind of the whole mechanism here?
Yeah, so like I think our liquidation mechanism would never suffer from that, even if there was congestion, even if it was going a bit slow, because it's kind of a fixed amount of like the price that you get for the collateral. It's not like a bidding process or anything. It's straightforward. You have the maximum you could get is a 10% discount, you know, for retiring bad debt. You know, because you're doing a service to the platform, you can get a 10% discount, but you're not going to be able to buy collateral at 10 cents on the dollar or something like that. You know, if there happened to be a lot of congestion and good bids couldn't get through, or people were paying higher gas fees or something, like that's not just the way that the Icon network's designed and the way that Balanced is designed. Neither of those situations could occur.
And that's good to know, right? Obviously, we hear these stories of congestion in the network and kind of having issues on liquidation and getting money in and out and stuff like that. So it's good to know that maybe those obviously don't affect the way that you've designed this whole thing. So we're kind of coming up here on a few minutes. We just touched on DeFi, like your insights and thoughts on the space, on some of the current projects. We just touched on Balance, on the governance, kind of the tokens involved, the mechanism, how everything works, and it's similar to some other DeFi projects, you know, in this space. What's on the roadmap? You mentioned kind of the DEX coming out. What's on the roadmap, you know, for the next 6 to 12, or let's just call it 12 months, a little bit deeper, not in the short term, but medium term. What do you guys have on the roadmap, and what kind of excites you as you guys build this thing out?
Yeah, so I'd say that, you know, we're kind of going in this phases of like more centralized to more decentralized. So I'd say, you know, on the roadmap, we're looking at Q1 2021 to launch balanced, early Q1, hoping to have it in audit in Q4 of this year. So hoping to have everything on testnet running smoothly by the end of this year, and then launch early next year. And then I'd say like our first big to do after balance launches is to kind of build all of the governance features we were just describing. So they will exist. Balance worker tokens will exist. There's just not going to be good user experience around it necessarily. So we need to kind of, you know, add on those features after the product launches. So that's going to be kind of our big to do going into next year.
And how do you manage hacking risks? You know, kind of, you know, we've heard some of these stories of these hacks for multiple times. How do you, you know, what are you taking away from that? How are you learning from that experience? What are you guys doing to kind of make this environment a rather safe and secure environment?
Yeah, I mean, we're already talking to audit firms. So I think, you know, being audited by a reputable firm, I think is first and foremost. And then from there, you know, it's going to be open source development from day one. And this is going to be a pretty popular product within the Icon ecosystem. So I expect some Icon community developers to do kind of like a community audit. And then I think those are kind of the two key features to make sure we keep this safe.
Yeah,
lots
definitely.
of testing, lots of auditing. You know, what else can you do?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's pretty important. I guess, you know, we're probably not surprised, but there are a lot of, you know, for the viewers out there, making sure that there are audits, you know, being done, because there are some that are not, as we've kind of seen in the media, right? Just a lot of bugs and stuff like that were not followed up, or even proactive on it. So it's good to hear that you guys are super proactive long before launch, at least in tandem and in parallel as this product gets built out. And so with that being said, what other projects are you currently following or that excites you, whether it's a project or a type of product? Meaning, I know there's flash loans out there and these other kind of, you know, niche kind of development efforts. Is there anything that excites you? You've obviously been on the DeFi train for a little bit. What have you seen coming up, or maybe there isn't?
Yeah, I'd say what excites me most, and what I hope to see kind of built on top of Balanced and on top of the future projects that we're working on in the Icon ecosystem, is something like Yearn.finance. And, you know, I have to say I'm just really impressed in terms of the level of, you know, programmable money that we're seeing on Yearn.finance, where they're, you know, pursuing the best yields and they're saving people money on gas costs. I mean, there's genuine value there. And, you know, to me, just purely tech speaking, like I just find the technology fascinating to be able to take in deposits and then allocate them, do a ton of different transactions, and bring it back to the user as a passive yield. And yeah, to me, it's just like really seeing smart contracts at work. It's seeing programmable money at work, and it's really seeing like what first enticed me into this industry. It's really, you know, I get to see that becoming a reality, and I find it really exciting.
Yeah, no, totally. And you're right. Going back to the beginning of this conversation was user experience, right? Right now we're building out the governance models and the mechanisms and all of the infra. And then at some point, that's already picked up steam. There's already users and everybody's, you know, dibbling and dabbling and kind of understanding how it operates. And I think the next step is a product like that in general, where I want to put my money here and I want it to aggregate, right? Like the yield. I want to put my money here and help me find, you know, opportunities for that capital or crypto being allocated, right? And I think that's important for, like you mentioned, you know, talking to your dad, you know, or even I just set up my dad the other day with a wallet, a Bitcoin wallet. He's going to be doing like a barbecue, and so I wanted him to be able to transact. They're going to buy with Bitcoin, but that user, so it's only on a very centralized app, but the point being is how do we get them to use it, right? We're spending a lot of efforts building this thing out. The user experience will follow, and I think, you know, the future looks bright for Balanced and kind of an Icon in general moving forward, right?
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Exactly, man. So I think we're coming up on time here. I'm going to put you on the spot real quick. for a lot of the students, watching this interview, are there any books or influences or people that you follow that maybe you can share, where they can do research or things that have shaped you kind of in the crypto scene? I know Twitter is one of them, but I'm not sure if there's individuals on Twitter that you follow or some sites and blogs that, inspire you that our listeners and watchers can figure out on their own.
Yeah, I forget the exact name of the list, but I as much as I hate to say it, I would say Twitter is a good way to stay informed. The industry moves fast, and Twitter shares news fast. There's also a lot of degenerates, and it can kind of get pretty ugly on Twitter. But I would say that following there's like a couple of like DeFi lists. You can follow a list, and it'll just share tweets of like prominent people. That's definitely something I would look into, and also just like. Trying to find good chat rooms on Telegram where you can kind of connect with the admins and talk to them in DM. Like that's kind of how I got started. Learning from different people. When you express genuine interest, people who actually find the space fascinating, will be happy to shed some light and help educate you and point you in the right direction. So, reaching out to people who seem like they might be able to help, and also paying attention on Twitter and social media to kind of the bigger names should help as well.
And where can people find more about Balance and learn about it and get connected?
Yeah, I would say balance.network. You got, that's our website, and it has links to our white paper, to our developer documentation. We're doing everything open source, so if you wanted to contribute, you certainly could. And then, it also has links to our Telegram room and chat rooms and things like that.
Nice. So today we have Scott Smiley from ICX Station, co-founder of ICX Station, co-founder of Balance. Super happy to have him here. He's part of the Icon Network community. He's one of our partners on the university front, pushing a lot of initiatives there on education, development, and really kind of making a super impact in a variety of ways, as you can tell from this conversation. So last but not least, I just want to thank you, Scott, for taking time out of your day to join us here for this What the Fi is DeFi. Glad you were able to share kind of your insights and perspectives and more importantly, discuss Balance and kind of how it differentiates. Again, go to balance.network if you want more information on the project itself. Looking to launch at the end of the year, you said?
Q1 2021, early.
Q1 2021, which is the way things are going now. Can't wait for 2021. So glad to kick it off there. Scott, stay safe out in Jersey. Stay healthy. We hope to see you back here in San Francisco at some point. But if not, we'll have Icon on for the next event. Again, thank you for taking the time out of your day.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks for having me, Adam.
All right, man.
Take it easy.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Yield farming is a way to make more crypto with your crypto. It involves you lending your funds to others through the magic of computer programs called smart contracts. Yield farming is the wild, wild west of decentralized finance, where farmers compete to get a chance to farm the best crops. Yes, that's right, crypto farmers.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and I'm glad to be joined by Yoni Assia, founder and CEO of eToro. Yoni, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure.
Well, first off, before we begin, I want to congratulate you on making Fortune's top 40 under 40 list of 2020. That's an amazing achievement. But for those viewers who might not know you, you want to give a little background of kind of who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Sure. So I'm Yoni Assia. I'm the CEO and founder of eToro, which is the world's largest social trading network, where we have 15 million registered users who can trade stocks, commodities, currencies alongside cryptocurrencies within a social network where everyone can see, follow, and automatically copy the top traders from all around the world. And we've been relatively very early on into Bitcoin. So we started actually trading Bitcoin in 2011. Very luckily bought some Bitcoins for $5 for the company. So when Bitcoin started going up, we actually launched Bitcoin trading back in 2014. We were, I think, the first regulated online European broker offering Bitcoin trading. Then it wasn't that popular for a couple of years. And then when 2017 came along, we were one of the very few fiat on-ramps that took basically people coming in to buy Bitcoin later than Ethereum and XRP, all the way from $1,000 to $20,000, or ETH from $8 to $1,400. And we really saw, both eToro sort of customers skyrocket as the crypto rally was very intense back then.
Mm-hmm. And that kind of has been, a long time ago, a couple of years at this point of kind of the boom, and the market has gone down, has gone up, and right now we're a little bit above 10K at Bitcoin right now. But that's not the buzz. The buzz right now is DeFi. That seems to be, the hot thing right now in crypto. And I wanted to get your take on DeFi. First, let's look at it, purely as a retail, exchange like yourself. Has there been interest from the clientele for DeFi tokens on the eToro platform?
I think it's been relatively still niche. So, we've been, the more the crypto zealots within eToro have been exploring it. Our blockchain labs team have been looking at what's happening, as well as our own DeFi project, the Good Dollar, which is our social impact project. So we're definitely keeping our eyes very close to DeFi, but I think generally this is still viewed as something relatively sort of niche within the sort of core Ethereum developers and ecosystem. I do think it has huge potential. I think it's extremely interesting what's happening in that space, but eToro has always positioned itself more as a mass consumer, people who want to sort of really manage their wealth. I think DeFi is not there yet. It's on the path to get there, but that's sort of our current view. So we're keeping our eyes on it, but we haven't really sort of pushed the envelope with it yet.
Mm-hmm. And that seems to be kind of a big problem with DeFi. I mean, some would consider a big problem with DeFi is high barrier for entry. It's a lot of yield farming, liquidity mining. They're very complex tools, and but that's kind of how eToro became so successful in the traditional market, was that it allowed copy trading. It allowed people who didn't necessarily have the real intense financial and stock market knowledge to be tracking it 24/7, to be day trading. and instead they could copy a professional trader or someone they knew was smarter. Are you considering doing something in the DeFi space where you could copy a DeFi trader, copy a DeFi yield farmer, and kind of give them your tokens and copy there?
So we're doing two things. One, as you mentioned, simplicity has always sort of been a core value of eToro, and DeFi is still very much on the complex side of things where people really need to understand what they're doing, how to use smart contracts, etc. Although, again, some applications have been simplifying it, but again, simplifying it for sort of the Ethereum user who knows how to use MetaMask, Web3, etc. So our first sort of dive into DeFi is relatively sort of straightforward with staking. We are looking at staking and how we can offer staking to our users on the existing crypto assets on the eToro platform. And I think staking is a form of DeFi, as it rewards basically the incentives of the network to the holders of the cryptocurrencies. I think the other part where we're definitely looking into this is through the good dollar. And again, our view was, how do we simplify a sort of yield farming, but how do we simplify the entire concept of digital currencies to people who can participate in that process, and how can we do something within digital currencies that's really for good? So that project is really about creating a universal basic income on the blockchain. It was just launched last week. It already has almost 30,000 people who downloaded the wallet. And again, really simplicity in its core. You just basically register and you start claiming good dollars every day. And then you can start using those good dollars. You can send and receive those good dollars to everybody who has a good dollar wallet. So really try to simplify to the core how people can get digital currencies. And again, the concept is, if this really scales, this can create a more equal economy within digital currencies, since everybody can claim every day good dollars, and therefore people can use it and they don't need to actually buy cryptocurrencies. They can actually receive them for free.
Mm-hmm. Well, it kind of seems too good to be true. Just claim free money every day. How exactly does it work? Where does the funding for Good Dollar come from that enables people to claim $1 every day?
Sure. So again, the inspiration was when Bitcoin just started back in 2010, 2011. There were a lot of Bitcoin faucets, so you can just claim Bitcoins for free back then. I used to give lectures in 2011 and 12. And for every person who actually came to the lecture, I gave one whole Bitcoin for free.
Wow.
Right? So when a currency starts before it has significant value, it's relatively easy to give it for free, right? And if you think about it, mining is giving away coins by definition, right? So the miners were actually giving away Bitcoin to facilitate usage of Bitcoin, right? So I don't know exactly who ran those faucets back then, but people understood that the more people use Bitcoin, the more Bitcoin gets known, the value of Bitcoin eventually will go up, right? Now, the good dollar, basically, mining is identity mining. So every person has one address, one unique identity. There's a sort of a liveliness test, the test that you have only one address within a good dollar. And the fact that you log in every day and claim your good dollars is basically the process of mining those good dollars. Now, those good dollars come from a reserve that is basically staked in DAI. So people actually stake money into the reserve. Right now, we're actually doing this in eToro. So we stake $55,000 into the reserve, which then earns interest, and then that interest is being basically translated or minted into the good dollars that people can claim every day. Now, the value of good dollar will eventually be determined by how many people are using their good dollars what are the goods and services that are bought and sold for good dollars. So again, if you think about it from a cryptocurrency point of view, we simply change the concept of mining. Instead of mining being something that is either being done by machines or just by people who actually hold good dollars, which is staking or proof of stake, then in this case it's sort of proof of liveness or proof of identity. So people actually come in and claim every day those are the people who are mining the good dollars, and the value is coming from people who are basically staking within the protocol.
Mm-hmm. And is eventually the goal to list good dollar for trade on eToro? I mean, if I'm claiming every single day, eventually there will be an outlet and an exchange where I could actually utilize it?
So we're really thinking about this as a research project into a new form of both digital currencies and economies. So now when everybody around COVID is talking about universal basic income and how can you ignite the economy or reignite the economy, really what we're doing is we're testing the thesis that if you build digital currency that anybody can claim it every day, people will start using it. That usage will create value. That usage and those daily claimers will eventually create a marketplace and goods and services bought and sold for good dollar. So our view here is really not coming from sort of the trade part, it's coming from the benefit to the community and how can we do something that potentially first creates educational sort of platform for people to actually use digital currencies without the need to risk their money. So they can just go to the app and claim good dollars. Second is potentially, once this creates value, improves financial inclusion. So people can actually, again, access the good dollar for free, claim good dollars and start using it. And obviously there's still more than 2 billion people unbanked around the world. So that's a key problem in the world. And again, the holy grail here is, can this really improve also eventually equality? So can basically a different type of economic framework where people can claim everyday good dollars and people who come from a philanthropic mindset stake cryptocurrencies in order to generate those good dollars, can that generate a fairer economy? Now, the same problem that exists today with the traditional economy, which is the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, is actually multiplied in the cryptocurrency economy, right? So if you look at the Gini index in Bitcoin or Ethereum, it's actually much, much worse than the worst countries out there. And that is partly because, and again, that's not necessarily a bad thing where we are today in the state of cryptocurrency, but there are a lot of opportunities to generate yield, to take risk and generate high returns in cryptocurrencies. I think that's one of the reasons a lot of people are in this ecosystem, is the high risk, high returns. But that also means that the people who have more tools, are more sophisticated, have the ability to sort of use the new technologies and take that technology risk as well, those are the people who are getting richer. And again, it's a good thing. It's a good way to start the economy. I think that's what we've seen in capitalism for the past 200 years. And I think that's a driving force of a good economy, is that people who can use their talent to generate yield and generate value and therefore generate profit for themselves. I think that's generally a good thing, but it has to come together with something else, which is how do the people who have make sure that they support the people who don't have. And I think that's a great quote I heard from Warren Buffett over dinner, is how do we make sure we don't leave people behind? And I think as the world progresses and technology progresses, we need to make sure that we also take care of the people who do get left behind and help them progress.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're referring to, I'm assuming, the luncheon with Warren Buffett and Justin Sun that Justin Sun won in the bid. How was that lunch? I'm sure picking the brain of Warren Buffett, did he seem receptive? And did he understand kind of how cryptocurrency, at least the economics of cryptocurrency work?
I think he does. And that's because he gave an analogy. So I don't think we convinced him. I know we didn't convince him of buying Bitcoin at least yet. So he is skeptical. He does understand blockchain. So he spoke of blockchain. He spoke of the fact that a lot of the companies that he invested in are looking at the technology. You know, he does have access to the smartest minds around the world. So people like Bill Gates are his friends. So they're among his book club. So I'm assuming they have a very interesting dialogue. And obviously, Bill Gates does understand very well blockchain technology, as well as, you know, people like Jamie Dimon, etc. So you can think that Warren Buffett has really the smartest people around the world around his table, and they understand the value of blockchain technology, which is different than cryptocurrency. I think when he referred to cryptocurrency, he gave his famous quote of why he doesn't invest in commodities as well. And, you know, he gives this example that if you take all the gold in the world, you fill in a football stadium. And if you would have taken all of that value, you could actually buy Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon together. Wow. But if, you know, what do you prefer to do? Buy Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft, or buy a football stadium filled with gold? And then what he says is 10 years later, if I bought these fantastic companies, you know, they've generated value, they've sold products, they've generated income for hundreds of thousands of families. And if I bought that stadium filled with gold, it's just the same stadium filled with gold. It hasn't done anything. It hasn't generated any value. So that's his view around commodities. So first of all, the fact that he looks at Bitcoin as a commodity, I think is a positive thing. It means he understands sort of the narrative of digital gold. I think that his view around economics and investing in companies, I think that's a very valid point. You know, I love cryptocurrencies, but still 60–70% of my portfolio is actually investing in stocks and in companies. Because even if we assume, you know, Bitcoin prevails as digital gold, and eventually fiat currencies get replaced by cryptocurrencies, which I think is on the extreme because I think they will live side by side, then still what really generates value are entrepreneurs and you know, and executives who manage great companies who generate value for people. So does it make sense to invest in gold? Yes. Does it make sense to invest in cryptocurrencies? Yes. Does it make sense to also invest in companies who generate value? Yes. His view is, I don't invest in commodities, and that's a fair point of view. From the point of view of sort of, you know, fiat currencies and the dollar, I think he's a big believer in the dollar. Like he said over dinner, I think my grandson would prefer a suitcase with dollars versus Bitcoins, and that he believes that the dollar is here to stay. I'm not sure it's something to doubt. I think, you know, the US is here to stay, the dollar is here to stay, but I do think there's 3–4 billion people around the world who live in countries where those currencies are not necessarily here to stay, and they're going to get devalued, and we need to think about them as well. So again, I'm a big believer in the value of Bitcoin. Warren isn't, and I don't think we've been able to convince him otherwise.
I wonder if you were able to have the conversation with Warren Buffett about the good dollar now, because clearly, you know, I see his point where, you know, money just sitting there, even value in gold, isn't doing any work for you. And he's part of that club of billionaires who, you know, have said that when they pass, they will donate the majority of their wealth to, to good causes. I wonder if you were able to explain to him the idea of good dollar, where you can take this value in a commodity, and stake it and have that actually work and create more value to give to people in need. Would that be something he would be interested in potentially?
So we had a quick dialogue around it. I think, again, his view is a bit more on the conservative part on how to generate sort of more equality. He does very much believe in the notion of giving, you know, the biggest giver or one of the biggest givers on the planet. I think his view is more around sort of the tax benefits and the point system in the US. His view is also very US centric, which is fair, where the good dollar really approach is very global. I did end the dinner giving him actually a signed letter describing the good dollar and asking him, you know, for his view at some point in time. I think our view in the good dollar is if we build it, they will come both from a user's perspective and eventually from philanthropy. We really want to ignite usage. We want to see claimers coming in. We want to also test the protocol to get, you know, more people, the community building and developing. You know, it's really a notion of a different type of crypto, which is built for good, which is built for equality. And I think it's also a very long-term project. So I think it's going to take maybe a couple of years before we get people like Warren Buffett in.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, if we're looking back at DeFi and kind of the way it manifests itself today with, you know, with that speculation, that yield farming, which, you know, like we said, it is necessary. Do you see, or do you feel, you know, as you run a retail exchange, do you have any fear or see a future where this DEX, this decentralized exchange technology, gets to the point where centralized exchanges don't exist anymore?
I don't think so. Again, it's a matter of simplicity. Can you connect fiat directly, for example, into the blockchain without a centralized node? The answer is probably no. There's, you know, some people might say yes, but it's a very complicated way to do it. But eventually, most people, you know, do have fiat, do have a bank account, do have a credit card. They want sort of a simple way to enter the world. I think what we're really seeing in DeFi, and again, I'm running, you know, a large fintech company, and we're dealing with a lot of complex financial instruments on the back end, and we work with the largest banks in the world, and we understand derivatives as well as settlement and clearing. I think DeFi gives those abilities that historically were really reserved to, you know, the really financial experts. So if you would try to do something like yield farming, just from the point of view of, like, you know, optimizing P2P lending, right? There's a whole world of P2P, of lenders who lend to people, right? And there are algorithms who then basically define where is the best place to put the money in order to lend people, in order to minimize risk and maximize rewards. In the traditional world, you would actually invest probably in a hedge fund that creates those algorithms. They're proprietary, and then generates the income, and that then takes 2 and 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everything would be very centralized, and you wouldn't necessarily know how they're running those algorithms. And here, the process is relatively similar in the notion, right? So these are people lending money. There's interest rates. There's an algorithm optimizing those interest rates. It's just everything is in smart contract code, so everybody can actually read it. And the rewards of potentially the DeFi protocol developer, instead of being 2 and 20, and instead of building this system where, you know, it's a hedge fund and you have an administrator and people send money in and you need to take an auditor like EY, everything is on the blockchain and it's open for everybody. and the benefits for a creator potentially is either the token or some incentive that he takes out. Of course, this is also a regulated space, and this is an unregulated space. This is reserved for profit. So there are a lot of differences, but eventually, if you think about it, it's really about taking a lot of concepts that exist today in the world of investing and financial services, like hedge funds, and just translating them into code, implementing them, and enabling people to directly using those protocols.
Mm-hmm. Now, there definitely are positives that we do want to take from the traditional financial world and bring into the crypto sphere, but one of them we do not want to take in is, this latest leak from FinCEN documents, thousands of documents highlighting all sorts of criminal activity through the major traditional banks. It's kind of funny because this is something that us early crypto adopters and people who have been pro crypto have been saying for years that if you're really worried about illicit activity, money laundering types of things, it's not really happening in Bitcoin or crypto. It's happening in the traditional financial system. Do you think that big leaks like these that really get out there and get the public some sort of more interested and knowledgeable about how much dirty money actually goes through the traditional system? Does this help, crypto's cause? Does this help crypto's PR, let's say a public image or something like that?
I'm not sure whether the fact that there's, a lot of problematic activity within the traditional banking system necessarily helps the image of crypto from that point of view. I do think that a lot of smart people and a lot of great companies are working on creating better anti-money laundering tools, tracking systems on top of cryptocurrencies. Both, companies, like Chain Analysis, but many others. I think, again, from the point of view of what system is easier to track, it's probably crypto, right? So again, the traditional, Bitcoin and Ethereum are relatively easy to track. It's a public ledger where all of the transactions are transparent. It's true that there are things like mixers, etc., but I would generally assume that large agencies, let's call them, have a very good notion of how to track illicit activity on top of the large protocols like Bitcoin and Ether, etc. So we need to understand it's just a different system. This is a public ledger based on blockchain technology, and the other system is really a system of gatekeepers, right? So the entire banking system, it's all around gatekeepers who are heavily regulated, who do not share information from one to another, right? You can't get access into the ledger of your bank and see the transactions of everyone on the bank, right? It's almost the opposite of how bank secrecy and how people used to think of banking back then. And gradually what happened is regulators, especially because of anti-money laundering regulation, started mapping and connecting all of the ledgers of all of the banks. So to the best of my understanding, the Federal Reserve does have a ledger of all of the banks in the US, right? So there is actually a private ledger where the Federal Reserve does have access to all of the dollar transactions within the US system, but it's still private, it's not public. But so the difference is, do you rely on all of these gatekeepers, or do you put it out in the open and develop technology to monitor it? So I think, again, in general, I think it's a fair assumption that the ability to trace and create controls for anti-money laundering on top of the large crypto protocols will significantly improve and eventually potentially will be better than the traditional banking system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I have spoken to Kim Grauer, head of research at Chainalysis, just for this conference specifically. And every time we speak, she does reiterate this point where the people who are most happy when criminals use crypto is the government agencies, because it gives them an easy way to track it. I mean, there is an open public ledger that they can see, that they can track, they can trace. And so it kind of makes you rethink government's view on crypto, where once it was kind of, crypto was in many ways, if you were anarchist, if you were anti-government, libertarian, you wanted to get out from the government's thumb, it seemed like you would then turn to crypto. But I could easily foresee a future where the government adopts a lot of this technology because it has been proven to really help them trace the transfer of money, which at the end of the day is essentially what gives them their power. I mean, especially the U.S. government, it acts like the world's bank essentially on a global scale. Do you think that this will lead to, sooner rather than later, central banks releasing CBDCs?
First of all, the answer is 100% yes. We are going to see CBDCs. It's just a matter of time. So I think, again, it's the same process that we've seen in the internet, asking, are we going to see the newspapers online? Then the answer, back into 1999 was yes, they're all going to publish all of the articles online. And obviously, it's going to be eventually online first, right? There was some resistance at first, but digital currencies is an inevitable future. Moving from cash to CBDCs, I think, is an inevitable future as well. And I think most central banks understand that. It does create some challenges really about anonymous transactions, right? So what is private and what is public in CBDCs? And if there is no cash eventually, how do people use money when they want to use it privately and when they don't want it traced, right? And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Cool. All right, I lost you. We could pick it up from the CBDCs. What was the last thing? Probably that got cut off. Yeah, you can start.
I was talking about CBDCs and different nations using cryptocurrencies and tracking in different ways, and then we suddenly got cut off mysteriously.
Yes.
This thing was about to say that I think most large governments already use cryptocurrencies probably and have very good tracing abilities. So maybe we need to keep to the next subject before we get interrupted mysteriously.
You're probably right. Now, I'm gonna ask you, as someone who does run an exchange, both that also supplies traditional, stocks and other options and derivatives to its clients. For so long, we've been talking about a Bitcoin ETF, as something that it's an exchange traded fund. And what it does is that offers a kind of a regulated and insured vehicle for institutional investors to access or to get exposure to Bitcoin without having to hold the underlying asset. And it was just announced that Brazil's Hashdex is teaming up with NASDAQ to offer that in the Bermuda Stock Exchange. With all the various, let's say, advances that we've made on crypto regulation in America and around the world, and as institutions have seen how Bitcoin and crypto as a whole has kind of weathered the economic storms throughout the time. One, is Bitcoin ETF still that important? And two, is this Bitcoin ETF that's being listed on the Bermuda Stock Exchange, is that a significant first step?
So again, I was always thinking that a Bitcoin ETF isn't that significant, just because if large financial institutions have already been dealing with crypto, there are already companies doing insurance. I understand very well how financial institutions invest their funds. They know very well to invest both in public markets as well as in private markets. They invest in real estate, So any large fund, whether it's a BlackRock or a Fidelity or a Tiro or Wellington, they know how to invest in private companies. They know how to invest in real estate. They know how to, and a lot of them have also learned how to invest in cryptocurrencies. Fidelity obviously being sort of the top of the line. So if you can invest with, a regulated platform like eToro, whether you're financial institutions or with Fidelity, then does it really matter to the ecosystem whether there's an ETF for financial institutions? I don't think so. Does it matter for retail individuals? Is it going to be significantly easier to have an eToro or a Coinbase account to buy Bitcoin directly, or to have a Schwab account and buy a Bitcoin ETF that has an ETF provider created a wrapper that probably has some cost, and that's trading on a traditional exchange where eventually they will need to go and buy it eToro or Coinbase or Fidelity? Then why do retail investors need to go through that entire loop? And does it actually provide value to the crypto ecosystem where individuals go through that loop? I don't think so. But does it mean that we won't see, if there is going to be an ETF, some traction to it? I think we are probably going to see several $1 billion flowing eventually to Bitcoin ETFs, the same that they're flowing right now into ETNs, right? Into the various existing sort of wrappers that have Bitcoin or ETH in them. So I don't think it's a big game changer. I think it's really about SEC's decision currently to protect potentially consumers by not approving it. But I don't think it's that important for the ecosystem as well.
But on the other end, big news that Kraken was actually, given a bank charter in Wisconsin, as running an exchange, I'm sure firsthand what it is to have to deal with regulators and the ramifications of this. How big of a deal is this that a kind of a traditional crypto exchange has now gotten a bank charter, and does that open the doors? What does that do for both the exchange side as well as the consumer side?
So first of all, obviously, congrats are in place for the Kraken team. I don't think, we've been regulated, eToro in the UK, Europe, Australia, the US for a while now. So we've always operated as a regulated, basically broker dealer. And we always treated cryptocurrencies as financial instruments, much before they were defined, and they're still really not defined properly as financial instruments in all of the global regulators. So I think we are definitely going to see more regulation in crypto. I think existing regulators, in some cases, it's going to be the bank regulators. In some places, it's going to be the securities regulators. In some places, it's going to be the commodities regulators. There are various different regulators in the money transmission regulators, which is the FinCEN part. So I think we are going to see more regulators who are all going to have to accept that the regulated entities under their regulation deal with cryptocurrencies. And I think that's a very good thing. And a company like Kraken getting a bank charter potentially means that more banks, and that relates to something additional that we've seen from the OCC, that more banks will be able to provide cryptocurrency services to their consumers. So in general, I think it's good to see the large crypto companies get more regulated. And I think it's always good to see regulated companies in the space of cryptocurrencies. And I think that lives alongside the sort of less, more uncertain, but also sort of faster waters of DeFi, and sort of the pure smart contracts play that we see happening day to day.
Well, I mean, kind of speaking upon that connection, regulators, some might say, got to ICOs kind of too late. There was the ICO boom. There was a lot of good projects, a lot of scam projects, and then kind of the regulators came to kind of pick up the pieces and throw out some fines. But with DeFi, as DeFi is gaining more momentum and more capitals going into them, will the regulators' eyes turn to DeFi, and do you think that they will start to regulate these protocols and instruments? I mean, essentially, they can't do much about the protocols, the automated DeFi products themselves, but they could deal with the on-ramps and the off-ramps.
Again, on-ramps and off-ramps are already regulated and going to be heavily regulated, but we're talking about on-ramps and off-ramps of fiat. There's a very good question on how can you regulate smart contracts, right? Who do you regulate and what type of regulation is it? Because it's about writing code. When there is an incentive to that code, right, and there's a known beneficiary to that incentive, potentially you can regulate that known beneficiary around those smart contracts. But it's important to understand that regulation, I used to explain that a lot of times to our team at eToro. So I would say, we're in the brokerage business, right? People buying and selling stocks, the same as people buying and selling cryptocurrencies, but the rules have been written before and assuming neutral technology, right? So when you think about brokerage, for example, I would tell people, remember, the rules are somebody wants to buy a stock, they phone you, you pick up the phone and you ask them, how much of the stock do you want? They tell you, you hang up the phone, then you go somehow to buy that stock. It used to be you'd go to the pit, you'd go to the actual exchange with a note, and then you'd go back and you'd send a bill to that customer telling him, I bought you these shares, please send the money and I'll send you the shares, right? So that's traditional brokerage. And most of the rules have stayed the same, right? So, but today, somebody downloads an app, funds an account, makes a transaction. Everything is automated. So some regulators have been changing the rules, have been updating the rules, but in general, rules are relatively technology agnostic. In crypto, when you think about smart contracts, it's almost impossible to be technology agnostic, right? Because the actual financial transactions, the actual logic is in the code. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it gets regulated without, getting killed. Because again, I do think this is a very, very valuable technology advancement in finance, being able to make the financial logic, derivatives, complex instruments, tri-party or multi-party agreements, automatic clearing and settlement. Again, all of these are things that are really futuristic if you understand how finance works today. So I think regulators understand that, but there's a very big challenge on how do you regulate it without killing it.
I mean, and that's kind of the point where right now DeFi, a lot of what we're seeing are these complex, tools that are used by the people. Admittedly, there's a high barrier to entry, so the people who are using it for the most part do understand the risks and do know. But that's still that's a decentralized finance for a very specific part of the traditional finance system, or that they've kind of figured out a way of utilizing here, using smart contracts. But when are we going to see that DeFi, the decentralized finance, that kind of future that I always envisioned, where it's, let's say I, as a regular person, I have a business idea and I want a loan for my business. So instead of going to the bank and pitching and begging and trying to convince them of my good idea to raise money, where's that DeFi where it's essentially decentralized finance, where I could go to the masses, I could go to the world, to the community with my business idea to get a loan, where I like that. When are we going to truly replace the banks, not on the speculative aspect that the banks, like the Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley.
That's finance, right? Finance is financing your needs in order to accomplish something. That's the definition of finance. I think it's going to take a while. I think we're right now, the entire ecosystem is in research and experimental mode. I think we're doing empiric research, which is great. So I'm definitely from the school of thought thinking, people sort of experimenting, launching smart contracts, people who understand the risks, willing to risk money on those experiments. I think that's all great. You're asking when is that going to be mature, is like asking in 1997, when can I trust reading things about the internet, right? And the truth is, I think we reached that peak probably 3-4 years ago, where you could actually say, okay, I read it on Wikipedia, so it's true. And from then actually that started deteriorating. So I'm not sure whether, there's a clear answer to that, but I think we're looking at a 5 to 10 year horizon.
All right, and last question before I let you go, because I do know you're busy. eToro just renewed its partnership with the Premier League team, Leicester City, along with 11 other deals with English football and German football. This is where the eyeballs are for your prospective customers, so a great branding and marketing opportunity. But are you also just a big football fan? And if so, which team?
My entire time goes into my passion of capital markets. So instead of watching footballs, I watch the markets. I do have a lot of people who are very passionate about football as well. But personally, I'm more passionate about the market. So trying to bring the markets into football rather than the opposite.
So then let me ask you, are you team Uni, team Sushi, or team Yam?
I'm team eToro.
eToro. All right, Yoni Yassi, thank you so much for joining us and always giving wonderful insights into the industry, both on a micro and a macro level. I hope you enjoy your vacation. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hello, my friends. I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Collateralized debt position. A collateralized debt position, otherwise known by crypto degenerates as a CDP, is a smart contract based on the Ethereum blockchain created by MakerDAO in 2014. It's a variation of financial market derivations that can simply be defined as representation of a debt position that is backed by an underlying pool of assets. Users can borrow stable coins against Ethereum tokens as they lock into the smart contract, and this allows one to avoid the volatility of market swings. The collateral is then released once the amount borrowed is paid back.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
We have some breaking news. As central banks and government agencies all over the globe assert monopoly over world currencies, taking the liberty to print unprecedented amounts of money, many have flocked to the experimental space of decentralized finance, or what the cryptocurrency degenerates call DeFi. But the question still stands: what the Fi is in DeFi? Luckily, Reimagine 2020 is helping us think through this question, live as we speak. Tune in to Reimagine 2020 to learn more. Back to you.
everyone. Welcome to Reimagine 2020. And today we have a great panel with the truly great lineup. So the topic is synthetic assets. And we have with us Kane from Synthetics, Clayton from UMA, Dorji from Perlin, and Charles from Genesis Block. So I'm really looking forward to digging into what are these assets, what's really brought it to where it is today, and of course, what does the future hold? Welcome, guys, and why don't we just start off with with some brief introductions about about yourselves and what your company does. Should we start from the top, Clayton?
Sure. Thanks, Arthur. Appreciate that. Great to be here. My name is Clayton Roche, and I'm here with UMA. The company's name is Universal Market Access. And so we are a platform that allows for the creation of synthetic assets. And I'm the head of community development. Do you want more detail, or should we keep going around?
That's good. To you, Charles.
Okay. Yeah, so Zoom actually doesn't put the faces in order for everybody. So you're gonna have to shout out the names.
Right.
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
So yeah, I'm
so
Charles,
and then Dorji next.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm running the trading desk at Genesis Block Hong Kong. We started off as a community builder and then transitioned to OTC. And this year we've spent a lot of time focusing on our prop desk, which means, we've been obviously taking positions on a lot of these shitcoins. Of course, yield farming has been a huge thing for the last 2 and 3 months. And really, it's so new to us as well that we're learning so much about the space. Even looking at this stuff full time, it's still difficult. And really, I'm just here from speaking from the user perspective and trying to learn from these great builders such as Synthetics, UMA, and of course Perlin. Thanks.
Thanks, Charles, and thanks everyone. So hi, Dorji Sun. I sit in Singapore. I'm the CEO and project manager for Perlin. As background, I actually have done a number of tech startups, and I'm an angel investor, but I spent 13 years trading carbon. So back in 2007, I started a carbon firm called Carbon Conservation. We raised $430 million. I was one of Time Magazine's heroes of the environment, but we got absolutely smashed by governments not really regulating carbon in the way that we thought was appropriate. And so I then found my way into Bitcoin in 2014, took a position, co-founded a tipping bot, and then have subsequently done a number of different cryptocurrency projects. And I think what I would stress really is why I was keen to participate and why I love the title of this is we don't need to reimagine 2020. Who would have thought we would have been in a pandemic? And what I'm seeing, because I wear several hats. So one hat is as special advisor to the International Chamber of Commerce's Secretary General. So the ICC is a 100-year-old not-for-profit. It regulates international trade, has 45 million businesses as its participants. And what they're seeing now is a $3 trillion gap in trade finance, in commodity finance, because all the banks are shutting down their back offices. Who would have thought the unintended consequences of Basel IV would be that banks simply are shut, but there's also high risk. And so, within Perlin, we've run 3 or 4 different streams of research. We've been researching tokenizing carbon. We've been researching trade finance, title documents on the blockchain. We've been researching supply chain traceability. And we've recently launched this initiative working with UMA, Clayton and the team, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. But my one thesis is the world is overgoverned. I think that what we're working on is the future, and but it's going to take a few years to get there. So that's what Perlin is engaged in.
Yeah, so I guess I'll go last. So Kane from Synthetics, we offer, I guess, the ability for people to get exposure to a range of different assets on Ethereum. So trading on Ethereum is a good experience, I would say. There's some trade-offs, but permissionless trading is very powerful driver, and we're seeing a lot of interest in decentralized exchanges and various other activities on Ethereum. And one of the issues, obviously, is that not every single asset is on Ethereum. So, you know, we have some tokenized Bitcoin representations, and, you know, we have some other assets that have been tokenized on Ethereum. But, you know, a vast majority of the world's assets are not available. And so the idea of having synthetic exposure to these assets on Ethereum, you know, where you have all of your ERC20 tokens and being able to participate in that is quite powerful. And so that's what synthetics enables, is, you know, a range of assets like gold, silver, Bitcoin, and other cryptocurrencies, as well as fiat currencies like you know, GBP, Euro, etc.
Awesome. I mean, that was actually a pretty great answer to what my next question was going to be. That, you know, where is the kind of the synthetic assets market today? So I guess like to really like sum it up, it's that we're at the point where it's there's are we talking about sub-billion or over $1 billion of sort of assets that have been locked to create these synthetic assets? But today, majority of these assets are still essentially crypto assets being used to get synthetic exposure to other crypto assets, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you include DAI, which I think is the biggest, you know, synthetic dollar, right? Which keeps growing. You know, it's hard to keep track. I'm not sure where it's up to. You know, once you throw in DAI and a couple of the other, you know, and I'm excluding the kind of fiat coins like USDC, I think we are getting pretty close to $1 billion with the synthetic assets on Ethereum. If it's not over $1 billion, you know, it will be very soon.
And I guess obviously synthetics makes up like a good 60 or 70% of that, and you've sort of more or less branded I mean, you've done such a great job with the name. You've basically made it pretty tricky for anyone else to call theirs something different.
Yeah, namespace squatting is not the best idea in the world, but yeah, I think that's kind of where we landed, unfortunately.
Well, I'm sure that'll work out. But these are still to a kind of average person, relatively, you know, these are massive amounts of money in the kind of in the global scale of things. It's, you know, it's a grain of sand on a beach, right? Would you say that, or what do you guys think? Where in the kind of in this scale of like a product market fit that is like our synthetic assets today? Is it does it have product market fit? Are we very far from there? What are your guys' sort of like thoughts? Maybe we should start with Clayton again.
Sure. Yeah, I'll jump in on that one. So right now, like, at least from the perspective of UMA, a lot of the product market fit is really kind of within the crypto space. Like we've been focusing on, like we did synthetic comp, and now we're looking at doing a synthetic gas token. I think part of the reason for that is just like, it's the people who are accessing crypto right now. So it's just like kind of a matter of fact that the people who are using crypto kind of want other ways to either short assets that they couldn't probably short before, or to use derivatives that relate to crypto assets. I think in the very near future, we're going to start to see product market fit that like maybe expands to commodities. And I'm kind of like lining this up for Georgie, because I think it's an area that he is particularly looking at. Like, I don't think we're that far away from product market fit that falls outside of like the crypto nerd product market fit category. There's also a little bit of a concern around like, basically around securities laws. So there's kind of watching out for that. So there's like this, there's a product market fit concern, but then there's also just like the regulatory concern and like making sure that the space is sort of ready to kind of take on that space. I think we have to kind of like be cautious there. So it's a little bit of a trade-off there.
Yeah, thanks, Clayton. So, I mean, I'll just jump in. So just going back to what Kane was saying in his original statement, I think that, you know, the way that the ecosystem around synthetics is going to evolve. So, for example, ourselves, we chose to take a different approach. We're not trying to build a full stack approach. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We want to try and leverage existing, you know, what you might call DeFi primitives. So our first integration was with Balancer. The second integration is now with UMA, which we'll be launching with the Reimagine 2020 conference. And you know, where we saw it is there's going to be a ton of experimentation. There's going to be a lot of failure. So how can we incrementally accrete to the ecosystem? And so one of the things that, you know, we see in this commodity finance breakdown. So to talk about real numbers that you just mentioned, Arta, you know, like the Asian Development Bank released a report a month ago saying $1.5 trillion gap in the commodity finance space. International Chamber of Commerce has come out just recently revising that up to 3.4 trillion, up to 5 trillion. So the numbers are just huge. And, you know, it's a Guatemalan coffee bean farmer that can't ship or can't get the finance to ship. These are the people that are being squeezed because of regulatory pushing. So coming back to what Clayton said, you know, we see that there is an opportunity that can you offer a fair rate of interest to someone like, say, let's just say you can do this around, you know, coffee, or do this around other types of base commodities. Can it also then be secured where the title documents are NFT, you know, where the title documents are on a blockchain? So there's still a long way to go, but this is kind of where we're hoping to move into. The other area is, you know, what you kind of call the long tail. So, you know, myself personally, it still shocks me because my wife and I do investments into carbon more on a philanthropic basis, but hopefully, you know, it will be able to wash its face in the future. But, you know, if you've got some of these long tail commodities that don't have a price index, that don't have a deep enough or liquid enough market, can you create synthetics around it? And, you know, just to kind of flesh out a bit more around what Clayton was saying about, you know, governance, market accessibility, and legality. I mean, you know, like, let's just say I'm an Indonesian, because we do a lot of work in Indonesia. Let's just say I'm Indonesian. I can't get access to Tesla shares, or I can't get access to, you know, other types of commodities without a US-based brokerage fee, brokerage account, and paying the fees and doing the KYC. So, you know, that's where I see that there will be applications where essentially the siloed nationalistic approach to asset ownership, you know, will be able to be disrupted through synthetics. So you know, kudos to synthetics and Kane and his team. You know, as I was saying before we actually started recording, you know, it's going to take a bunch of trailblazers. You know, we've put our chips onto UMA just because we see a different approach, you know, faster response times, lower need for on-chain oracles. We just think it's interesting to explore with a legal background. You know, I think that litigation really is the last type of resort. And so that's why, you know, the oracle minimization could be optimal. So yeah, just some thoughts.
Excellent, and I definitely want to really like dig into the sort of the topic that both of you have mentioned, essentially, like, you know, like the legality and regulatory side, and kind of, I guess, like broader on what the future holds. What I really like about this lineup is that we have such a diversified group of guys. We have, you know, like you guys called yourselves the trailblazers, or let's say the builders, but I also wanted to get a bit of diversity in the form of, in this case, Charles being the actual kind of the end user, because the way I see it today, the synthetic assets themselves are still they're kind of the main focus point are the more sophisticated traders. Charles, what is your like view at sort of at Genesis Block? You being the guys that essentially, you know, spend days and nights trading and really kind of being in the deepest end of the pool. How do you guys view like synthetic assets? Do you how many you know, how often do you touch them? Do you use them? And what are your kind of views there?
Yeah, so I think earlier we did highlight that it's very early in this entire space. And liquidity mining is just one of those steps that we have to go through to gather attention in the space. So to be really honest, like, would we have all been trading on DEXs and looking at synthetics, for instance, at all, if there weren't all these extra rewards that made sense for us to spend our time on it, right? So it's the same for any kind of new platform where you have to kind of incentivize users to, you know, provide liquidity and also be a taker in the market. So I think, you know, we're at that stage. And as I mentioned, like in the last 2 months, we've learned a ton about how these things work. But at the end of the day, we're still very focused on, okay, how do we utilize these things to maximize like the returns that we're getting, right? So, you know, quite frankly, like even if you look at Synthetics, the exchange right now, they do have, you know, they have these assets that represent the Euro, GBP. They also have like commodity futures. There's a lot of things out there. And the question is, how do you create, how does this become something that's like an organic, very healthy market and it's definitely going to take time. At least that's my take. And Dorji touched on a point about what happens at some point when the regulators or the whole legal side kind of comes into it. And my personal view is like to kind of really, if it's possible, to kind of avoid that whole situation where you try to bring in regulation. It is quite contrarian to say that, but the reason I say that is because of the STO space. And that was like a huge theme in like early 2019 where, crypto was kind of boring and then everyone jumped into STOs thinking, oh, this is the future of crypto. And it's so difficult. Like, yes, the structure of it, of using blockchain and having tokens, it can imply like more flexibility and freedom. But once the regulator steps in, they just putting the original framework on top of blockchain. And I think that's what a lot of people got wrong. And then it turned out not great. But right now, like maybe because, we're in a very degen mode right now and trying to trade, look at all these cool platforms and things that look very risky, but it's just really, really cool that you can trade all of these without KYC. I had a call with, for instance, Elliptic just earlier in the week. And I asked them like, is there something that you guys can do with DEXs, for instance? Like having KYT AML plugged into these things, would that make sense? And quite frankly, like I think the whole market doesn't really care because they just enjoyed all this freedom. Like no one cares, okay, I put money into a smart contract and I get coins back. Am I worried that these coins are dirty? Like, I think the whole regulatory / legal stance has been put completely aside. And that's why this is such a really exciting kind of industry, where we're talking about like, just synthetics alone has close to $1 billion in TLV. The industry as a whole has, I think it peaked at like 9 billion or something like that. This is a lot of money. And I'm sure regulators take notice or the governments can take notice, but that's why, for me, that's why I think this is super, super like innovative and kind of a game changer.
I think some really great insights there, and but what I kind of really read out was as well that like today the like majority of, I guess, like the motivation for the trading or for the usage has come from the incentives. But I guess technically that there is nothing wrong with that, because I mean centralized exchanges also have incentives. They have almost every company in the world has effectively a marketing budget, right? And in this case, in the tokens case, I guess it's the kind of the job of the builder or the goal of the builder to design the incentive properly and to actually to build something in that where the guys that are receiving the incentives are actually incentivized or interested to actually to hold it as well, right? So that it doesn't turn into this kind of like a vicious cycle. And I think this is something that that synthetics did manage to achieve with SNX, where there sort of allegedly wasn't this kind of automatic like dumping going on when immediately like the rewards were being claimed. How did you guys what was your journey to throughout this period, Kane, from kind of from starting with the incentive programs and really when it really started to take off?
I think we were lucky because when we were designing our incentives, it was at a kind of period in the market where no one really gave a shit what was going on, right? Like, the only people left were like the diehards that were like clinging to the boat, for dear life, right? Like everyone else had long ago jumped over the side, and drowned, right? So I think when we set up the incentive structure for SNX and redesigned the monetary policy and did all these things, we had a very wide open kind of solution space to play in, and I think that is still the situation that we're in today, right? We're still in the how do we do this, not how do we scale it or how do we optimize it for users, etc. Like the UMA approach and the synthetics approach are very different approaches to the same problem, right? There's a huge gulf of solutions even within that spectrum, and then this is not just a sort of linear spectrum, it's multidimensional. So I think we've really barely scratched the surface in terms of how you can structure these different systems, and to kind of touch on the regulatory question for a second, I think the critical point to understand about this is it's not the point of what we're doing is not to avoid regulation, right? It's to somewhat make it obsolete. Right, like regulation is there for a very good reason. It's there to keep people from abusing power, from defrauding people. All of these things that are valuable and useful goals. Right, like it's not there just to like slow everyone down and like be annoying. Right, like that's an unintended consequence of regulations. It's not the core purpose of it. Right, and so I think when you look at DeFi right now and you see the ability for us to like innovate, untethered from these regulatory regimes, the exciting part about that is that it's genuine fintech innovation for the first time in like 2 decades, right? We actually have the ability to do things, see what happens, test things, iterate really quickly without necessarily being worried, about the regulatory implications. But the goal that we have is the same. It's to create an open and transparent set of rules, and a efficient market that can operate on these decentralized platforms, that is useful for all the market participants, right? Like universal market access is a great name for a project because it's genuinely what we're trying to do, right? Like we want everyone to be able to come to this market and participate, and not need Big Brother to be looking over our shoulders to make sure that we don't misbehave. Right. So I think that's ultimately where we're trying to get to. And those two things are aligned. They're just different approaches to the same problem, and the regulators don't necessarily agree with everything that we're doing, I'm sure. But, I think we talked about this last night. Certainly in Australia, they've been fairly permissive and sort of taken a view of let the innovation happen, monitor things closely and, be very careful if people step over bright lines to, stop things, but until then, let things kind of play out and see where it lands.
But do you see regulation kind of coming in at some point? Is that like a legitimate fear for you that it's sort of that it happens sort of like at the wrong time and it kind of destabilizes the sort of the wheel?
If regulation comes in a very practical sense, we've failed. Right? Like if regulators need to come and step in and say, no, you can't do this, right? Then like we've genuinely failed. And when you look at what regulators did in the ICO market and why they needed to step in, the ICO market was too loose, too high risk. There was a lot of fraud, and the structures were not well thought out to ensure that the participants were protected and that the rules were fair, right? And so there was information asymmetry and all kinds of abuses of power that regulations are designed to protect people from, right? And so regulators were kind of, their hand was forced to come and step in and stop this. I think DeFi is somewhat different. And, I think a lot of lessons were learned from the ICO boom, and hopefully we can create a sort of self-governing structure that is more transparent and open and doesn't have those kind of egregious, abuses of power.
And actually, Arthur, just really quickly, I actually think regulation has already stepped in, just for the record. So when Abra, had their close encounter of the sixth kind, they got a slap on the wrist effectively, but it was very clear that there was a line drawn in the sand. But just to reiterate what Kane said, I think that the DeFi world is a little bit more obscure. Like I actually think that it's way harder for the average person to be potentially taken advantage of, which is why I don't think that it's necessarily going to incur the wrath of regulators this time round. But I do think that ultimately there will be a crossing of the Rubicon. Like how do we actually go mainstream for a product market fit? And just coming back to what Charles was saying, we're so Pearl, Perlin's token is the Pearl. It was a Binance IEO. We're going through the same, liquidity building, capital formation, like, what Kane and his team and even Clayton and UMA have done is tremendous, and so what we, just as an example, initially you got to start providing the rewards to gain more adoption, to gain more people playing with your platform, staking, minting, doing all of the things, swapping, etc. And it is one of those situations where to imagine Uber having this adoption, like have a stranger stay in your house at Airbnb without there being some type of bonus provided to both the host or the driver and the passenger is unrealistic. The average cost of acquisition in any type of fintech or tech startup can range from $15 to $150 to $1,000, just depending on the lifetime value. So I see that as this is no different. It's an adoption curve, but ultimately we haven't yet crossed the real world. In my opinion, we haven't gone beyond the upside down. And that's when, you're going to start tapping this $3.4 trillion, kind of funding gap that does exist in real world applications.
Got it. And I think that's let's kind of let's dive into that. So we've settled that we're a lot of progress has been made. Still a long way to go, but so far so good. What are your guys kind of like thoughts? What is the sort of your like dream kind of killer use case when it comes to synthetic assets, and where do you think the sort of the industry is with it today? Start with you, Clayton, again.
Sure. So, I guess for me personally, I really do value the permissionless nature of crypto in general. So for me, the killer use case is really just basically giving everyone in the world the opportunity to invest in markets. I kind of say that with a big caveat, which is like, I still come here to this panel with like a lot of uncertainty around like, if that's a good thing. And what I mean by that is basically just that we see, I think, like King kind of brought this up with regard to regulation and its purpose. So like, I really want universal access to markets. I also just am sitting here like, just kind of conscious of the mass like meme and hysteria that seems to happen in markets. And so like, I guess I would say that I want universal access to markets, but I also want like a certain amount of maturity that kind of happens that I feel like regulation has prevented from happening. Like there's a way in which regulation sort of protects people, but it also stops people from growing because they haven't participated in markets until they've been like really broken down into like the US stock market, where you kind of have things that have already been cleared and have to go through legal processes to be listed, et cetera. So yeah, I guess like I would want to say that I want that. That's kind of my dream for synthetic assets, is that people can access these things, but at the same time that the world kind of like matures a little bit and also like understands how to interact with these markets in a way that is not like universally devastating or, just creates like predatory behavior, things like that. And then the other piece of it is just kind of a hope that the technology that exists with crypto and with these opportunities will kind of discover some level of human equity that wasn't possible before. I tend to believe that power attracts more power and money attracts more money, et cetera. My hope is that we've come across a certain type of technology. There's something important about the technology that we're building together that actually can actually increase human equity and make it easier for like more people to be happy in the world.
Nice.
Yeah.
What about you, Charles? What is your kind of the killer use case you would love to see from synthetic assets in on blockchain or in crypto?
Yeah, no, I think when it comes to synthetic assets, it's already, there's a lot of very cool things in place already. The question is, like, it really comes down to the demand of, do people really want to trade this? Are they really unhappy with the things that, like the venues they trade already? For instance, if you have an account on Robinhood or you have an account on Interactive Broker, and you can, there's sufficient things on there that you can trade already. I think Robinhood is like a great example of, having fractional shares, which is something that was super important for the whole SEO space. This was a game changer, obviously, because kids with $300 can just trade whatever shares they want. And I think that's going to expand, obviously, into more derivative kind of related products, but the question is, it takes time for them to learn how it works, which is kind of the role that, you know, the industry leaders will have to play. To really, I guess, the education will come first before they actually start looking at these things more regularly. So yeah, I think, you know, it's not really about, is it like something to do with the product? It's more about how easy it is for the average Joe to get used to it. So I think there's a big theme in DeFi right now regarding fiat on-ramps. Because I think we talked to 2 or 3 projects already that are claiming to be the fiat gateway to DeFi. One dashboard where people can just wire any kind of fiat currency and it will be staked. There'll be some yield aggregator so they can generate like, you know, 10% a year guaranteed. And yeah, I think that will be a step forward as well. And if you combine that with what's happening on the back end that generates those yields, you know, it'll be a long process, but I think that's the direction we need to go. But on the flip side of that, you know, there are a lot of scams that could emerge like this, where they guarantee all these returns, and then they just disappear. So, yeah, it's like, you know, that's probably going to trigger a lot of regulation that comes in. But, you know, for instance, if you have a DAO, you know, I think most of the DeFi platforms are running on DAOs. That's another thing that users will have to understand and learn. Like, what does it mean to have party governance? Because that's a very new concept for a lot of people, like not knowing who they're facing.
Dorji, what about you? I think you've given hints about your the dream use case and the kind of breadth of it as $3 trillion.
No, look, I think no, actually, you know, what's funny, Kane, I read one of your tweets and it was a weekend, and it's something that I've been working on, and actually I didn't think of it till this moment. And so last night, it's the UN week, so I was on a panel midnight last night with the Secretary General of the ICC for Climate Week, and you know, I think we as a civilization, until we can value a tree that's living more than a tree that's dead, I think that we will fail as a civilization. And the problem is, unless you cut down a tree and turn it into a piece of furniture, there's no value on that tree. So 13 years of my life has been looking at how do you put a valuation on a standing forest. And I genuinely think that you could use liquidity mining, you could use the farming rewards, you could create synthetic assets around forest-based carbon that could actually result in the preservation or some correlation to a standing forest. So I want to throw that out there as something that just popped into my head. It's something that we are working on, but we are using a price index for carbon that's traded in the EU or traded in Australia, etc. But you know, just that idea of correlation to biodiversity. You know, they're introducing a whole bunch of long tail assets. So you can purchase nitrogen reduction per ton from the Great Barrier Reef from farmers that are reducing nitrogen leaching into the reef. And you can even buy credits for plastic that's been gathered out of the ocean. So there's a long tail opportunity just around kind of exotic synthetics like that. And then the second thing, though, more practically, I think, you know, if I was to wear my official hat as a Pearl project manager. So obviously the Pearl is now building a base. It's you know, capital formation, liquidity building. The Pearl has been accepted as an UMA, you know, collateral asset, and you know, obviously if SNX ever wants to list the Pearl, we would be very, very happy with that. So the idea really behind that, though, is there is this huge funding gap which exists more and more, just simply because banks, it makes no sense for them to bank you know, 45 million SMEs because, you know, the return on trade finance is pitiful, especially where lending rates are, you know, through the floor. And so, you know, so we see a very, very viable short-term opportunity in terms of leveraging that lack of funding. Like literally some of these poor cocoa growers in the Ivory Coast are paying 90%, 100% type in, you know, when you actually follow it down the chain to the cocoa that actually gets received and used in various consumer goods, you're seeing that type of rate of, you know, interest costs. So there are very, very viable opportunities. And just to bring it back to what Charles was saying, and I find it funny that Charles, being the trader, has the strong backlight, so he's looking particularly dark when he makes these predictions, ominous predictions. But I think coming back to what we recognize, we as a so we've got 7 years runway, we're 3 years old. I'm not going anywhere. Like, we're doing this thing. But we thought, hey, we've got an APY of it was 150% to 200%. Layer on top of that balancer rewards, not a bad 40% APY, and we were just blown out of the water by various random food coins and chefs, and so I think the world, exactly like Charles said, right now the investor sentiment is a bit degen. And so, you would think in the real world, roughly 150% to 200% APY would be good, because that the token's not going anywhere. But people would much rather take a yam or a sushi type return, which has multiples of that, but also where the potential implications of, disappearances of head chefs or various other exciting events and developments. So bringing it back to your question, Arta, I think that most realistic for me, DeFi substantially taking up where CeFi just can't handle. And I see that happening in the next few years. Already there's been a big shift. So I was mentioning before, Singapore's biggest oil trader collapsed with $5 billion of debt, simply because the collateral, the oil, had been farmed out multiple times. A very simple double spend attack, basically they did it in plain daylight. So there's been 4 or 5 such big collapses. So I think that's going to happen. But my hope really would be, can you bring natural assets? Can you bring the global commons? Can you bring, some of these more exotics into a trading environment where people are not only doing good, but they're also making money and doing well? The day that I can bring Charles Yang to protect a rainforest by trading degen, carbon, PX carbon on Perlin X, I retire. You know what I mean?
No, I like it. I love it. Yeah.
So I guess my sort of quick answer to that question is, I think financial markets are hyper efficient, right? The market is hyper efficient at determining, what the price of an Apple share should be at any given microsecond, right? Like during the trading day. But they're also highly fragmented. And that efficiency falls off a cliff really quickly once you get out of these huge trading venues. And so I think that the markets are by far the most efficient way of allocating resources, and we just don't have very strong markets for a lot of things, right? And trying to build regulatory frameworks around these these cross-border markets, and every time you start dealing in different regions and regulatory zones, that's when things start to break down. And so I think that the idea of a permissionless ledger that everyone can agree on the rules and come and participate in a market that's kind of governed by this sort of trustless layer of consensus, right? In the sense of Ethereum, is where we're going to see amazing results, right? And we've gone off on tangents. We've done stupid stuff, and we did the whole ICO thing, and you guys mentioned the STOs, which was another idiotic thing that everyone thought was a great idea. And then we've done meme farming and stuff, and there's zigging and zagging, right? Financial markets are not, they don't go perfectly in one direction. But I do think that we are headed in a direction of much more open, and trustless financial markets, which I think will bring efficiency, to the overall, financial ecosystem that we have in highly liquid markets across the entire world. That's the hope, right? That's what we're trying to build, I think, right? I get a sense that everyone's kind of pushing that same direction. So I hope that that's where we can get to without fucking it up, basically.
So well put. And so, I mean, the way I hear it is that, the opportunity is massive, and the key to it is that as it's all self-regulating, it's kind of the situation where it's ours to lose. How do you guys how would you guys rate what we've how we've managed to sort of, when DeFi has finally recently gotten into the spotlight, how the industry has performed when it's gotten the most attention in history, and I guess including its leaders. I think one of you mentioned that it's up to its leaders to to kind of be this kind of moral compass or sensibility compass. How do you guys think that we've sort of how have we done? I guess Clayton, you jumped off. I see my order of people now changed to yeah, it shuffled now. Charles, how would you rank our kind of our little cottage industries?
You're asking a trader to give you be a moral compass. This is an interesting segue, Arta. Please, Charles, tell us how have we been?
I think the expectations in general have to be quite low. So people get carried away in the hype market, right? Everyone's like, okay, so we've brought in $10 billion into this new segment of crypto, and now it's probably going to go to $1 trillion in like 2 months. Like, this is what typically happens when it comes to retail expectations. Like, oh, it went up, so it must keep going up. But I think the smart money knows, yes, there are times to ride the wave, but if you look at the correction, like macro corrections and how it impacts BTC, how it impacts the altcoins, it brings everybody down to earth and look again at like, what are we really doing, right? So the people, it's obviously not a good question to ask me. It's better to ask people that are actually building this stuff, because they have the correct vision. Like they're convinced more than like, to be doing this full time, they must be absolutely convinced on the inside and have a very clear picture of where it's going, rather than some third party that is like just watching the market and watching the progress, right? Because sometimes the progress doesn't really represent like the real vision. So for instance, like the best example could be Sushi Swap. Sushi Swap, I'm sure there was a very, very like philosophical change in terms of, okay, let's not support the VCs. This should be owned by the community. But in reality, like people on the sidelines are mostly talking about like people fighting for control, and like everyone's power hungry, and it becomes the noise gets to everybody, right? So yeah, I think I don't know. Like I really don't feel like I'm the right person to be speaking regarding the future of where this is going. Maybe one of you guys to step in.
I think,
Dorji.
Yeah, look, I think what Charles said is perfectly on point. I don't think moralistic judgments or compasses are meant to be part of market infrastructure. Don't get me wrong. In my day job, we're building a business, we're building a token, we're building a network, we're building a community. But then, obviously morals do exist, and I'm not saying that they don't. But I do think that it's just to be expected. When there is this type of a bull run, things will spiral out of control. People's resolve will be tested. Temptation will there was the 7 million taken out by the chef Nomi and then returned, etc. But I just think that what people have to recognize is you have to go in level-headed, don't trade more than you can afford to lose, be aware that this is half unaudited. Even the audits that you do, like we had QuantStamp audit our rewards contract, hopefully they've done a good job. But when you're wrapping $200 million of BTC, there's a lot of trust there. So just coming back, I think that the builders, so I can speak of UMA, like we were working with UMA for 2 months. So from our perspective, we don't plan to fork anyone or rip anyone, like not rip, but benefit from other people's work, but we also don't want to reinvent the wheel. So we're trying to integrate different DeFi primitives. We're very interested, for example, in synthetics, second layer scaling solution, OVM, and if there's ways to work with you guys or do anything, we're very open to it. But just coming back, like moralistically, we watched, UMA go to become like 1.3 billion, and nothing changed when we were working with Clayton and Hart, disappointingly. You know, we're like, do you have a Ferrari now? You know, you guys been dumping on the market. What's going on? And look at the guy. I mean, he looks like he's living in a shack, you know, like he's in a shed, you know, Clayton. You know, you got like tons of money, man. Just dump some of that. You know, what the hell are you doing, man? Look at, you know, you barely have a shirt that buttons. So I'm just saying, like, I think that the guy's building. I mean, we're going to be here for years. It's a good time. It's a privilege to have community trust. So Charles, I think Charles, you know, represents what in the market, you know, they get carried away, they get burnt. I'm sure everyone who bought in at the top of the market, it would be, you know, crying a little bit. But you know, I think this is a long-term thing. So anyway, just backing up, Charles, you're not, you know, I think you're not off point. And Clayton, if you want to comment what it feels like to be, you know, a unicorn in like 3 weeks, like, you know, but I think that, you know, the people building, they're not changing.
Yeah, yeah, and I think you're right. And I also think that, like, so I actually started a group called DeFi Nation, or co-founded it anyway. And actually, Kane has been on a show we did once there. And so I've been kind of like really pretty close to the broader DeFi community for over a year, and definitely was very conscious of this shift. And you know, kind of like basically doubled in the period of a couple of months. And then just the tone and language and the kind of people showing up and the things they're talking about changed quite a lot. Like we used to have these very intricate, nerdy conversations about like contract law, and like whether or not you could really tokenize a piece of property, and how like you couldn't really decentralize ownership of property when you need like a legal entity to enforce the ownership, etc. So we would have these like very nerdy conversations, and now it's literally like, what's the APY of this farming thing? You know, like, should I buy this or sell this? And so I think it's a very interesting question, because I find myself very much like in the middle of this, like being kind of aware of this shift, and like, you know, are the leaders of DeFi doing a good job and handling this well? It's an interesting question. And my personal take on it is very much like, basically when it comes to risk, I'm comfortable with people having access to all kinds of risk. It's just that they should understand that risk, and they should, or at least they should have the opportunity to understand it. Like, I understand some people don't always take the time to understand it, but like as like a community leader, I'll try to make sure that people aren't being lied to. That's kind of, I think, the beginning and the end of like one's responsibility in the market. Go back to Georgie's comment. And then also, kind of as Georgie was touching on, like, I think to the serious builders in the space, like, the hype market doesn't make a huge difference. Like, we're aware of it, and it's like an important piece of the cycle, right? But like, on this call is going anywhere when the hype market is, you know, like, we were all here building during the bear market. So like, at the end of the day, it's like the kinds of conversations you have change. And the actual building, I think, is building towards something bigger. You know, and I actually kind of look forward to the day where we have a healthier, like a more robust market, where the total value, like the percentage change between bull and bear runs is like a lot smaller. Like, I really look forward to those days when we've really like gotten a lot more mature, you know, just to kind of like reduce some of the noise that we see back and forth. And then finally, like Uniswap's Uni token release, I think, was pretty cool. So I'm living in the Philippines, and I've helped some people in the Philippines and in Thailand and Vietnam like set up MetaMask wallets to kind of get them into DeFi. This was like before DeFi was cool. And a couple of them got this like massive influx of money into their wallet all of a sudden because of this. And like, that was pretty cool to witness. Like, I like that DeFi has these opportunities to really help give people access to the financial space that they didn't have access to before. Granted, like, I'm literally like on a one-on-one basis delivering this to a few people I'm randomly close to. It's not because like we found a real product market fit. So it's like, you know, it's not exactly scalable yet. But I'm excited. I hope that the market kind of carrying DeFi to kind of that next stage. I hope that we see some kind of cool like product market fit things come out of this that we haven't yet, that sort of fall outside of the kind of pure crypto audience.
Is that why you have a pickup behind you? Oh my gosh. That's the best backdrop, Clayton.
So we talked, like Clayton mentioned, that I was on DeFi Nation, which was I think still in the bear market. Back then it was maybe like mid 2019 or something like that. And I talked about this, and I talk about this a lot. Markets really only have two modes, right? They have overinvestment and underinvestment. As soon as you get into overinvestment mode, right, and you have all this inefficiency and loss and waste and scams and all these sorts of things, people start, there's gnashing of teeth, and people start freaking out that, oh, the world's ending, it's all terrible, whatever. I actually think that we can sit here and wish that the world was different and that people were different, but that's just the reality, right? And underinvestment is a much, much worse situation to be in. We just had 2 years of underinvestment, right? And yeah, there were some people that were, chipping away and building throughout that entire time. So a lot of good things happened, but the pace of innovation over the last 6 months has accelerated significantly. And the reason why that's happened is because people follow money. People follow the incentives. When there is a lot of money to be made, people will pay attention to something. When there's no money to be made, they won't pay attention. Some ideologues and people that like have some real genuine belief that they're going to do this irrespective of the incentives will keep going. But even most of the time for those people, it's like they just have a longer time horizon, right? They're just looking at like the incentives over maybe 5 years or 10 years, not 5 months or 10 months. And so I think that when we're in these hype cycles where there's a lot of overinvestment and wastage, what's left behind is incredibly powerful. And each time, when the tide washes out, we are left with a much better infrastructure. And so I think the same thing will be true this time. And there's a lot of lessons that are being learned very quickly. And there's people being attracted to the space. How do you get innovators and entrepreneurs and everyone to stop what they're doing right now and come and look at DeFi and see the power of DeFi? Money. That's how fucking things work, right? Like people follow money. And so they're going to come and they're going to see, wow, this is really powerful. I've been wasting my time, doing some stupid biotech startup for the last 5 years that, isn't going anywhere. I can go and build something in DeFi and it's going to be amazing and change the world, right? And that's what we want. We want to attract those people and bring them across. And the only way you can do that is by just having giant flashing signs. And right now that's DeFi, it's all neon signs, right, in the desert. So, I think it's ultimately a good thing.
I think that's a pretty great analogy to end this with, the neon sign in the desert with shouting money. And I think we're right at the end of our audience's attention span as well. Thank you so much, guys, for taking the time. It's been a super interesting conversation. Really enjoyed kind of getting your views on not only what has been done, but why you guys are actually doing it, and what we need to make our dream work. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Arthur. Thanks, team.
Charles. See you guys.
See you guys.
Thanks, guys.
thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. DeFi. DeFi is an abbreviation of the phrase decentralized finance. It generally refers to the digital assets and financial smart contracts, protocols, and decentralized applications, or DApps, built on a blockchain that allows for permissionless access to lending and borrowing tools, among other things, from the traditional world of finance. One noteworthy difference is that DeFi allows one to earn significantly higher interest on their savings than that offered by traditional banking services.
Hi everyone, I'm Arthur and welcome to Reimagine 2020. Today I have with me James Simpson from mStable, a decentralized stablecoin exchange and lending platform. So excited to talk about all things stablecoins and lending, I guess. Welcome, James.
Thank you. Yeah, great to be here. Really excited to be speaking at Reimagine 2020.
So I guess let's jump right in. How did you get into crypto, and what is mStable?
Yeah, so I got into crypto a while ago when I was living in China. So I worked in kind of a consulting, business consulting kind of data analytics role over at KPMG. And in about 2015, I met a few people in Shanghai who are into the crypto space. And then really wasn't working full time, but then ended up working for a fund in Australia called Apollo Capital. It's specifically crypto based. And I was actually there with the CIO of that fund that we co-founded mStable after kind of dealing with stable coins, dealing with lending platforms, and realizing that actually we can really unite lending, swapping, and stable coins into one standard. And in doing so, kind of solve some major friction points that a lot of users were experiencing and are experiencing at the moment. We launched the protocol about 12 weeks ago, seen some really great growth, and yeah, we're really excited about our roadmap as well, and all the exciting things that are happening in DeFi. It's obviously pretty tough to keep up, but we're kind of hoping to contribute as much as we can to that.
Definitely. I mean, congrats on the launch. And so, do you mind just getting into like what does mStable do? How can you tie these you mentioned a lot of different services together into a single standard? What does it actually mean?
Yeah, so really the core of mStable is this idea of a liquidity pool. So we can, within a smart contract, create kind of an AMM, automated market maker exchange. So users deposit stable coins, and then we have a mechanism that allows the trading of those underlying stable coins. And really, as the core can actually form the basis of a whole bunch of infrastructure. For example, from that liquidity pool, whoever deposits, say you deposit 100 DAI to that liquidity pool, you get 100 MUSD. So actually the shares that represent your ownership of the pool are actually stable coins in the M-stable system. So we're able to leverage and create a stable coin from the liquidity pool. But we're also able to make that capital within that pool really efficient. And we do that by lending out the stable coins to third-party lending protocols like Aave and Compound, as well as allowing, as I said, the swapping of it. And that generates fees and interest. And all of those fees and interest go to a savings account. So again, we are able to leverage now a savings account from this liquidity pool. So yeah, just from one simple AMM, you're able to have an exchange, you're able to have a stable coin, and you're able to have a high yielding savings account. And we believe this is kind of only the beginning of the kinds of infrastructure that you can build from stablecoin liquidity pools. So we'll be launching other assets as well, like MBTC, which is coming out at some point, and also the Meta token, which is live. We are going to propose as a core team to the community that this becomes kind of a token that backs up the entire system as well. So yeah, hopefully that gives some background. I can go into the kind of pain points that users have felt, and that's why we think this is demanded at the moment. But yeah, I'll leave it there for the time being.
Sure. So do I understand correctly that I, as a user, can essentially deposit my stable coins and earn an interest on it, while and if I want to, I can swap it for different stable coins, and in the back end, you guys essentially generate the interest by lending it out on different lending protocols.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's right.
Got it. And how do you guys then? I guess I'm sure you get this a lot. But how do you compare, for example, to the likes of Curve?
Yeah, so Curve have a similar at the core. It's quite similar in the sense that it's a liquidity pool. Curve have really optimized, and they've done it really well in creating an efficient stablecoin exchange. And that's what their bonding curve is specifically designed to do. There's a whole bunch of factors that really are designed to make stablecoin swaps specifically really efficient. So I would say that Curve's end is efficient stablecoin swaps. The way that I look at M-stable is a bit different, and what we're trying to do at M-stable is a little bit different. Swapping is just one element to M-stable, and it's a means to an end, and that end is a high interest savings account. So we like to think of stablecoin swaps as an engine for high APY. And another way of thinking about the difference is that M-stable is in many respects a vertically integrated curve. So we have kind of lending protocols right at the base, and then we have right at the top a stable coin that emerges from that, as well as kind of proprietary products like a savings contract as well. So yeah, we really love the Curve guys, and I think that what they're doing in terms of specifically stablecoin swaps has been incredibly impressive. M-stable is a little bit broader in its offering, and it tries to kind of leverage multiple different pieces of infrastructure from the idea of a liquidity pool.
Got it. And where does MUSD sort of piece into this flow?
Yeah, so MUSD is what's called a meta stablecoin. So it's a stablecoin in that it's backed by other stablecoins. So for people who don't know DeFi so well, there's a bunch of USD representations in the form of stablecoins, and in M-stable, there's a MUSD liquidity pool. Within that, there are a bunch of different stablecoins, as we've mentioned, and MUSD is the stable coin that is backed one-to-one by this pool of stable coins. So MUSD has value because it is backed one-to-one by existing stable coins. So the question, I suppose, is why do you want this? Why is this useful? I think there are a couple of reasons. One, it means you can actually be more capital efficient with the underlying assets. So you can still hold a stable coin. It's really useful for payments. It's still, because of the arbitrage loop, because of the closed arbitrage loop, remains at $1. But the assets behind that are actually being lent out and being used by Compound protocol, and that generates obviously an element of capital efficiency. Combine that with the fact that users are actually swapping the underlying stable coins as well, and that's generating fees. So you're still able to hold a stablecoin that's worth $1, but all of the protocol itself is just being incredibly efficient with its capital and earning and generating fees. A second reason that I'd like to touch on is this idea of diversification of risk. So if you hold one stablecoin, all your wealth in USDT or all your wealth in USDC, you're exposed 100% to that stablecoin, and if it fails, then you'll have to live with the fact that you held all your wealth in this one asset, and there's not much recourse really in crypto. I wouldn't believe. So the idea of MStable is to create a meta asset, MUSD, that is more secure than the sum of its parts. So if one of the assets fail, we cap the risk in MStable, so only a proportion of the assets under management would be lost. And then the idea that we will propose to the community is to use the meta token as a way to insure against that loss. So that if you're a holder of MUSD and one of the underlying fail, that kind of 1 in a million chance, it hasn't happened before, but it might, your capital will be protected. I think the third thing that's interesting about a meta stable coin is this idea of jurisdictions. So I think even though crypto is really global, if you send a stablecoin overseas, there are really different reasons why somebody in a different jurisdiction may want a specific stablecoin. So for example, in China, you probably want to have USDT. And the reason is because it has really liquid markets on Chinese exchanges. And if you want to offboard into fiat of China, RMB, Chinese yuan, then you would use Huobi's incredibly liquid P2P USDT RMB market. On the flip side, in the US, you probably want to redeem USDC because you can just go to Coinbase and get US dollars back immediately. It's super easy, and it's just more accepted in the US. If you're a DeFi nut, you probably just want DAI or SUSD or some kind of decentralized stablecoin. So the idea of MUSD is it actually is powerful because you have an optionality in redemption. So you can send MUSD anywhere in the world, and the user who might be in a specific jurisdiction, assuming that those stablecoins are in the liquidity pool of MStable, are able to redeem what they want and then go on with their day. And I think this idea of jurisdictions will actually be true also of crypto jurisdictions. So say you have, say Polkadot creates a massive ecosystem of US dollar stablecoins. Certainly, I can see MStable existing on any chain where there's stablecoin liquidity, and people using MUSD to port it over to kind of use that in that specific ecosystem and maybe redeem a specific stablecoin that only exists in say Polkadots. So there are a couple of the reasons why I think meta stablecoins have a bunch of really interesting use cases and demand profiles. Hope that kind of gives some color.
Yeah, definitely. And how many stablecoins are part of the MetaStables basket today then?
So we have 4 that we accept. Right now, it's DAI. Our bonding curve is a constant sum bonding curve, so it means that it's a straight line. It's always 1 for 1. DAI has been trading above peg, so there is no DAI in the basket, but I'm pretty sure there's liquidity in the other 3. And we've also got some kind of pending proposals from community members to add in SUSD, HUSD, and BUSD and PAX as well. So there'll be other stable coins that people in the MStable community are keen to add.
Yeah, my next question was going to be how do you then, if you're essentially kind of diversifying the risk of holding like a single stable coin, but I guess at the same time you always have the risk of what if you bring like the wrong one in, right? So how does the process of adding a new stable coin to the bucket work?
Yeah, so it's all community based. The decisions about what is added into the protocol. The MStable protocol is owned by the MStable community. It's not owned by any company or anything like that. And ultimately, Meta holders will govern it directly. At the moment, it's kind of a rough consensus thing. So we listen very carefully to our community and what they want, and we have a whole kind of rough consensus process. It starts on the Discord, goes to the forum, is voted upon. There's community calls every month, all that kind of stuff. But essentially, people can go onto the governance channel specifically for stablecoin additions, and they propose these are the reasons. Gets formalized in a vote. In terms of like the kinds of things we think about, obviously you mentioned diversification of risk. In MStable, it's actually about max weights. So we program in like the maximum proportion any stablecoin can have in the pool. And that it obviously comes into question some like the risk profiles of the stablecoins. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And you mentioned that that in the future you're planning to also add to create a MBTC.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so MBTC. So I mentioned that we do stablecoin liquidity pools. Some people get confused because they don't think Bitcoin's actually that stable. I get that. We actually don't define stablecoins necessarily as having stable purchasing power, at least in the short term. So that's how most people, I think, define a stablecoin. We actually define a stablecoin as something that that is stable in reference to a peg. So Bitcoin, for example, is wrapped on Ethereum, and we would call WBTC a stablecoin if its peg remains in line with Bitcoin's peg. It's stable in reference to the underlying asset. So that's a bit of background. Our second asset will be MBTC, and we're doing the same thing, creating a liquidity pool of same peg assets, enabling people to swap them. We lend all of the assets out, and we create the same suite of products as well. This will be proposed to the community, and if they accept us to build that, then it'll be launched. But yeah, so we're really excited about that. I think Bitcoin moving to Ethereum is going to be huge. I mean, I think there's so much latent demand for holders of Bitcoin to leverage a bit more from their asset. So if there's ways, I mean, you see on Curve right now, there's great yield farming opportunities with Bitcoin, and even just the fact that idea of just lending them out in a trustless way, I think would be super valuable. And I can imagine a few other big entities in crypto coming out with their own versions of wrapped Bitcoin pretty soon because the opportunity is so huge. Yeah. So there's no fixed date or anything about about MBTC, but yeah, it's definitely in the roadmap for this year.
Right. And is that the kind of the next big thing that is planned in your roadmap, or is the token that comes first? Well, I guess my question is, what do we have? What are you most looking forward to at MStable?
Yeah, so there's been a lot going on. In the coming, the next thing that's coming out is V1 of staking. So the whole point of V1 staking is to bootstrap a community of governors, and there's ways to earn for longer locking up, and all of that kind of data will be pulled over to V2 staking when there's actually on-chain voting, and also free collateralization, both of which will be proposed to the community before they're implemented. But yeah, apart from that, MBTC we're really excited about. We're also keen to kind of investigate a few areas that we've had feedback on. We certainly think that it's not ideal that there's no DAI in the basket because it's been tracking above peg for so long. So we're thinking of ways to improve that and making sure there's liquidity in every asset that we have. We're also trying to make the protocol more gas efficient as well, because it's quite expensive, as it is with most apps, but I think particularly because Mstable interacts with so much. So there are a few things that we're excited about. Apart from all of that, we're kind of very keen on pushing forward with decentralized governance as fast as possible. So also in the next couple of months, you'll be seeing a lot about how Meta token holders can get involved in governing their protocol.
So you mentioned DAI being off its peg. Could you just explain why is DAI off its peg, and why is this something that is not kind of why is the market not falling back into balance?
Yeah, so I'm not from MegaDAI obviously, but I can kind of give some thoughts. There's a lot of yield farming opportunities for with DAI. So there's quite a big demand for it as well. DAI's also just been has been above peg for a long time. It hasn't always. There's been times where it's been below peg as well. It has a soft peg, so it's not backed. It is a synthetic asset, so it's not backed by exact US dollars. So there isn't that kind of really easy arbitrage loop, so which makes it a bit more the kind of peg a bit more floating. It's also over collateralized as well, so you have at least $1.50 backing one DAI. So there's an element of there being more value behind it. So I think that probably feeds into it being valued a bit more potentially. And there are people who know DAI much better than I do who can answer this question more accurately. In terms of Mstable itself, we have a one-to-one constant sum bonding curve, which is really great for a bunch of things. It's not great for adding stable coins that are above $1. And the reason is because if you're swapping, you swap one USDT and you get one DAI back. Whereas the market price might actually imply that when you sell one DAI, you should be getting $1.02 of USDT. So there's less incentive for adding into the basket, and when it is added into the basket, people arbit out very, very quickly. So that's kind of I think it creates a bunch of arbitrage opportunities for sure, but I think it also means that Mstable itself doesn't always have, or never, I don't think rationally it would have liquidity of stable coins that track above peg. Conversely, we would have liquidity that tracks below peg.
Right. And you mentioned yield farming. What are your kind of your thoughts on the sort of I guess the craziness that's been happening this year, and do you have sort of some liquidity mining plans with the M token as well?
Yeah, I mean, liquidity mining, I think it's an amazing thing. I think giving users, early adopters, a piece of the protocol that they're using is a really powerful idea. It also, I think, it feeds into this whole idea of decentralized governance really well. Through giving early supporters a token that gives them exposure to the protocol, and then enabling them to have a voice within that protocol, gives those users a bit of exposure, upside exposure to their decision making. So instead of like an income-based economy, this is definitely more of like an equity-like based economy, but that's accessible to all types of people, not just investors or people who have kind of insider knowledge or access. So I think it's pretty powerful. If you look at like communities like YN and Wi-Fi, it's pretty cool how there's so many thousands of people around the world who are so interested in contributing to a decentralized protocol. And really, I personally think it fundamentally comes from certainly a belief in the protocol and maybe some yields that they've earned through the protocol itself. But also, I think it mainly comes from the fact that they have exposure to a token. So they really actually want to make sure that the protocol goes well, because then their investment will go well. I think there's been some negative things as well in terms of a clouding of protocols' perception of product market fit. So a lot of protocols have just like forked something and rigged something up, or they've just launched something unaudited, and then bang, they have like 400 million in like a second and a half. I think some of that is probably just opportunistic traders moving capital around and earning a token and then selling the token. It's not actually users being like, oh, this is a really cool product, I want to use it long term. So I think people who create protocols need to be careful about using yield farming. I think there's also a really positive thing about yield farming in terms of what I call like bootstrapping product market fit, as in Curve's a lot more useful now that it has $1 billion of liquidity than it was when it had 2 million. So the yield farming that they've done potentially has really actually bootstrapped like awesome utility. So there's another way of thinking about it there. For mstable, we've created a thing called mstable earn, making M assets really useful in the DeFi ecosystem. So you can contribute on our earn.mstable.org, sorry, app.mstable.org/earn, I should say. And you earn Meta for contributing to the ecosystem. And that's usually Balancer or Uniswap pools, because our intention is for mstable assets to be really liquid and useful.
Got it. And definitely looking forward to that. I know you're super busy. You mentioned you have there's a lot going on. A couple of questions, short questions. I'd be interested to get your take on. Today, there's around, I guess, 99% of DeFi lives on Ethereum. What would you say would that figure be a year from now?
Hard to say. It depends on what happens with ETH2 and how easy a potential move over would be in terms of composability and all of those questions. I think we have some serious usability issues with Ethereum right now. Transactions that cost $10 is not scalable. People get annoyed by it. It's too much money. It's too expensive. If the yields weren't so crazy, maybe the usage of Ethereum would be a lot less. So I think like for normal users, those kind of transaction fees are pretty expensive. So I think there's like on one level an opportunity for other protocols who can replicate some of these protocols and deliver kind of a similar user experience, but with far less cost and more kind of throughput in terms of transaction times. I think that's something that was really I think there's definitely a demand for that. I think there's always trade-offs with those when you kind of have less transaction costs and higher throughput, and usually that trade-off is decentralization and kind of and immutability and all of those kind of things. So I think even if Ethereum were to remain as it is today, there'll still be demand. There'll still be a demand for creating these kind of unstoppable goals and data, even if they're actually giving their users that a more central solution I would never be able to give them. I think it can be built on something a little bit less centralized, decentralized, and obviously Serum is an example of that. So the FTX guys are building that on Solana. And then I think also something that Binance is leveraging is their user base. So they've built Binance Smart Chain, and that's another chain that's kind of is going to be directed towards a huge user base and often in a different user base to the Ethereum one. So I certainly see a multi-chain world, and I think mstable is going to build. The way the core team thinks is that we're pretty chain agnostic. We're just going to build where there's stablecoin liquidity. At this point, though, I think the Ethereum still has I would be very, to answer your question, I'd be very surprised if that percentage of activity decreases. You said 99%. I don't think it's going to go below. I'd be surprised if it goes below 90% in a year. Just because I think the secret sauce of Ethereum, apart from the decentralization and the kind of first mover advantage, is that developers love to build on it, and the culture within Ethereum is amazing, and really, and those kind of things are really hard to replicate. So I guess a few of my thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I guess technically MStable is a great example of the sort of what is possible to build on top of Ethereum, right? Because essentially you are, like you said, using so many pieces of the sort of or interacting with so many pieces of the existing infrastructure. Yeah. My next question actually is about ETH2. Yes or no? Do you think ETH staking will come out this year?
I probably will say no, because it's just taken ages, and I haven't really. To be honest, I haven't kept up completely. So maybe some ETH maxis will get angry with me for saying that, but
surely.
I hope it does. I'm certainly excited for it, but yeah. But I'm not holding my breath. I think there are a few things that need to be done, and and the year's kind of fast moving to a close, and I'm already almost in October. So I think early next year is where I'm thinking it'll take place.
Well, fingers crossed. And I guess my last question to you is, if you had to describe DeFi in one word, what would it be to you?
One word. That's hard.
One word.
Freedom.
Good one. All right. Thank you so much for your time, James from MStable. This has been a great conversation. Wish you best of luck, and looking forward to the upcoming token launch.
It's already launched, actually. Yeah, but you can check it out. Yeah, oh, good. You can check it out on if you look up MStable. Thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it. It's been fun.
Have a great day.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy? Just go with the cheapest.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hawkes, and today I'm glad to be joined by Jordi Baylina, founder and CTO at Eden3 and Hermes Network. Jordi, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, well, Jordi, first tell our viewers a little bit kind of who you are and how you got into blockchain.
Well, let's see. I'm a developer. I'm developing since I'm 12 years old. So that's mainly what I am, and what I love to do is to develop, and that's what I have been doing all my life, and what I love to do. I was introduced. Well, my first contact in the blockchain space was something like in 2013. I read the Bitcoin paper. I loved the idea. It was like very primitive. It was great. And at that point, I tried to get a little deep, just trying to. I was actually I didn't know that, but I was trying to do some smart contracts at that point. I was just trying to play around with all these script language of Bitcoin. It was very disappointing because it didn't work anything. Most of the opcodes just they were not even enabled, and was hard. I went even to a meetup in Barcelona. I think it was the first meetup that happened in Bitcoin in Barcelona. But it was, I didn't feel comfortable with the people who was there. So, and I also had a lot of work in my old job. So I just put it a little bit apart. And it was back in 2015 that just because of a conference, a JavaScript conference, some guy just started talking about IPFS, a decentralized file system. It had nothing to do with blockchain, but it was something like, oh, that sounds interesting. And I remember that during that weekend, and I started doing research about IPFS and all these protocols. And I don't even know why, but I just saw the Ethereum project. And it was incredible because, these smart contracts that I was like spending a month trying to do it in Bitcoin. In 5 minutes, I just wrote a Solidity code. I deployed it on a testnet at that point, and it worked. And it was, oh, this is incredible. This is amazing. And here is where I start getting engaged. I was just just studying that, just taking my time from everywhere. I went to the bath with the laptop, reading things about decentralization, about blockchain, and it was like weekends, just all my free time, absolutely, and even my not free time. I was just absolutely immersed in this new world. It was incredible, and at that point, I was in contact with. At some point, I just landed to the DAO project. I just learned a lot from the smart contracts, and there I discovered all the community. It was not just a technology; it was a community behind, and what things happen, how the people get together. I remember. It just the discovery of the community for me was very important. I remember it was just before the DAO. I was reading something about the Swarm project. The IPFS. Ethereum version, something, and I had some idea, and I just sent a message in one of those channels, and the responsible, Victor Tron, at that point, the responsible of Swarm, just answered me I make a question of 3 lines, and he answered me like with a full page, explaining me a lot of things about how it works. And this community is amazing. It just and it was just around that you get a little bit involved on that. And on the DAO, I did, for example, it was one of my first important smart contracts that I did was a fork of the DAO that was a liquid democracy for introducing liquid democracy in the DAO. And I was just doing it for fun. I published it exactly the same day that the DAO was launched. So absolutely worthless work for the community, but for me it was very, very important because I learned a lot about that. And after that, I redid all these smart contracts just to, instead of being a fork of the DAO, was just another smart contract built on that you can connect to the DAO. It was just compatible with the current version of the DAO. It was incredible. And then, all the DAO things, the people just expect like $3-4 million. They raise it $150 million. How the people just get crazy, and all the social part of the DAO. That was, for me, that was really incredible at that point. And then is when the DAO hack happens. It's like they're just good. But I knew a lot about that smart contract, so I knew a lot about that smart contract. So I just tried to investigate what was happening, and I was able to reproduce in the testnet all the attacks and all that. And I just contacted to the Slocky people, say, hey guys, I did it that. And for me, this was one of the most incredible experiences in my life. They just put me in a call. It's like I was like the last random guy that appeared in that in that call, and they were just rescuing $100 million. And it was like, my old life was very boring. I was just doing software in a company, just that. And here is like a set of hackers just moving around some whales, sending like millions of dollars. And I was just listening in there. It was like the last guy. I was listening that, but it was, well, this is a movie. This is something that I cannot believe what's going on. And I remember that after like 4 or 5 hours or 6 hours that happened in this call, they had to rescue like $100 million. But the last $4 million, they were not able to transfer. And here is where my opportunity came and say, hey, look, I did my test. I tested in the test. It works, but maybe it doesn't work for you. Maybe I can try. And some random guy that I don't even know who were, it's just some alias. They just sent me something like $3 or $4 million. Well, it was a little less, but actually, but in any case, it was like much more money than what I get in my full life or something. It's like was some crazy amount, just absolutely trusting into me, absolutely. And I was just trying to hack, and actually, well, it was a little harder, but actually, I was able to extract to rescue this last $4 million of the DAO. And this is just life changing. From there, I was just in this group of white hats, just trying to fixing all the mess up of the DAO. It was like 3-4 months, very, very intense working month. And and from there, of course, I just, they just fired me from the last job. But it's not a fire, it was just, but I was not doing anything else, my life was already there. So from there, I just start. And from there, I'm just full-time in the blockchain. From there, a lot of projects we can talk about, but that's how I get introduced to the blockchain. I know it's a little bit long, but it's I think it's an amazing story. And so actually it's the story of my life. For me, it changed absolutely my life after these events.
Yeah, well, we hear that so often in this space is how important a community is to these projects. And I love talking to developers because it seems like, a lot of people first got hooked when they read the Bitcoin white paper and they saw, wow, this is really interesting, both on a, financial level, but also on a technical level as well. And so it's interesting to see how, who follows what projects. And it seems like more I don't want to say not in a bad way, but the anarchists or the people who are self-sufficient have really went towards Bitcoin, as a way of financial freedom from governments. And a lot of the developers saw Ethereum, like you mentioned, when you were trying to code a smart contract, it was just so much quicker and easier for you for Ethereum. So it seems like a lot of the developers really got attached to Ethereum and built a really wonderful community that's made incredible things. But it seems like Ethereum has become too successful for its own good. You guys did such a good job of building on Ethereum that the Ethereum network kind of can't handle it. It's become very congested, high gas prices. And so it seems like you'd actually try to solve that as well. You try to solve the scalability on Ethereum. How do you plan on doing that?
Well, actually, this is a story. When I decide that I want to be in this space, I'm an engineer. So what I've been doing all my life is to bring technology to mainstream, actually to solve people's problems. That's what an engineer is at the end. Okay, then you decide what you want to do in the space, and you decide, okay, we need to bring this technology to real cases. Okay, and this is this is like, okay, there is a bunch of things that you need to do before the things goes. But one of those, and it's one of the most important, is that needs to scale. If this does not scale, we don't go anywhere. It's worthless. It's useless. Well, maybe it's useful for a small set of people, but doing some sushi stuff. But that's it. You know, it's collapse. You know, this is. So we start working on scale. At that time, there were no. I was very skeptical in the scaling. You know, there was this sidechains story. There were, you know, these Polkadot and you know, all these XDAI, all these proof of authority networks. This is the technology that was at that time. Then there was the Plasma team that was based with this gaming stuff. But I was very skeptical at that point, and was at the moment that we start working with zero knowledge and we discover the rollups that is like where the light turns on and says, well, yes, that's the solution. It's a long trip. It's not a solution that can be implemented tomorrow. It's a solution that, you know, it's a technology, it's all this zero knowledge technology that needs to be understood, developed, bring to production. When you want to scale, it's not only about only the zero knowledge, you know, it's like there is a bunch of things that you need to build. We are building Hermes right now, for example, and it's not it's not only this generation of the proof. Now, handling 2,000 transactions per second, so you cannot handle that with a Raspberry Pi. You need a huge infrastructure just to accept. So just making a single server that accepts 2,000 transactions per second and verifies a signature and nothing else. Just doing that is a full engineering project. It's like just so scaling is not, you need to scale everything. We know how to build it. Of course, there is some triggering technologies that allows that, but the rest of the pieces needs to be done too. So this is mainly what we have been doing. So my switch point is, okay, this is what we have to do. We start working a lot in the zero knowledge. We have been doing a lot of research and have developed tools, important tools like Circom and Snark.js that in some way take this technology and try to put it to the, let's say, the standard developers, you know, that a random developer can understand what's a zero knowledge, can build a circuit, can create their application using zero knowledge and all that stuff. And we are building Hermes, which is a full network for payment systems that scale with 2,000 transactions per second. That's what the path for bringing. And it's like, it's not a proof of concept because it's a real network, but it's like a proof that, okay, that this technology can be used really to scale blockchains. And that's, from the conceptually, that's the importance of the Hermes project. It's just bringing this technology and proving that it really can be used for scaling blockchains. And that's of course, this is not the only, and it's not the only problem that needs to be solved in the space, but this is one of the problems that needs to be solved, and here is an important path that we are working on.
Yeah, because I mean, no one could deny that right now, with the DeFi boom, it has brought a tremendous amount of capital and value into the space, but also exposed this big issue of you know, a lack of scalability, especially on Ethereum. Now, you mentioned that, you know, it isn't only ZK rollups like Hermes that are trying to fix the scalability problem. There's Plasma side chains, you know, and there's Polkadot and a bunch of others. What is it about ZK rollups that you find make it a better scaling solution than those other layer 2 scalar solutions?
Mainly is, with a ZK rollup, you don't need to build a full blockchain. You're using the layer 1. This is a layer 2 solution. So it's like, you don't need, you know, creating a blockchain is quite difficult. You need maybe a proof of work, proof of stake, and you need a lot of, you need to implement a lot of things. And you are even, you know, you can have a lot of attacks. And this solution is quite clean. You know, it's a solution it's very simple. You know, the concept is quite simple. I think it's very easy to understand. It's based on the layer 1. So you don't need to introduce many concepts. You are just getting a state, getting transactions, updating the state. You are doing exactly the same that you would do in a normal blockchain, but you are doing in the same layer 1 blockchain. So this idea, it's important, and also the concept of splitting what's the data availability problem and the validation problem. This is the key piece, and this makes a lot of sense.
Are there any limits to ZK Synarchs and ZK rollups in terms of a solution? Is it like, okay, it fixes this problem, but it also creates that problem?
There are limits, but I would say that we are quite far from reaching those limits, and we have some, and there are even solutions to those limits. So it's, I would say that at this point is far away. So the limits are more the computational limits of the computers, so the technology itself, that the mathematical or the theoretical limits that we have. And as I tell you, all this technology, zero knowledge technology, it's it's in constant research, and are appearing new as I tell you, there are new developments that are even solving this. So the research is going his path. We are just taking in Hermes, we are taking the technology that was already used in Zcash.
Yeah.
So it's a technology that's available, that's there. Okay, but during these 4 or 5 years, there are new things that are happening that are quite interesting. Plonk, Halo, all this new generation of zero knowledge that probably will be the replacement of this piece. But first we need to scale all the other pieces and putting them on the system.
Well, you mentioned that Hermes could do 2,000 transactions per second. That's actually more than in one I saw than Visa network can do in per second. I think Visa's 1,200. I'm not sure if that's true, but Hermes, how much is Hermes at 2,000 right now? Is it currently able to process 2,000 transactions per second?
Yeah, this is like a little bit the theoretical limit with the current gas limit, with the current block gas limit that we have in Ethereum. There were news like last week that maybe the block, maybe they could be increased and that. So this, you just multiply that for this factor on this. But it's also a theoretical limit. This is 2,000 transactions per second.
Yeah.
That would be if the full blockchain is just used for this.
Yeah.
So this needs to be shared with the other applications on the Ethereum. So the limit is like a kind of theoretical limit, but this limit can be increased. Probably next version of Hermes already would have easily 4,000 transactions per second. And when the new when the introduction to the BLS smart contract, precompiled smart contracts or something equivalent are introduced in Ethereum, we can multiply that by 16 easily. It's like, there are some, this is like an initial limit, and this can be increased quite easy in the next 2,000 transactions per second is like 2 orders of magnitude of the current Ethereum. So it's an important step. And as I told you, it's not only about the proof generation, it's about the infrastructure. You need to build block explorers for handling all this quantity of transactions. You need to, the validators technology. You need to, it's like there is a lot of pieces that needs to be built in order this to enable. And this is like a new generation of just an important step in the blockchains. Mainly, it's taking a blockchain that, as we know right now, and putting in my stream. It's just multiplying that by 100 or by 1,000. That's like making it huge. And this is the the technology that people is working right now. It can not be done in one day. As I told you, it's just a process that's doing. And
yeah, well, you mentioned that it will be very computationally intensive, and you have to upgrade the whole infrastructure. Does that mean that node operators will have to have supercomputers? What does that necessarily mean?
No, how it works. This is very related to how it works. A rollup. A rollup is the concept of this coordinator. Anybody can be a coordinator, but coordinator actually is the equivalent as the miner. It's like the one that really do the work. And in a rollup, this is very important because first, it needs to process all these transactions. As I told you, this is not a Raspberry Pi. This is probably a huge infrastructure.
Is it a warehouse or is it a single gaming desktop PC?
It probably would be. It could be maybe a set of servers. It can be in a warehouse. Can be in a data center. It can be in a.
But is it something that a private individual at home could do, or it has to be like a group that's investing?
I would say that it could do, but in order to be profitable, you need to, unless you are able to process this quantity of transactions. So unless you do an important investment in hardware, you can rent it too, but unless you are having this important infrastructure, it will not be profitable. If you are actually, what you are doing is you are buying like 10 minutes slots, and during these 10 minutes you can process as many transactions as you can. If you have a lot of hardware and you can process a lot of transactions, this is going to be very profitable for you.
And will ASIC, right now a lot of miners, there's mining, will ASICs be particularly good at this, or will this be something that CPUs?
No, it's not, at least not in the way that we are not mining anything. So we need to do computations, and maybe ASICs are good in order to create some computations faster and cheaper. That could be interesting, but it's not, I would say it's not as important as mining. Mining is just about hash rate. It's about just having that. Here not. Here is, of course, you need to compute the proof. The proof is like computing intensive process. If you are able to minimize the price of this, you will be in a competitive advantage with the rest of the coordinators. So you will get more money. You will have so you have more chances to earn these slots, and you will get more money. So, but if you are a normal user with a normal PC at home, you can buy a slot, but it would be super expensive, and you will not do anything. So it's not going to be profitable.
So it seems like similar economics to the mining system, where it's a different setup, but either way, it's the people who are willing to invest in computational hardware that are going to be the ones who are profitable and getting the rewards for that computation.
It's quite, the idea is very similar. The difference is that because the limitations, for example, in an Ethereum block, anybody can, because there is a limit of gas sites, and this is designed that way. There is a limit of so you cannot put more than that. And what you can put there with any, I would say, average computer, you can process this block. Okay, so this is what's Ethereum about. That's a limitation, and because it's limited, any computer can compute this part. But at the moment that you want to scale, at the moment that you want to put in this time frame, you want to put millions transactions, or if you want thousands of transactions in this case, somebody needs to process. And here is what rollups is about, is this asymmetry. So the rollups is, there is somebody that's computing, that's validating the transactions and computing this proof, and once with a hard, with a computer intensive, is creating this proof. But then the verification of this new state, you just have the root of the Merkle tree of the new state.
So very small.
Very small. It's and the verification is very, 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 very fast.
Now, one of the reasons why there is that gas block limit on Ethereum and even just the limit on Ethereum is protect against people spamming the network. What's stopping someone from doing that to the ZK rollup to that scaling solution of just spamming that with very complex computations and slowing it down as if they were to do to the Ethereum blockchain itself?
This is what I was explaining. It's like the proof is compute once for a coordinator, and the consensus layer. So the one that's so the rest of the people in the network is just verifying, and it's verifying this proof very fast in constant time. So and this asymmetry between the coordinator and the validators is what really makes the things scale. There is another important thing here. That's another important thing here is the data availability problem. In the current rollups, we are putting this data in a very compressed way in the same network, in the same blockchain. So it's just the minimal data. It's just I think it's 11 bytes per transaction. So, and this is very cheap. And this is, it's not even counting as a state. It's just part of the transaction. That's what we are doing. But this data, but it's important because if the transactions are not available, then the system doesn't work. So data availability is the other part that's problem. And here is, for example, where Ethereum 2.0 is doing a great job.
And you know, and my question is, I was looking into it, and my knowledge is a little lacking on zero knowledge, ironically enough. What the hell is the perpetual powers of Tau ceremony?
Okay, yeah, this is just.
Is that a pagan religion going on? What's going on?
Yeah, it's a very bad thing. It's like this is one of the technology that we are using is ZK Snarks. ZK Snarks is. I would say it's an unbeatable technology from the zero knowledge. So it has the most important properties for the blockchain are great. You know, the proof computation is very good. The verification time is constant. So no matter, this is the important thing, no matter how many transactions you have, that the verification is constant time. The size of the proof is very small. So if you see the parameters of the zero, it works great. Okay, so it's perfect. And I would say even the new generation of the zero knowledge technologies that are appearing, Zk Snarks are still better. They are getting closer to Zk Snarks, but Zk Snarks still is the best one. Okay, it's the one that has these properties, a better one. What are the drawbacks? What are the problems of the Snarks? The problem of the Snarks that they need this trusted setup ceremony. Trusted setup ceremony means that once in your life, you need to do this ceremony, and this ceremony mainly what it means is that, well, we need to create a random number. We need to do some computation on this random number, and then we need to this random number to disappear, to delete, and it's impossible to mathematically prove that you have deleted something. Okay, so what we do here is it's a multi-party computation. The idea is that we do a ceremony with many people as we want, and the idea is that I get a random number and I delete that, and then the result I send it to you. You get your random number and you delete that, and then you send to something else, and this is like this is a ceremony on that. Okay, and as far as there is one of all the ceremony that just is good, then the system is perfect. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay? So
then you know for sure it's a real random number that the system is based off.
Exactly. So as far as there is one that really forgets this random number, so this is in Zcash ceremony, for example, the second one, the first one were only nine persons running this ceremony. The second one, I think there were like 70 or 80 persons that ran this ceremony. So well, it's right number. Okay, so this is the important thing of the Snarks. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, this is important to know that there is this drawback. Okay, but this ceremony has like two parts. One that's common
for any circuit, for any application. Okay, this is what we call the powers of Tau ceremony. This is it's like what we call it the universal trusted setup. You know, it's a ceremony that's valid for anybody. It's run once and that's it. That's useful forever. Okay, and then there is what we call it the phase 2. That's specific for each application. It's a smaller ceremony, but you need to do exactly the same. So powers of Tau is this ceremony. And actually, for example, there are a lot of this new generation of Zk snarks, for example, Plonk or Halo, that are based on this. So they are still based in a trusted setup, but they are based only in the powers of Tau. So in the universal ceremony, it's a universal trust. They don't need this second ceremony. This is, for example, one of the improvements that the technology is doing. We are still using the first one. We need to run these 2 ceremonies. The first one is already done. This ceremony has been running for 2 years now or something, or 1.5 years or 2 years, the DJ and so on. And it's still going on, so you can still contribute on that. But what we did is, okay, we get the first 54 contributions, where a lot of people, from Vitalik, Kobe, well, there are many people, many in the space and companies that has contributed to these powers of Tau. We got it at number 54. We run here what we call it a random beacon. So that's mainly, this is a technicality just for the last one, not to have advantage on this. So we just close this ceremony, and this is the perpetual pool of Tau. And this is done. We already did this part, and we already have this first part of this first ceremony done. Now we are preparing the circuit, and we will run the second ceremony in the upcoming weeks.
Now, this all comes from a problem that a lot of people don't realize, where when you're dealing with deterministic systems, it's impossible to create a truly random number, correct? Is that why you have to do the ceremony, because you can't create a random number within the system itself?
No, not really. It's more about, because we need to guarantee that a concrete random number that exists at some point, and we make some computations. Imagine that you create a private key, okay? You compute your public key, but then this private key needs to be deleted. Nobody needs to know this private key. How you do that? It's like how you. This is what's about. And so all this ceremony is just in order to prove that a random number is unknown. So you have a public key, that the public key is valid, that you have this key that's okay. It was generated at some point, but right now it's unknown and nobody have access to this. And this is what's about. This is what it's a technicality of the zero knowledge. There are, for example, there are Starks. For example, the Starks technology, they don't need this. They don't even need the trusted setup at all. They are just based. And then they have other problems. Maybe the proof is bigger, and there is some other advantages and disadvantages because there are different models. But for example, this trusted setup, they don't require this. This is an improvement there. I hope that maybe at some point there will be the perfect Zk snark, but right now there is no perfect. It doesn't exist yet, the perfect zero knowledge tech.
And how does proof of donations work?
Yes, here is a proof of donation is so an idea is, how do you select who is the coordinator? There are many coordinators, and who is select the coordinator? Well, the way to select who's the coordinator is, okay, in order to be a coordinator, you need to bid. So who is willing to pay more for this 10 minutes block? Of course, who's going to be more? The one that has maybe better infrastructure and that has that can compute more transactions per second. So these are the ones that are going to get advantage on that. So they will bid on the slots, and what happened with the money they bid? Well, this is we consider that a donation, at least a percentage. What we are doing is who is bidding? Whoever is proving that's willing to pay a bigger donation, This is a proof of donation. It's like we call it this way.
And where's the donated money going to? What are you guys doing with that donated money?
We are 40% is just burn. So the token is just born, and this is important because if not, it could be some kind of cycles on that. 40% is going to donation. Donation right now is going to it's going to layer one. It will go probably to the Ethereum Foundation, and probably the Ethereum Foundation will put it in a quadratic funding Bitcoin or something like that. But it's something that we will not control where this how this money is spent. So we just control that. We just control that it goes to layer one. We need to build. We need to understand that. We need to understand that we are running on top of layer one. So layer one must continue work, must continue improve, and it's very important. So, and we need to self-sustain layer one. So in some way, we are doing that, and I hope that all the layer two solutions will have some equivalent mechanism in order to fund, in order to self-maintain the layer one, and then the remaining 20% will go to the governance token holders of the system.
Now, you mentioned that you're all serving layer one, and you're trying to support the further development of layer one because you all rely on the layer one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, that layer one is Ethereum, and they've been promising, or they've been trying for so long to launch ETH 2.0. Now, once they do launch ETH 2.0, and that switches the proof of stake and sharding, and actually scales, doesn't that render all these layer two solutions useless? I mean, why would anyone use your solution or Plasma or really any of the solutions if ETH 2.0 launches, it works, it scales? Aren't you kind of shooting yourself in the foot?
No, no, and I will tell you what. So Ethereum right now, the phase 0 is just this proof of stake and this beacon network and so on. This is just like a preliminary step. The first step is sharding. Okay, sharding is very important for rollups because, as I told you before, it solves the data availability. So the idea is, one of the limitations that we have right now with the rollups is that we still need to put the data on chain, and actually this is the limit that we are hitting now. It's like we need to put these transactions.
Yeah.
We compress them and we put it on chain. So, and the chain is limited in some way. So, okay, we can compress a lot, but at the end there is this limitation there.
Yeah.
And this is just for data availability. The only thing we need the only motivation for doing that is that this data is available. For example, there are some systems like Validium one, for example, the DeFi with Star Wars is working on that they are not putting this data on chain. They are putting that in some federation of these servers. So they can like scale like infinitum, because they put a proof and in this proof they can put as many transactions as they want. This is the thing. Well, in Ethereum 2.0, when there is sharding, this is very useful because you will be able to put this data in any of the shards, and you will just create a proof. It's like a proof that this data is already accessible. Maybe in different shards, but it's accessible there. So just sharding, this is very important just for the rollups, just because it solves data availability. But going further, in the next step of the Ethereum, they are talking a lot about the execution environments. Well, execution environments at the end are like rollups. It's a rollup is a kind of execution environment, if you want, but it's like well, it's that. It's like the state is spread in the shards, but actually what's executing is a rollup. So actually, Ethereum 2.0 can be think as a set of rollups in some way. So it's absolutely complementary, and it's parallel. So what now are rollups or layer 2 solutions in Ethereum 1, in Ethereum 2, they probably will be this execution environment. So it's a work that in some way it's a work in parallel. So everything that comes from here is usable there. and there is a lot of synergies there. It's, of course, we are building all together all this. It's a work in progress, you know, just we are working on that, but it's not all the work. I would say that very few work will be throw it away of what's doing.
That's very
no,
good.
as I told you, just developing highly transactions block explorers or monitoring systems with this quantity of transactions. This is going to be very useful also for Ethereum 2.0. So it's like it works very much together. We will see how this evolves also too, because you know, this needs to be put. And as you told before, you know, all this here is the value of Ethereum right now is so huge that this is you are moving a machine that's, I don't know how much is that, but it's like $30 billion value, like that, or $40 billion. It's like you need to be very careful what you're doing, and that's probably this may slow down some steps in there. But people is moving forward. Ethereum 2.0 right now already is a reality. You know, this Medalla and the Beacon, this works quite well. So it looks like this will be launched. This is like the first step. With this, just building the shards, well, it's the next step. Maybe it will take some more time, but it's quite straightforward. With these shards already, you know, the rollups will help a lot, will improve a lot, and then it will be this last phase of how we convert these rollups in layer 1 to layer 2 and some these migrations, and this is where we need to discuss how do we do that. But even that, for example, for rollups, we expect to have many upgrades in some way, because we are very early stage. So at least at the beginning, we will have some upgrades. So maybe one of the upgrades is just to move to Ethereum 2. So we'll see in some way how we coordinate. It's like a little bit dark zone yet. We need to launch and see how it works all together and what's the current status of how the different pieces performs. And but this is a little bit the plan, you know. It's like I know that when you are doing, maybe if you're outside and you see it's a lot of research, and you see, oh, but Ethereum had to be launched like 2 years ago, and so yes, I agree, but when you really see the work that's been doing, how it's been doing, how it has been evolved, you know, and even maybe some turns, you know, sometimes when the research goes in one direction, and in one direction you see that's not the way, and then you go back and you take another path, and this is our normal. We are researching a lot. Ethereum for me it's not a lot. So Bitcoin is more you know, it's a finished blockchain. It's there. It's what it is. It's great. It's the first one. It's perfect, but it's already there. Ethereum is it's research. It's more a research environment. It's worthy, probably too much worthy for research research environment, and it's sometimes a little bit scary, but very very it's very very important. And I would say that's not all, but most of the work in the blockchain, in the research blockchain space is happening directly or indirectly.
Well, like you said, it's kind of the problem, because they've been talking about Ethereum 2.0 for so long, but there's been so much value on Ethereum that it's kind of scary. You know, you have to be super, super careful and sure there are no bugs when to transfer over to the new chain. But you said that they're almost there. When do you think that Ethereum 2.0 will actually go live, mainnet and all?
Well, what's clear is that the first step, the step 0, the beacon, this looks like quite immediate. I don't know. It looks like it's a matter of months, if not weeks. Yeah, but it's like it's quite will go quite fast. And I don't know. Maybe it's, I don't know. Expect 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Maybe 4. I don't know.
1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You know as well as I do, in the blockchain world, that's 100 years in the real world. I mean, so much could change in 3 years.
Yeah, it's what it is. But you know, the research is not something that you cannot accelerate much. Actually, I think Ethereum is doing a great job, at least in the research. It's a lot of researchers, a lot of people just thinking and working in a coordinated way. a lot of the, I would say it's the most of the improvements in the space comes from the Ethereum research, directly or indirectly, in some way or the other, and it's doing a great job for the blockchain space in general. It's just a lot of things are happening there, and a lot of the other thing is, okay, the Ethereum network and how this research is applied to the Ethereum, and this is, well, it takes its time. It's, of course, there is still the problems. You just need to just connect to some of the core devs and see what the people talk and what the status of the and there is, of course, there is problems like any enterprise, but I think it will, seeing from outside, I'm not from the Ethereum Foundation, I'm just a community member, but seeing from outside but quite close, connected with many of the people in Ethereum, I think they are doing a great job, and yeah, it looks like a delay, but I tell you, they are not, at least most of them, at least the people that I know, they are not sleeping. They are doing a lot of work and a lot of research. We will need, and I agree, there is a lot of unknowns that needs to be solved, and we will see. But I expect that right now, there was a moment maybe that was a little bit of uncertainty, that these changes of path, but I would say that since 1 year ago or so, the path is quite defined. It's quite well defined. Still, there is some unknowns in the middle, but the general path is quite well defined. Right now, the teams are set up and they are building these clients, and so this first step 0 is very important because it's like an important milestone for all the people that have been doing work in the Ethereum 2.0. It's having like a start, and but this is, I think it's a machine that has been taking a while to put them to start working, but right now I think it's going to be quite unstoppable.
Well, I mean, that's great to hear, especially from someone who is quite connected in the community and understands on a development level. Like you said, you were there. You're one of the people they turned to during the DAO hack. I mean, clearly you understand. So Jordi, it's been an honor speaking to you, really getting to, at least for myself, and I'm sure the viewers, got a better understanding of ZK rollups and the excitement that comes along with it. So I appreciate you taking your time and joining, speaking to us today. And for all our viewers at home for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hello, my friends. I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from